Chapter 11 of With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. Chapter 11. An Escape. While the battle was at its height, Terence was dispatched by the brigadier to carry an order to one of the regiments that had pushed too far forward in his ardor. Scrambling over rough ground and occasionally leaping a wall, he reached the colonel. "The general requests you to fall back a little, sir. You are farther forward than the regiment on your flank. The enemy are pushing a force down the hill in your direction, and as there is no support that can be sent to you at present, he wishes your extreme right to be in touch with the left of the regiment holding Alvina." "Very good. Tell General Fane that I will carry out his instructions. Where is he now?" "He's in the village, sir." Terence turned his horse to ride back. The din of battle was almost bewildering. A desperate conflict was going on in front of the village, where every wall was obstinately contested, the regiment being hotly engaged with a French force that was rapidly increasing in strength. The great French battery was sending its missiles far overhead against the British position on the hill. The British guns were playing on the French troops beyond the village, and the French light field pieces were pouring their fire into Alvina. Terence made his way across the broken ground near the village. Galloping at a low stone wall, the horse was in the act of rising to clear it when it was struck in the head by a round shot. Terence was thrown far ahead over the wall and fell heavily head foremost on a pile of stones covered by some low shrubs. The shock was a terrible one, and for many hours he lay insensible. When he recovered consciousness, he remained for some time wondering vaguely where he was. Above him was a canopy of foliage, through which the rays of the sun were streaming. A dead silence had succeeded the roar of battle. He put his hand to his head, which was aching intolerably, and found that his hair was thick with clotted blood. "Yes, of course," he said to himself at last. "I was carrying a message to Fane. I was just going to jump a wall, and there was a sudden crash. I remember I flew out of the saddle. That is all I do remember. I have been stunned, I suppose. How is it so quiet? I suppose the battle is over." Then he sat suddenly upright. "The sun is shining," he said. "It was getting dusk when I was riding back to the village. I must have lain here all night." Suddenly he heard a gun fired. It was quickly followed by others. He rose on his knees and looked cautiously over the bushes. "It is away there," he said, "on those heights above the harbor. The army must have embarked, and the French are firing at the ships." His conjecture was speedily verified, for, looking along the crest which the British had held during the fight, he saw a large body of French troops just reaching the top of the rise. He stood up now and looked round. No one could be seen moving in the orchards and vineyards round. He peered over the wall. His horse lay there in a huddled-up heap. "A round shot in the head!" he exclaimed. "That accounts for it. Poor old Jack! He has carried me well ever since I got him at Torres Vedras." He climbed down and got what he was in search of, a large flask full of brandy and water, which he carried in one of the holsters. He took a long drink and felt better at once. "I may as well take the pistols," he said, and putting them into his belt, climbed over the wall again, and lay among the bushes. He was now able to think clearly. Should he get up and surrender himself as a prisoner to the first body of French troops that he came across, or should he lie where he was until nightfall, and then try to get away? If he surrendered, there was before him a march of over 700 or 800 miles to a French prison. If he tried to get away, no doubt that there were many hardships and dangers, but at least a possibility of rejoining sooner or later. At any rate, he would be no worse off than the many hundreds who had straggled during the march, for it was probable that the great majority of these were spread over the country, as the French, pressing forward in pursuit, would not have troubled themselves to hunt down fugitives, who, if caught, would only be an encumbrance to them. He was better off than they were, for at any rate he could make himself understood, which was more than the majority of the soldiers could do, and at least he would not provoke the animosity of the peasants by the rough measures they would be likely to take to satisfy their wants. The worst of it was that he had no money. Then suddenly he sat up again and looked at his feet. "This is luck!" he exclaimed. "I had never given the thing a thought before." On his arrival at CORUNNA, he had thrown away the riding boots he had bought at Salamanca. The constant rains had so shrunk them that he could no longer wear them without pain, and he had taken again to the boots that he carried in his valise. From the time when, at his father's suggestion, he had had extra soles placed on them, above which were hidden 15 guineas. The fact of the money being there had never once occurred to him. He had had sufficient cash about him to pay for purchases at Salamanca and on the road, and indeed had 5 guineas still in his pocket, though he had drawn no pay from the time of leaving Torres Vedras. The discovery decided him. With 20 guineas he could pay his way for months, and he determined to make the attempt to escape. The firing continued for some time and then ceased. "The fleet must have got out," he said to himself. "It is certain that the French have not taken Corunna. We were getting the best of it up to the time I was hurt, and it would be dark in another half hour, and there could be no fighting on ground as this after that. Besides, Corunna is a strong fortress, and we could have held out there for weeks, for Soult can have no battering train with him. Besides, everything was ready for embarkation, and I know that it was intended, whether we won or lost, that the troops should go on board in the night." As he lay there, he could occasionally hear the sounds of drums and trumpets, as the troops marched from their positions of the night before, to take up others nearer to the town. At times he heard voices, and knew that they were searching for wounded over the ground that had been so desperately contested. But the spot where he was lying lay between the village and the ground where the regiment he had gone to order back had been engaged with the enemy, and as no fighting had taken place there, it was unlikely that the search parties would go over it. This indeed proved to be the case, and after a time he fell off to sleep, and did not wake until night was closing in. He was hungry now, and again crossing the wall he took half a chicken and a piece of bread that his servant had thrust into his wallet just before starting, and made a hearty meal. He unbuckled his sword and left it behind him. He had his pistols, and a sword would only be an encumbrance. As soon as it became quite dark, he made his way cautiously down the valley, past the spot where the French column had suffered so heavily, and then, turning to the left, traversed the narrow plain that divided the position on which the French heavy battery had been placed and the plateau on which their cavalry had been massed. Numerous fires blazed in the wide valley behind, where the reserve had been stationed on the previous morning, and he doubted not that the French cavalry were there, especially as he found no signs of life on the plateau above. Coming presently on a small stream, he bathed his head for a considerable time, and then proceeded on his way, feeling much brighter and fresher than he had done before. The ground began to ascend more steeply, and after an hour's walking he stood on the crest of the hill and looked down on the position that the French had held, and beyond it on Corunna and the sea. The cold was extreme. He had brought with him his greatcoat and blanket, and, wrapping himself in these, lay down in a sheltered position and slept again till morning broke. His head was now better, and he was able to think more clearly than he could the day before. The first thing was to decide as to his course. It would be dangerous to make direct for the frontier of Portugal. Now that the British army had embarked, Soult would be free to undertake operations in that country, and would doubtless shortly put his troops in motion in that direction, and his cavalry would be scattering all over the province collecting provisions. Moreover, there would be the terrible range of the Tras os Montes to pass, and no certainty whatever of being well received by the Portuguese peasants north of Oporto. His constant study of the staff maps was now of great assistance to him. He determined to turn west until he reached the river Minho, some distance below Lugo, which he could do by skirting the top of the hills. He would therefore strike it somewhere about the point where the river Sil joined it, and following this, would find himself at the foot of the Cantabrian hills, dividing the Asturias from Leon. Then he could be guided by circumstances, and could either cross these mountains and make for a seaport, or could journey down through Leon to Ciudad Rodrigo, which was still held by a Spanish garrison, and from there make his way through Portugal to Lisbon. He questioned whether it be wise for him to attempt to get the dress of a Spanish peasant instead of his uniform, but he finally decided that until he was beyond any risk of being captured by parties from either Soult or Ney's armies, it would be better to continue in uniform. If taken in that dress, it would be seen that he was a straggler from Moore's army, and he would be simply treated as a prisoner of war. While, if taken in the dress of a peasant, he would be liable to be treated as a spy and shot. Having made up his mind, he started at once, and in 3 hours was at the foot of the hills on the other side of which ran the road from Lugo to Corunna, which proved so disastrous to the army. He presently arrived at a small hamlet, and the children in the streets ran shrieking away as they saw him. Women appeared at the doors and looked out anxiously. They had not before seen a British uniform, and at once supposed that he was French. Seeing that he was alone, several men armed with clubs and picks came out. "I am an English officer," he said, "and I desire food and shelter for a few hours. I have money to pay for it." The peasants at once came round him. Confused accounts had reached them of the doings on the other side of the hills. They knew that an English army had marched from Lugo to Corunna, hotly pursued by the French, but they had heard nothing of what had happened afterwards. They eagerly asked for news. Terence told them that there had been a great battle outside of Corunna, that the French had been repulsed with much loss, and that the English had embarked on board ships to take them round to Lisbon, there to march east to meet the French again. Nothing could be kinder than the treatment he received. They told him that Ney's army was between the Sil and Lugo, but that no French troops had crossed the Minho as yet. They were eager to know why the English, if they had beaten the French, sailed away. But when he said that Soult would have been joined by Ney in a couple of days, and would then be well nigh double the strength of the British, who would be so hotly pressed that they would be unable to embark, the peasants saw that what they considered their desertion could not have been avoided. The news of the terrible defeats that had, a month before, been inflicted upon their armies had not reached them, and Terence did not think it necessary to enlighten them. He told them that the march north of the English had been intended to bring all the French forces in that direction, and so to enable the Spanish armies to operate successfully, and that not only Soult and Ney, but Napoleon himself had been drawn off from the south in pursuit of them. They were filled with satisfaction, and he was at once taken into one of the cottages. A good meal was shortly placed before him. His head was carefully bandaged, and he was then asked how it was he had not embarked with the rest of the army. He related how he had been left behind, and then asked them their opinion as to his best course, telling them the plan he himself had formed. They agreed at once that this was the wisest one, but that it would be dangerous to try it until Ney's force had moved from its present position. They knew that he had a division at Orense on the Minho, and that parties of his cavalry had scoured the plain as far as the river Ula, and urged upon him to remain with them until some news was obtained of the movements of the French army. He gladly accepted the invitation, and for a couple of days remained at the little hamlet. One of the peasants came in at the end of that time, saying that the French in Corunna had crossed the mountains and had arrived at Santiago, 20 miles distant, and that their cavalry were scouring the country. He also brought news that Romana was at Toabado, and that he had but 2,000 or 3,000 men with him, the rest having been routed and cut up by the French cavalry. Terence at once determined to join him. The fact that he still had some troops with him had no influence in causing him to form this resolution. Romana had been so often defeated that he knew that his men would, after their recent misfortunes, scatter at once before even the weakest French detachment. But Romana himself knew the country well, was a man of great resource and activity, and was likely to evade all efforts to capture him. He thought then that by joining him and sharing his fortunes, he was more likely to have some opportunity of making his way to Lisbon than he would have if left to his own resources, especially as he had no doubt that Soult would at once prepare to invade Portugal by occupying all the passes, and thus render it next to impossible to journey thither alone and on foot. One of the peasants offered to guide him across the hills to Toabado. They started at once, and at daybreak next morning reached the village. As Romana had been several times in personal communication with Sir John Moore, Terence was acquainted with his appearance, and seeing him standing at the door of the principal house of the village, went up to him and saluted him. The latter looked upon him with great surprise. "How have you managed to pass through the French?" he asked. "I have seen none of them, Marquis. I was wounded in the battle of Corunna, and after lying insensible all that night, found, when I recovered in the morning, that the French had advanced, and that I was in their rear. I heard their guns from the heights above the town, and knew that our army had gained their transports. I lay concealed all day and then crossed the mountains, and have been resting for 2 days at a village on the other side of the hills. The news came that you were here, and it decided to join you at once. I was on the staff of General Fane, and knowing the duties of an aide-de-camp, thought I might make myself useful to you until there was an opportunity of my rejoining a British force." "You are welcome, sir," Romana said courteously. "It was only this morning that we learned from a prisoner that my men took that you had been driven back before Soult before Corunna and had embarked safely. I was in great fear that your army may have been captured. I see that you have been wounded on the head." "It can scarcely be called a wound, Marquis. I was carrying a message on the battlefield. When I was taking a wall, my horse was struck with a round shot. I was thrown over his head onto a heap of rough stones. It was a marvel to me that I was not killed." "I am just going to breakfast, Signor, and shall be glad if you would join me. I have no doubt that you will do justice to it." Romana, who commanded the Spanish troops which had escaped from Holland, was the most energetic of the Spanish generals. Defeated often, he was speedily at the head of fresh gatherings, and ready to take the field again. As a partisan chief, he was excellent, but possessed no military talent, and was, like the Spaniards generally, full of grand but utterly impracticable schemes, and, in spite of his experience to the contrary, confident that the Spaniards would overthrow the French. "I have been unfortunate," he said, in reply to the inquiry as to how many troops he had with him. "At your English general's request, I took a different course with my army to that which he was pursuing, in order that his magazines should be untouched. I crossed his line of retreat, but unfortunately Franceschi's cavalry came down upon us, cut up my artillery and infantry, and scattered my force entirely. However, some 3,000 have rejoined, and I expect in a short time to be at the head of 20,000. I ought to have more, but these Galician peasants are stubborn fellows. They know nothing of the affairs of Spain, and although they will fight in defense of their own villages, they have no interest in anything beyond, and hang back from joining an army that might operate outside their province. You see, until now it has been untouched by war. They have suffered in no way from the French extortions and outrages. As soon as they feel the smart themselves, I doubt not that they will be as full of hatred of the invaders as the people are elsewhere, and as ready to take up arms against them." Romana's troops were but a motley gathering. The force that he had brought with him from Holland had been landed at Santander, marched from Bilbao, and joined Blake's army, and had shared in the crushing defeat suffered by that general at Espinosa, where most of them were taken prisoners. They were again incorporated in the French army, and afterwards took part in the Russian campaign, and in the retreat no less than 4,000 of them were taken prisoners by the Russians, and handed over by them to the British transports sent to Kronstadt to fetch them. Romana himself had escaped from the battlefield, and afterwards raised a fresh force. This had dwindled away from 15,000 to 5,000 when he joined Moore on his advance, and now amounted to barely 2,000, of whom the greater portion had thrown away their arms in their flight. On the following day, Romana, with a small body of cavalry, left Tuabado, crossed the Minho, descended into the valley of the Timiga, and took refuge close to the Portuguese frontier line. Here he was, for a time, safe from the pursuit of the French, the insignificance of his force being his best protection. Soult lost no time. As soon as the English army had left, Corunna opened its gates to them, as did Ferrol, although neither of these towns could have been taken without a siege, and Soult must have been delayed until a battering train was brought from Madrid. The magazines of British powder and stores that had been lying for months in Ferrol were invaluable to him. The soldiers were set to work to make fresh cartridges, and then, after 6 days' halt to give rest to his weary and footsore men, he began to prepare to carry out Napoleon's orders to invade Portugal. Ney, with 20,000 men, was to maintain Galicia, and reinforced by a fresh division, Soult was to march direct upon Oporto with 25,000 men, leaving 12,000 in Hospital, and 8,000 to keep up the line of communication with Ney. It took some time to complete all the arrangements and to gather the force at St. Jago Compostela, and it was not until the 1st of February that he was able to move. On the day of his arrival on the frontier, Romana dispatched Terence to Sir John Craddock, who now commanded the British troops in Portugal, which had been augmented by fresh arrivals from England until their numbers almost equaled that of the force with which Sir John Moore marched into Spain. Romana asked that the arms and money should be sent to him, promising to harass the French advance and cut their communications from the rear. Terence gladly consented to carry his dispatch. He was furnished with one of the best horses in the troop, and at once started on his journey. It was a long and harassing one. Many ranges of mountains and hills had to be crossed by roads difficult in the extreme at the best of times, but almost impassable in winter. 3 times he was seized by parties of Portuguese militia and raw levies, but was released on convincing their leaders that he was the bearer of a communication to the English general. The distance to be traveled was, in a direct line, over 230 miles. This was greatly increased by the circuitous nature of the route through the mountainous country, so that it took 9 days, and would have much exceeded this time had Terence not found a British force at Coimbra and there exchanged his worn-out animal for a fresh one, placed at his disposal by the officer in command. Cradock was experiencing exactly the same difficulties that Moore had done. The Spanish and Portuguese authorities united in pressing him to the advance, the former urging upon him that his presence would be the signal for the Spanish armies in the south to unite and entirely overthrow the French, while the latter were desirous that he should march to Ciudad Rodrigo, defeat the French at Salamanca, and so protect Portugal from invasion from that side. That Portugal might be attacked from the north and south simultaneously by Soult and Victor did not enter into their calculations, but while urging in advance, the junta would take no steps whatever to enable the army to move. They would neither afford him facilities for collecting transport, nor order the roads that he would have to traverse to be put in order, and thwarted all his efforts to raise a strong force among the Portuguese. There was indeed some improvement in the latter respect. At their own request, Lord Beresford had been sent out from England to take the command of the Portuguese armies, and as he had brought many British officers with him, some 20,000 men had been armed and drilled, and could be reckoned upon to do some service. If employed with British troops to give them backbone, the Portuguese peasantry were strong and robust, and by nature courageous, and needed only the discipline that they could not receive from their own officers, to turn them into valuable troops. According to the law of the country, every man was liable for service, and had the corrupt junta been dismissed, and the full power been given to the British, an army of 250,000 men might have been placed in the field for the defense of the country, with a proper supply of arms and money. But so far from assisting, the junta threw every possible impediment in the way. They feared that any real national effort, if successful, would get altogether beyond their control, and that they would lose the power that enabled them to enrich themselves at the expense of the people. Not only that, but they were engaged in a struggle for supremacy with the junta of Oporto, which was striving by every legal means to render itself the supreme authority of the whole of Portugal. Terence had hoped that when he arrived at Lisbon he should meet the army he had left at Corunna, for Sir John Moore's instructions had been precise that the fleet was to go thither. These instructions, however, had been disobeyed, and the fleet had sailed direct for England. It had on the way encountered a great storm, which had scattered it in all directions. Several of the ships were wrecked on the coast of England, and the army which would have been of inestimable service at Lisbon now served only, by the tattered garments and emaciated frames of the soldiers, to excite a burst of misplaced indignation against the memory of the general whose genius had saved it from destruction. On arriving at headquarters and stating his errand, Terence was at once admitted to the room where Sir John Cradock was at work. "I am told, sir, that you are a bearer of a dispatch from the Spanish General Romana. Before I open it, will you explain how it was that you came to be with him?" Terence gave a brief account of the manner in which, after being left behind on the field of Corunna, he had succeeded in joining Romana, which had at first been severe, softened as he proceeded. "That is altogether satisfactory, Mr. O'Connor," he said. "I feared that you might have been one of the stragglers, among whom I fear were many officers, as well as thousands of men belonging to Sir John Moore's army. We received news of his glorious fight at Corunna, and the embarkation of his army, by a ship that arrived here but 3 days since from that port. Have you heard of the death of that noble soldier himself?" "No, sir," Terence replied, much shocked at the news. "That is a terrible loss indeed. He was greatly loved by the army. He saw into every matter himself, was with the rearguard all through the retreat, and labored night and day to maintain order and discipline, and it was assuredly no fault of his if he failed." "Was your own regiment in the rearguard?" "Yes, sir. It had the honor of being specially chosen by Sir John Moore for its steadiness and good conduct. I was not with it, but was one of the Brigadier General Fane's aide-de-camp. It was while carrying a message to him that my horse was killed, and I myself stunned by being thrown onto a heap of stones." Sir John Craddock nodded, and then opened Romana's dispatch. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He had been accustomed to such appeals for arms and money, and knew how valueless were the promises that accompanied them. "What force has General Romana with him?" "Some 200 cavalry and 3,000 or 4,000 peasants, about a quarter of whom only are armed." "He says that he expects to be joined by 20,000 men in a few days. Have you any means of judging whether this statement is well-founded?" "That I cannot say. General Romana seems to me to be a man of greater energy than any Spaniard I have hitherto met, and I know that he has already sent messages to the priests throughout that part of Galicia, urging upon the necessity of using their influence among the peasantry. He got a force together in a very short time, after the complete defeat and capture of his own command by the French, at the time of Blake's defeat, and I think that he might do so again, though whether they would be of any use whatever in the field I cannot say. But should Soult advance into Portugal, I should think that bands of this sort might very much harass him." "No doubt they might do so. I will see, at any rate, if I can obtain some money from the political agents. I have next to nothing in my military chest, and our forces are at a standstill for the want of it. But that does not seem to matter. While our troops are ill-fed, ragged, almost shoeless, and unpaid, every Spanish or Portuguese rascal who holds out his hand can get it filled with gold. As to our arms, they are in the first place wanted for the purpose of the Portuguese militia, who are likely to be a good deal more useful than these irregular bands, and in the second place there are no means whatever of conveying even 100 muskets, let alone the 10,000 that Romana is good enough to ask for. By the way, are you aware whether Sir John Moore intended the army to sail to England?" "Certainly not, sir. I know that up to the moment the battle began, the preparation for the embarkation went on unceasingly, and General Fane told me the night before that we were to be taken here. Whether Sir John may, at the last moment, have countermanded that order, I am unable to say." "Yes, I know that it was his intention, for I received a letter from him, written after his arrival at Corunna, saying that the embarkation could not be effected without a battle, and that if he beat Soult, he should at once embark and bring the troops round here, as Ney's approaching force would render Corunna untenable. Just at present, the arrival of 20,000 tried troops would be invaluable. General Baird will, of course, have succeeded Sir John Moore." "General Baird was severely wounded, sir. He had just ridden up to General Fane when he was struck. General Hope would therefore be in command after Sir John Moore was killed." "I have heard no particulars of the battle," Sir John said, "beyond that it has been fought, and Soult has been driven back, and that Sir John Moore is killed, and that the army has embarked safely. And do I understand you that it was towards the end of the battle that you were hurt?" "It was getting dusk at that time, General, but I cannot say how long fighting went on afterwards." "Will you please to sit down at the table and give me, as nearly as you can, a sketch of the position of our troops and those of the French, and then explain to me, as far as you may have seen or known, the movements of the corps and the course of events." As Terence had, the evening before, seen a sketch map on which General Fane had written the names and positions of the British force and those of the French, he was able to draw one closely approximating to it. In 10 minutes he got up and handed the sketch to Sir John Craddock. "I'm afraid it's very rough, sir," he said, "but I think that it may give you an idea of the position of the town and the neighboring heights, and the position occupied by our troops." "Excellent, Mr. O'Connor." "I had the advantage of seeing a sketch map that the brigadier drew out, sir." "Well benefited from it. Now point out to me the various movements. It seems to me that this large French battery must have galled the whole line terribly, but on the other hand, it is itself very exposed." "General Fane said, sir, that he thought Soult was likely to be overconfident. Our army was in frightful confusion on the retreat from Lugo, and the number of stragglers was enormous. Although many came in the next day, the field stage showed that over 2,000 were still absent from the colors. The brigadier was observing that there was one advantage in this, namely, that Soult would suppose that the whole army was disorganized, and might therefore take more liberties than he would otherwise have done, and that at any rate he was likely to rely upon his great force of cavalry on this plateau to cover the Battery Hill from any attack on his left flank. It was for that purpose that General Paget posted one of the regiments on this eminence on the right of the valley, which had the effect of completely checking the French cavalry. He then related the incidents of the battle as far as they come under his notice. "A very ably fought battle," Sir John Craddock said as he followed on the map Terence's account of the movements. "Soult apparently miscalculated Sir John's strength and the fighting powers of his troops. He hurled his whole force directly against the position, specially endeavoring to turn our right, but the force he employed there was altogether insufficient for the purpose. From his position, I gathered that he would not have known of the existence of Paget's reserve up the valley, but he must have seen Fraser's division on the hill above Coranto. I suppose he reckoned that this turning movement would shake the British position, throw them into confusion, and enable his direct attack to be successful before Fraser could come to their support. I am very much obliged to you for your description, Mr. O'Connor. It is very clear and lucid. I will write a note, which you shall take to Mr. Villiers, and it is possible that you may get help from him for Romana. I shall be glad if you would dine with me here at 6 o'clock. I am very much obliged to you, General, but I have nothing but the uniform in which I stand, which is, as you see, almost in rags, and stained with mire and blood. I think it is probable that you will have no difficulty in buying a French uniform in the city. So many officers have come out here with exaggerated ideas of the amount of transport, and they have had to cut down their wardrobes to a very large extent." He touched the bell. "Will you ask Captain Nelson to step in?" he said to the clerk who answered. "Captain Nelson," he said as one of his staff entered, "I want you to take Mr. O'Connor under your charge. He has just arrived from the north, and was present at the battle of Corunna. He was on Brigadier Fane's staff. As at present he is unattached, I shall put him down in orders tomorrow as an extra aide de camp on my staff. He will be leaving tomorrow for the northern frontier. I wish you to see if you cannot get him in undress uniform. He belongs to the infantry. I will give you an order on the paymaster, Mr. O'Connor, to honor your draft for any amount you may need. I dare say you are in arrears of pay." "Yes, Sir John. I have drawn nothing since we marched from Torres Vedras in October." End of Chapter 11. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 12 of With More at Corunna by G.A. Henty. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at Corunna by G.A. Henty. Chapter 12. A Dangerous Mission. Captain Nelson at once took Terence under his charge. "You certainly look as if you wanted a new uniform," he said. "You must have had an awfully rough time of it. If only for the sake of policy, we ought to get you into a new one as soon as possible, for the very sight of yours would be likely to demoralize the whole division by affording a painful example of what they might expect on a campaign." Terence laughed. "I know I look a perfect scarecrow. Do you think that you can find me something? I really don't know what I should have done if I had not had my greatcoat, for I could never have ventured to walk through the street from the little inn where I put up my horse, if I could not have hidden myself in it." "I can fortunately put you in the right way without difficulty. There is a man here who has made a business of buying up uniforms. I believe he sends most of them to England, where they would certainly fetch a good deal more than he gave for them. But I know that he keeps a stock by him, for there is a constant demand. The work out in the country here does for a uniform in no time, and many men who, before marching for the frontier, parted with all their extra kit for a song, are glad enough to write to him for a fresh outfit at 3 times the price he gave them 2 or 3 months before." "I wonder they don't send their surplus outfit back to England direct," Terence said. "Well, you see, there is the risk of the things being lost or stolen on the way home, or being ruined by damp before they are wanted again. Besides, a man thinks there is no saying whether he shall ever want them again, or how long the war will last, and is glad to take anything he can to save himself any bother about them." Terence was fortunate in being able to buy an undress uniform with facings similar to those of his own regiment, and to lay in a stock of underclothes at a very much lower price than he could have purchased them for even at home.
Before leaving the shop, he put on his new uniform and left the old one to be thrown away. "Now," Captain Nelson said when they left the shop, "it is just our lunch time. You must come with me and tell us all about your wonderful march and the fight at the end of it." "I was going down to see about my horse." "Oh, that is right. I sent out an orderly to bring him up to our stables. There, this is where we mess," he said, stopping before a hotel. "We find it much more comfortable than having it in a room at headquarters. Besides, one gets away from duty here. Of course, the chief knows where we are and can send for us if we are wanted. But one gets off being sent to do a lot of office work in the evening, and we find ourselves much more free and comfortable when we haven't got 2 or 3 of the bigwigs of the staff. So they have a little mess of their own there, and we have a room kept for ourselves here." There were more than a dozen officers assembled when the two entered the room, where a meal was laid. For Captain Nelson had looked into the hotel for a moment on their way to the tailor's to tell his companions who Terence was, and to say that he should bring him to lunch. They had told some of their acquaintances. Terence was introduced all round, and as soon as the first course was taken off the table, he was asked many questions as to the march and battle. And by the time when, an hour later, the party broke up, they had learned the leading incidents of the campaign. "You may guess how anxious we were here," one of them said, "when Moore's last dispatch from Salamanca arrived, saying that he intended to advance, and stated his reasons. Then there was a long silence. All sorts of rumors reached us. Some said that, aided by a great Spanish army, he had overthrown Napoleon and had entered Madrid. Others again stated that his army had been crushed, and he with the survivors were prisoners, and were on their way to the frontier. In fact, we had no certain news until 3 days ago, when we heard of the battle, his death, and the embarkation of the army, and its sailing for England. The last was a terrible blunder." "Only a temporary one, I should think," Captain Nelson said. "From Mr. O'Connor's account of the state of the army, I should think that it is just as well that they should have gone home to obtain an entirely new rig-out. There would be no means of fitting them out here. A fortnight ought to be enough to set them up in all respects, and as we certainly shall not be able to march for another month—" "For another 3 months, you mean, Nelson." "Well, perhaps for another 3 months. The delay will not matter materially." "It won't matter at all, if the French oblige us by keeping perfectly quiet. But the Soult menaces Portugal with invasion from the north, Lapis from the center, and Victor from the south. We may have to defend ourselves here in Lisbon before 6 weeks are out." "Personally, I should not be sorry," another said. "If Soult does invade the north and captures Oporto, hangs the bishop and all the junta, it would be worth 10,000 men to us, for they are continually at mischief. They do nothing themselves, and thwart all our efforts. They are worse than the junta here, if that is possible. And they have excited the peasants so much against us that they desert in thousands as fast as they are collected, while the population here hate us, I believe, quite as much as they hate the French. But why they should do so, heaven knows, when we have spent more money in Portugal than the whole country contained before we came here." After the party had broken up, Captain Nelson took Terence to Mr. Villiers, who, on reading the general's letter and hearing from Terence how Romana was situated, at once said that he would hand over to him $20,000 to take to the Spanish general. "How am I to carry it, sir? It will be of considerable weight, if it is in silver." "I will obtain for you 4 good mules," Mr. Villiers said, "and an escort of 12 Portuguese cavalry under an officer." "May I ask, sir, that the money shall be packed in ammunition boxes, and that no one except the officer shall know that these contain anything but ammunition?" "You have no great faith in Portuguese honesty, Mr. O'Connor." "As to their honesty as a general thing, I express no opinion," Terence said bluntly. "As to the honesty of their political partisans, I have not a shadow of belief. Moreover, there is no love lost between them and the Spaniards. And though possibly money for any of the Portuguese leaders might be allowed to pass untouched by others, and even of this I have great doubt, I feel convinced that none of them will allow it to go out of the country for the use of the Spaniards if they could lay hold of it by the way. Those being your sentiments, sir, I think that it is a pity the duty is not entrusted to some officer of broader views. I doubt whether you would find one, sir, especially if he has, like myself, been 3 or 4 months in the country. I have simply accepted the duty and not sought it, and should gladly be removed of it. General Romanus sent me here with a dispatch, and it is my duty, unless General Craddock chooses another messenger, to carry back the reply, and anything else with which I may be entrusted. I have for the past 3 months been incessantly engaged on arduous and fatiguing duty. I have ridden for the last 9 days by some of the worst roads to be found in any part of the world, I should say, and have before me the same journey. Besides, if I receive the general's orders to that effect, I may have to stay with the Spanish general, and in that case shall, I am sure, be constantly upon the move, and that among wild mountains, if this treasure is handed over to me, I shall certainly do my best to take it safely and to defend it, if necessary, with my life. But is this surely a duty of which I would gladly be relieved? But that, sir, it seems to me, is a question solely for the commander-in-chief. Mr. Villiers gazed in angry surprise at the young ensign, then thinking, perhaps, that he would put himself in the wrong, and as his interferences in military matters with Sir John Craddock had not met with the success he had desired for them, he checked the words that rose to his lips, and said shortly, "The convoy will be ready to start from the treasury at daybreak tomorrow. I shall be there, if so commanded by General Craddock." As soon as they had left the house, Captain Nelson burst into a shout of laughter. "What is it?" Terence asked in surprise. "I would not have missed that for 20 pounds, O'Connor. It is the first bit of real amusement I have had since I landed. To see Villiers, who regards himself as the greatest man in the country, who not only thinks that he regulates every political intrigue in Spain and Portugal, but assumes to give the direction of every military movement also, and tries to dictate to the general on purely military matters, quietly checked by an ensign, is the best thing I ever saw." "But he has nothing to do with military matters, has he?" "No more than that mule driver there. But he thinks he has, and yet, even in his own political line, he is the most ill-informed and gullible of fools, even among the mass of incompetent agents who have done their utmost to ruin every plan that has been formed. I doubt whether he has ever been correct in a single statement that he has made, and am quite sure that every prophecy he has ventured upon has been falsified. Every negotiation he has entered into has failed, and every report sent home to government is useful only if it is assumed to be wrong in every particular, and yet the man is so puffed up with pride and arrogance that he is well nigh insupportable. The Spaniards have fooled him to the top of his bent. It has paid them to do so. Through his representations, the ministry at home have distributed millions among them. Arms enough have been sent to furnish nearly every able-bodied man in Spain, and harm rather than good has come of it. Still, he is a very great man, and our generals are obliged to treat him with the greatest civility, and to pretend to give grave consideration to the plans that, if they emanated from any other man, would be considered as proofs that he was only fit for a madhouse. And to see you looking calmly in his face and announcing your views of the Spanish and Portuguese was delightful." And Captain Nelson again burst into laughter at the recollection. Terence joined in the laugh. "I had no intention of offending him," he said. "Of course I have often heard how he was pressing General Moore to march into Spain, and promising that he should be met by immense armies that were eager and ready to drive the French out of that country, and were only waiting for his coming to set about doing so. I know that the brigadier and his staff used to talk about what they called Villiers' phantom armies, but as I only said what everyone says who has been in Spain, it never struck me that I was likely to give him serious offense." "And if you had thought so, I don't suppose it would have made any difference, O'Connor." "I don't suppose it would," Terence admitted, "and perhaps it will do him good to hear a straightforward opinion for once." "It will certainly do him no harm. Now, you had better tell the chief that you are to have the money. I should think that he will probably send a trooper with you as your orderly. Certainly he has no reason to have a higher opinion of the Portuguese than you have. I will go back with you, Captain Nelson, but as you were present, will you kindly tell the General? I don't like bothering him. Certainly, if you wish it. On arriving at headquarters, Terence sat down in the anteroom and took up an English paper, as he had heard no home news for the last 3 months. Presently Captain Nelson came out from the General's room and beckoned to him. He followed him in. 4 or 5 officers of rank were with the General, and all were looking greatly amused when he entered. So you have succeeded in obtaining money for Romana? The General said. Yes, sir. There is no difficulty about it. Mr. Villiers asked me a few questions as to the situation on the frontier, and at once said that I should have £5,000 to take him. Captain Nelson tells us that you were unwise enough to express an opinion as to the honesty of the Portuguese escort that he proposed to send with you. I said what I thought, General, and had no idea that Mr. Villiers would take it as an offense, as he seemed to. Well, he has his own notions on these things, you see, the General said dryly, and they do not exactly coincide with our experience. But then Mr. Villiers claims to understand these people more thoroughly than we can do. Terence was silent for a moment. I only went by what I have seen, you know, he said after a pause, and certainly had no intention of angering Mr. Villiers. But it seemed to me that, as I was responsible for taking this money to Romana, it was my duty to suggest a precaution that appeared to me necessary. Quite right, quite right. And it is just as well, perhaps, that Mr. Villiers should occasionally hear the opinions of officers of the army frankly expressed. Certainly, I think that the precaution you suggested was a wise one, and if Mr. Villiers does not do so, I will see that it is carried out. I have asked Captain Nelson to go with you, taking the treasure to the barracks, and see that the money is taken out of the cases and repackaged in ammunition boxes. It would be unwise in the extreme to tempt the cupidity of any wandering parties that you might fall in with by the sight of the treasure cases. Your suggestion quite justifies the opinion that I have formed of you from the brief narrative that you gave me of the Battle of Corunna. For present, gentlemen, I have appointed Mr. O'Connor as an extra aide-de-camp on my staff. He served in that capacity with Brigadier General Fane from the time that the troops marched from here, which is in itself a guarantee that he must, in the opinion of that general, be thoroughly fit for the work. I think, Mr. O'Connor, that going as you will as an officer of my staff, it is best that you should be accompanied by a couple of troopers, and I have just spoken to Colonel Gibbons, who would detach 2 of his best men for that service. In addition to your being in charge of the treasure, you will also carry a dispatch from myself to General Romana, with suggestions as to his cooperation in harassing the advance of the French. I will not detain you further now. Don't forget the dinner hour. A large party sat down to table. There were the officers Terence had seen there in the afternoon, and several colonels and heads of departments of the army. And Terence, although not shy by nature, felt a good deal embarrassed when, as soon as the meal was concluded, several maps were, by the general's orders, placed upon the table, and he was asked to give as full an account as he was able of the events that had happened from the time General Omar marched with his army from Salamanca, and so cut himself off from all communication. It was well that Terence had paid great attention to the conversations between General Fane and the officers of the brigade staff, had studied the maps, and had made himself, as far as he could, master of the details of the movements of the various divisions, and had gathered from Fane's remarks fair knowledge of General Moore's objects and intentions. Therefore, when he had overcome his first embarrassment, he was able to give a clear and lucid account of the campaign and of the difficulties that Moore had encountered and overcome in the course of his retreat. The officers followed his account upon the maps, asked occasional questions, and showed great interest in his description of the battle. When he had done, Sir John Craddock said, I am sure, gentlemen, that you will all agree with me that Mr. O'Connor has given us a singularly clear and lucid account of the operations of the army, and that it is most credible that so young an officer should have posted himself up so thoroughly, not only in the details of the work of his own brigade, but in the general plans of the campaign and the movements of the various divisions of the army. There were also hearty compliments from all the officers as they rose from the table. I doubt indeed, Sir John, one of them said, whether we should ever have got so clear an account as that he is given from the official dispatches. I own that I, for one, have never fully understood what seemed a hopeless incursion into the enemy's country, and I cannot too much admire the daring of his conception. As to the success which has attended it, there can be no doubt, for it completely paralyzed the march of the French armies, and has given ample time for the southern provinces of Spain to place themselves in a position of defense. If they have not taken advantage of the breathing time so given them, it is their fault, and in no way detracts from the chivalrous enterprise of Moore. No, indeed, Sir John agreed. The conception was truly an heroic one, and one that required no less sacrifice than daring. There are few generals who would venture on an advance when certain that it must be followed by a retreat, and that at best he could but hope to escape from a terrible disaster. It is true that he gained a victory which, under the circumstances, was a most glorious one, but this was the effect of accident rather than design. Had the fleet been in Corunna when he arrived, he would have embarked at once, and in that case would have been attacked with ferocity by politicians at home, and would have been accused of sacrificing a portion of his army on an enterprise that everyone could have seen was ordained to be a failure before it commenced. Did you know General Fane personally before you were appointed to his staff? No, General. He commanded the brigade of which my regiment formed part, and of course I knew him by sight, but I have never had the honor of exchanging a word with him. Then may I ask why you were appointed to his staff, Mr. O'Connor? Terence hesitated. There was nothing he disliked more than the talking of what he himself had done. It was sort of an accident, General. How an accident, Mr. O'Connor? Your conduct must have attracted his attention in some way. It was an accident, sir, Terence said reluctantly, that General Fane happened to be on board Sir Arthur Wellesley's ship at Vigo when my colonel went there to make a report of some circumstances that occurred on the voyage. Well, what were these circumstances? The general asked. You have shown us that you have the details of a campaign at your fingers' ends. Surely you must be able to tell what those circumstances were that so interested General Fane that he selected you to fill a vacancy on his staff. Terence felt that there was no escape, and related as briefly as he could the account of the engagement with the two privateers and of their narrow escape from being captured by a French frigate. That is a capital account, Mr. O'Connor, Sir John Craddock said, smiling, as he brought it to a conclusion. But so far, I fail to see your particular share in the matter. My share was very small, sir. I think I can fill out the facts that Mr. O'Connor's modesty has prevented him from stating, one of the officers said. It happened that before we sailed from Ireland 6 weeks ago, an officer of the Mayo Fusiliers, who had been invalided home in consequence of a wound, dined at our mess, and he told the story very much as Mr. O'Connor has told it, but he added the details that Mr. Connor has omitted. Restated that really the escape of the wing of the regiment was entirely due to an ensign who had recently joined, a son of one of the captains of the regiment. He said that, in the first place, when the cannon were found to be so honeycombed with rust that it would have been madness to attempt to fire them, this officer suggested that they should be bound round with rope, just like the handle of a cricket bat. This suggestion was adopted, and they were therefore able to pour in the broadside that crippled the lugger and brought her sails down, leaving her helpless under the musketry fire of the troops. In the second place, when the ship was being pounded by the other privateer without being able to make any reply, and must shortly have either sunk or surrendered, this young officer suggested to one of the captains that the lugger, lying helpless alongside, should be boarded and her guns turned on the brig, a suggestion that led not only to the saving of the ship, but the capture of the brig itself. Lastly, when the French frigate hove in sight, the troops were transferred to the two prizes, and were about to make off, in which case one of them would almost certainly have been captured. He suggested that they should hoist French colors, and that boats should be set to work to transport some of the stores from the ship to the privateers. This suggestion was adopted, with the result that on the frigate approaching, and seeing, as was supposed, two French privateers engaged in rifling a prize, she continued on her way without troubling herself about them. Sir Arthur Wellesley issued a most laudatory notice of Mr. O'Connor's conduct in general orders. Most of those present remembered seeing the order, now that it was mentioned, and the general, turning to Terence, who was coloring scarlet with embarrassment and confusion, said kindly, "You see we have got it after all, Mr. O'Connor. I'm glad that it came from another source, for I do not suppose that we should have got all the facts from you, even by cross-questioning. You may think, and I have no doubt that you do think, that you receive more credit than you deserve for what you consider were merely ideas that struck you at the moment. But such is not my opinion, nor that, I am sure, of the other officers present. The story which we have just heard of you, and the accounts that you have given of the campaign, afford great promise. I may almost say a certainty of your attaining, if you are spared, high eminence in your profession. Your narrative showed that you are painstaking, accurate, and intelligent. The facts that we have just heard prove you to be exceptionally quick in conceiving ideas, cool in action, and able to think of the right thing at the right time. All qualities that are requisite for a great commander. I warmly congratulate you that at the very commencement of your career you should have had the opportunity afforded you for showing that you possess these qualities, and of gaining the warm approbation of men very much older than yourself, and all of wide experience in their profession. I am sorry now that you are starting tomorrow on what I cannot consider a useless, as well as a somewhat dangerous undertaking. I should have been glad to have utilized your services at once, and only hope that you will ere long rejoin us." So saying, he rose. The hour was late, for Terence's description of the campaign and battle had necessarily been a long one, and the party at once broke up, all the officers present shaking the lad warmly by the hand. "You are a lucky fellow, O'Connor," Captain Nelson said as he accompanied him to his room, in which a second bed had been set up for the young ensign's accommodation. "You will certainly get on after this. There were a dozen colonels and 2 generals of the brigade among the party, and I fancy that there is not one of them that will not bear you in mind and say a good word for you if opportunity occurs, and Sir John himself is sure to push you on. I should say that not an officer of your rank in the army has such good chances. And you look such a lad, too. You did not show it so much when you first arrived. Of course you were fagged and travel-stained then, but now I should not take you for more than 17. Indeed, I suppose you are not, as you only joined the service 6 months ago." "No, I am not more than 17, Terence said quietly, not thinking it necessary to state that he wanted a good many months yet to that age, for to do so would provoke questions as to how he attained his commission before he was 16. "But you see, I have had a good many advantages. I was brought up in a barracks, and I suppose that sharpens one's wits a bit. When I was quite a young boy, I used to be a good deal with the junior officers. Of course, that made me older in my ideas than I should have been if I had always associated with boys of my own age. Still, it has been all luck, and though Sir John was kind enough to speak very warmly about it, I really can't see that I have done anything out of the way. Luck comes to a good many fellows, O'Connor, but it is not everyone who has the quickness to make the most of the opportunity. You may say that they are only ideas, but you see, you had 3 valuable ideas, and none of your brother officers had them, and you cannot deny that your brains work more quickly than those of the others. Well, we might as well turn in at once, as we have all got to be up before daylight. I am very glad that Sir John has given you a couple of troopers, and it will make you feel a good deal more comfortable anyhow, even if you don't get into any adventure where their aid may be of vital importance." "It will indeed. Alone I should have very little influence with the Portuguese Guard. These might be perfectly honest themselves, but they might not be at all disposed to risk their lives by offering any opposition to any band that might demand the ammunition they would believe were in the cases. I was twice stopped by bands of scantily armed peasants on my way down, and although they released me on seeing the letter that I carried to the general, it was evident that they felt but little goodwill towards us, and had I anything about me worth taking, my chance of reaching Lisbon would have been very small. The junta of Oporto has spared no pains in spreading all sorts of atrocious lies against us, ever since the escort of the French prisoners interfered to save them from the fury of the populace. Though perhaps the peasants in this part of the country still feel grateful to us for having delivered them from the exactions of the French. In the north, where no French soldier has set foot, they have been taught to regard us as enemies to be dreaded as much as the French. Up to the present time, all the orders for the raising of levies have been disregarded north of the Douro, and though great quantities of arms have been sent up to Oporto, I doubt whether a single musket has been distributed by the junta. That fellow Friere, the general of what they call their army, is as bad as any of them. I hope that as Soult comes down through the passes, he will teach the fellow and his patrons a wholesome lesson. And do you think that the troops here will march north to defend Oporto? I should hardly think that there is a chance of it. Were our forced to do so, Lisbon would be at the mercy of Victor and of the army corps at Salamanca. Cuesta is, what he calls, watching Victor. He is one of the most obstinate and pig-headed of all the generals. Victor will crush him without difficulty, and could be at Lisbon long before we could get back from Oporto. No, Lisbon is the key of the situation. There are very strong positions on the range of hills between the river and the sea at Torres Vedras, which can be held against greatly superior forces. The town itself is protected by strong forts, which have been greatly strengthened since we came. The men of war can come up to the town, aid in its defense, and bring reinforcements, and provisions can be landed at all times. The loss of Lisbon would be a death blow to Portuguese independence, and you may be sure that the ministry at home would eagerly seize the opportunity of abandoning the struggle here altogether. Do you know that at the present moment, while urging Sir John Cradock to take the offensive with only 15,000 men against the whole army of France on the peninsula, they have had the folly to send a splendid expedition of from 30 to 40,000 good troops to Holland, where they will be powerless to do any good, while their presence here would be simply invaluable. Well, we will not enter upon that subject tonight. The folly and the incapacity of Mr. Canning and his crew is a subject that, once begun, will keep one talking until morning. End of chapter 12. Recording by Charles Sapp.
Chapter 13 of With More at Corunna by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at Corunna by G. Henty. Chapter 13. An Awkward Position. When Captain Nelson and Terence went out, just as the morning was breaking, they found the two troopers waiting in the street. Each held a spare horse. The one was that upon which Terence had ridden from Coimbra. The other was a fine English horse. "What horse is this?" Terence asked. "It is a present to you from Sir John Cradock," Captain Nelson said. "He told me last night that the troopers had been ordered to ask for it when they took your horse this morning, and that his men were ordered to hand it over to them. He wished me to tell you that he had pleasure in presenting the horse to you as a mark of his great satisfaction at the manner in which you had mastered the military details of Sir John Moore's expedition, and the clearness with which you had explained them." "I am indeed greatly obliged to the General. It is most kind of him," Terence said. "Will you please express my thanks to him in a proper way, Captain Nelson?" They rode to the treasury, where they found the Portuguese escort with the mules waiting them. The officer in charge of the treasury was already there, and admitted the two officers. "I have packed the money in ammunition boxes," he said. "I received instructions from Mr. Villiers to do so." "It is evident that your words had some effect, Mr. O'Connor," Captain Nelson said aside to Terence. "I suppose that when he thought it over, he came to the conclusion that, after all, your suggestions were prudent ones, and that it would add to the chance of the money reaching Romana were he to adopt it." "I am glad that he did so, for had the money been placed in the ordinary chests, and then brought to the barracks to be packed in ammunition cases, the Portuguese troopers would all have been sure of the nature of the contents, whereas now, whatever they may suspect, they cannot be sure about it, because there is a large amount of ammunition stored in the same building."
Some of the guards stationed in the treasury carried the chests out and assisted the muleteers to lash them in their places. "I cannot thank you too warmly, Captain Nelson, for the kindness you have shown me," Terence said. "Not at all," that officer replied. "I simply carried out the general's orders, and the duty has been a very pleasant one. No, I don't think I would mount that horse if I were you," he went on as Terence walked towards his acquisition. "I would have him led as far as Coimbra, while you ride the horse you borrowed there. Then he will be fresh for the further journey." "That would be the best way, no doubt, though our stages must all be comparatively short ones, owing to our having mules with us." "I should not press them if I were you. I don't suppose that it will make much difference whether Romana gets the money a few days sooner or later." "None whatever, I should say," Terence laughed as he mounted his horse. "Still, I do think that he will be able to gather a mob of peasants. Of course, being almost without arms, they will be of no use whatever for fighting. But they still may harass Soult's communications, cut off stragglers, and compel him to move slowly and cautiously." Terence now saluted the Portuguese officer, who said as he returned the salute, "My name, Signor, is Juan Herrera." "And mine is Terence O'Connor, Signor. Our journey will be a somewhat long one together, and I hope that we shall meet with no adventures or accidents by the way." "I hope not, Signor. My instructions are simple. I am to place myself under your orders, and to convey 8 cases of ammunition to the northern frontier, and to follow the routes that you may point out. I was ordered also to pick the men who are to form the escort. I have done so, and I think I can answer that they can be relied upon to do their duty under all circumstances." Terence now turned, and with a hearty farewell to Captain Nelson, rode on by the side of Lieutenant Herrera. The 2 British troopers followed them. The 4 mules, with their 2 muleteers, kept close behind, and the 12 Portuguese troopers brought up the rear. "It is a strong escort for 4 mules carrying ammunition," the Portuguese officer said with a smile. "It may seem so," Terence laughed, "but you see the country, especially north of the Douro, is greatly disturbed." "Very much so, and I think that the precaution that has been taken is a very wise one. I have been informed what is really in the cases. Were I going by myself with a sergeant and 12 men, I should say that to put the money in ammunition cases was not only absolutely useless, but dangerous. The disproportion between the force and the value of the ammunition would be so great that it would attract attention at once. But as you are with us, it is more likely to pass without observation. You are an officer of the staff of the English general. You have your own 2 orderlies, and you are carrying dispatches. It is considered necessary that you should have an escort of our people. The cases in that event would seem to be of little importance, but to be simply traveling with us to have the advantage of the protection of our escort." "You are quite right, Senor Herrera, and it would have been vastly better had the money been stowed in sacks filled up with grain. Then they could follow a short distance behind us, and it would seem that they were simply carrying forage for our use on the road." "That would have been much better, Signor. You might have done it at Torres Vedras." "The money is in bags, each containing $200. There will be no trouble in transferring them to sacks filled with plenty of forage. 2 of your soldiers have behind them a bundle or 2 of faggots, a basket of fowls, and other matters. These can be piled on top of the sacks, so that the fact that the principal load was forage would hardly be noticed. You might mention to the muleteers that I thought that it would be a considerable saving of weight if we used sacks instead of those heavy cases, and that the ammunition would travel just as well in the one as the other. We must arrange so that the muleteers do not suspect anything." "As a rule," Herrera said, "they are very trustworthy. There is scarcely a case known in which they have stolen goods entrusted to them, however valuable. But it would be easy to place a few packets of ammunition in the mouth of each sack, and call them in to cord them off firmly. The sight of the ammunition would go far to lessen any suspicions they might have." They reached Torres Vedras that night. Terence spoke to the officer in command there, and was furnished with the sacks he required, and enough forage to fill them. The boxes were put into a room in the barracks, and here Terence, with his 2 orderlies, opened the cases and transferred the bags of money to the center of the sacks. 2 or 3 dozen packets of ammunition were obtained, and a few put into the mouths of the sacks. These were left open, and the room locked up, 2 of the Portuguese soldiers being left on guard before it. Terence and Lieutenant Herrera were invited to dine at mess, and had quarters assigned to them. And Terence, after dinner, again but much more briefly than before, gave the officers at the station a sketch of the retreat and battle. The next morning the muleteers were called in to fasten up the sacks. At the suggestion of the officer in command, a tent was also taken. "You may want it badly before you are done," he said. "If I were you, I should always have it pitched, except when you are in a village, for you can have the sacks in as beds, and so keep them under your eye, and if, as you tell me, you were given out that they contain ammunition, it would seem but a natural step, as you were so able to keep it dry." The mules looked more heavily laden than upon the preceding day, but they were carrying no heavier burden, for the weight of the tent, its poles, the basket of fowls, Terence's valise, and other articles were considerably less than those of the 8 heavy cases that had been left behind. The 2 officers now rode at the head of the detachment, and 2 only of the Portuguese soldiers kept in rear of the mules, which now followed at a distance of 30 or 40 yards behind them. They stopped that night at Roliça, and the next at Lira. This was a long march, and a short one the next day brought them to Pombal, and the following afternoon they arrived at Coimbra. Here they spent another pleasant evening with the regiment stationed in the town. "By the way, O'Connor," one of the officers said, after the dinner was over and the cigars lighted, "I suppose you don't happen to have any relations at Oporto?" "Well, I do happen to have some," Terence answered in some surprise. "Why do you ask?" "Well, that is singular," the officer said. "I will tell you how it happened. I was with the party that escorted the French prisoners down to Oporto. Just as we had got into town, it was before the row began, and being early in the morning, there were very few people about. A head appeared at a window on the second floor of a big convent standing on the left side of the road. I remember the name was carved over the door. It was the convent of Santa Maria. I happened to catch sight of the nun, and she at once dropped a little letter which fell close to me. I picked it up and stuck it into my glove, and thought no more about it for a time, for the mob soon began to gather and yell and threaten the prisoners, and my hands were too full till we had got them safely on board a ship to think any more of the matter. When I took off my glove the letter fell out. It was simply addressed to an English officer. "I, an English girl, am detained here, a prisoner, principally because my Spanish relations wish to seize my property. I've been made a nun by force, though my father was a Protestant, and taught me his religion. I pray you to endeavor to attain my freedom. I am made most miserable here, and am kept in solitary confinement. I have nothing to eat but bread and water, because I will not sign a renunciation of my property. The Bishop of Oporto has himself threatened me, and it is useless to appeal to him. Nothing but an English army being stationed here can save me. Have pity upon me, and aid me." It was signed Mary O'Connor. Of course no British troops have been there since, but if we are sent there, I have made up my mind to bring the matter before the general and ask him to interfere on the poor girl's behalf, though I know that it would be an awkward matter, for if there is one thing that the Portuguese are more touchy about than another, it is any interference in religious matters, and the bishop, who is a most intolerant rascal, would be the last man who would give way on such a subject. "I have not the least doubt in the world but that it is a cousin of mine," Terence said. "Her father went out to join a firm of wine merchants in Oporto. I know that he married a very rich Portuguese heiress, and that they had one daughter. My father told me that he gathered from his cousin's letters that he and his wife did not get on very well together. He died 2 years ago, and it is quite possible that the mother, who may perhaps want to marry again, has shut up the girl in a convent to get rid of her altogether, and to make her sign a document renouncing her right to the property in favor of herself, or possibly, as the bishop seems to have meddled in the affair, partly of the church. I quite see that nothing can be done now, but if we do occupy Oporto some day, which is likely enough, I will speak to the general, and if he says that it is a matter that he cannot entertain, I will see what I can do to get her out." "It is awkward work, O'Connor, fooling with a nunnery either here or in Spain. Portuguese are not so bigoted as the Spaniards across the frontier, but there's not much difference, and if anyone is caught meddling with a nunnery, they would tear him to pieces, especially in Oporto, where men who are even suspected of hostility to the bishop are murdered every day. I don't want to run the risk of being torn to pieces, certainly, but after what you have told me of her letter, I will not let my little cousin be imprisoned all her life in a nunnery, and robbed of her property, without making some strong effort to save her. I will give you the letter presently, O'Connor. I have it in a pocketbook at my quarters. By the by, how old is your cousin? About my own age, or a little younger. The subject of the conversation was then changed, and half an hour later the officer left the room and returned with the letter. At any rate, he said, if we do go to Oporto, you will have more opportunity for getting the general to move than I should.
Terence had handed over the horse which he had borrowed, with many thanks for its use, and received his own again, which was in good condition after its rest of 7 or 8 days. It was by no means a valuable animal, but he thought it as well to take it on with him in case any of the other horses should meet with an accident or break down during the journey through the mountains. Coimbra was the last British station through which they would pass, and the real difficulties of the journey would now begin. Terence had, before starting, received a sum of money for the maintenance of himself and his escort upon the way, and he had done all in his power to see that the troopers were comfortable at their various halting places. The journey as far as the Douro passed without any adventure. They encountered on the road several bands of peasants armed with pikes, clubs, hoes, and a few guns. These were, for the most part, ordinakas, or levies, called out when a larger force than the regular troops and militia was required. They were on their way to join the forces assembling under the edicts, and beyond pausing to stare at the British officer with the 2 dragoons behind him and an escort of their own troops, they paid no attention to the party. They crossed the Douro at St. Joa de Pascaria, and on stopping at a large village some 10 miles beyond, found it occupied by a rabble of some 2,000 men, absolutely useless for service in the field, but capable of offering an obstinate defense to the passage of a river, or of impeding an enemy's advance through a mountain defile. As they stopped before the principal inn, a man, dressed in some attempt at a uniform, came out from a door. You are a British officer, sir? He asked Terence, raising his broad hat courteously. I am an officer of the English General's staff, and am proceeding on a mission from him to the northern frontier to ascertain the best means of defense, and the route that the enemy are most likely to move by if they attempt to invade Portugal from that direction. The French general would hardly venture to do that, the officer said disdainfully, when there will be 50,000 Portuguese to bar his way. He may be in ignorance of the force that will gather to meet him, Terence said gravely, and with difficulty restraining a smile at the confident tone of this leader of an armed mob. However, I have my orders to carry out. Do you not think, he said, turning to Herrera, that it will be better for us to go on to the next hamlet, if there is one within 2 or 3 miles? I fear there is little chance of attaining any accommodation for our men here. There is no need for that, the Portuguese colonel broke in. There is a large house at the end of the village that is at present vacant. The proprietor, who was a disturber of the peace, and who belonged to the French faction, was killed last week in the course of a disturbance created by him. I, as commissioner of the junta here, had the house closed up, but it is quite at your service. As the march had already been a long one, Terence thought it best to accept the offer. The colonel called a man, who presently brought a key and accompanied them to the house in question. It showed signs at once of mob violence. The snow in the garden was trampled down, the windows broken, and one of the lower ones smashed in, as if an entry had been effected here. The door was riddled with bullet holes. Upon this being opened, the destruction within was seen to be complete, rooms being strewn with broken furniture and litter of all sorts. At any rate, there is plenty of firewood, the lieutenant said as he ordered his men to clear out one of the rooms. There has been dastardly work here, he went on as the man who brought the key left the place. Yes, I have no doubt the proprietor, whoever he was, has been foully murdered, and as likely as not by the orders of that fellow we met, who says he is the commissioner of the junta. I should not be surprised if we have trouble with him before we are done. I should think, Herrera, that you had better send off a couple of men to get what they can in the way of provisions and a skin of wine. This is a cheerless-looking place, and these broken windows are not much use for keeping out the cold. Bull, you had better see if you can find something among all this rubbish to hang up in front of the window, for in its present state it merely creates a draught." The orderly went out and returned with 2 torn curtains. "There has been some bad work going on here, sir," he said. "There are pools of blood in 3 of the rooms upstairs, and it is evident that there has been a desperate struggle. One of the doors is broken in, and there are several shot holes through it." "I'm afraid there has been bad work. I suppose the man here was obnoxious to somebody, so they murdered him. However, it is not our business." Some of the horses were stabled in a large shed, the others in the lower rooms of the house. The soldiers and muleteers taking possession of the large kitchen, where they soon had a huge fire burning. The windows on this side of the house were unbroken. The 2 orderlies soon fastened up the curtains across the windows of the officer's room, and when the fire was lighted it had a more cheerful aspect. The burdens of the mules were brought into the room opposite, where there was a key in the door and bars across the windows. Presently the soldiers returned with some meat, a couple of fowls, bread, and some wine, together with a bunch of candles. The fowls were soon plucked, cut in 2, and grilled over the fire, and in a quarter of an hour after the men's return the 2 officers sat down to supper. The meal was just finished when there was a knock at the outer door, and the soldier acting as sentry came in and said that Colonel Cortingos desired to speak to them. "I suppose that is the fellow we saw in town," Terence said. "Show him in." The supposition was a correct one, for the man entered, accompanied by 2 others. Terence had no doubt that this fellow was the author of the attack upon the house, and the murderer of the proprietor and others. He did not feel disposed to be exceptionally civil to him, but as he had a couple of thousand men under his command, and had certainly put the only available place in the village at their disposal, he rose as he entered. "These 2 gentlemen," the colonel began, "form, with myself, the committee appointed by the Junta of Oporto to organize the national resistance here and in the surrounding neighborhood, to keep our eye upon persons suspected of being favorable to the enemy, and to arrest and send them to Oporto for trial. We are also enjoined to make close inquiries into the business of all persons who may pass through here." "I have already told you," Terence said quietly, "that I am an officer on the staff of the English general, and that I have a mission from him to see what are the best means of defending the northern passes, and I may add, to enter into such arrangements as I may think proper with the leaders of any bands who may be gathered for the purpose of defending them. As I am acting under the direct orders of the general, I in no way recognize the right of any local authority to interfere with me in any way. And I, Lieutenant Herrera, had been ordered by the colonel of my regiment to command the escort of Portuguese cavalry told off to accompany this British officer, and also feel myself free from any interference or examination by civilians." "I am a colonel," Cortingos said angrily. "By whom appointed, if I may ask?" "By the Junta of Oporto." "I was not aware that they possessed the right of granting high commissions," Herrera said, "although, of course, they can grant temporary rank to those who command irregular forces. This British officer has assured you as to the object of his journey, and unless that object had the approval of the military authorities at Lisbon, he would not have been furnished with an escort by them." "I have only his word and yours as to that," Cortingo said insolently. "I am acting under the orders of the supreme authority of this province." "You are doing your duty, no doubt," the lieutenant said, "in making these inquiries. This officer has answered them, and I will answer any further questions if I consider them to be reasonable." "We wish, in the first place," Cortingo said, "to examine any official passes that you may have received." "To examine any official passes you may have received." "Our official passes are our uniforms," Herrera replied haughtily. "Uniforms have been useful for purposes of disguise before now," Cortingos replied. "I again ask you to show me your authority." "Here is an authority," Terence broke in. "Here is a dispatch from General Sir John Craddock to General Romana." Ah, a Spaniard!" "A Spanish general, a marquis and grandee of Spain, who has been fighting the French, and who is now, with a portion of his army, preparing to defend the passes into Portugal."
Cortingos held out his hand for the paper, but Terence put it back again into the breast pocket of his uniform. "No, sir," he said. "The communication is for the Marquis of Romana, and for him only. No one else touches it so long as I am alive to defend it." The colonel whispered to his two associates. "We will let that pass for the present," he replied, and turning to Terence again said, "In the next place, we wish to know the nature of the contents of the sacks that are being carried by the mules that accompany you." "They contain ammunition and forage for our horses," Lieutenant Herrera said. "You can, if you choose, question the muleteers who fastened up the sacks and had an opportunity of seeing the ammunition." "In the name of the junta, I demand that ammunition," with an air of authority. "It is monstrous that ammunition should be taken to Spaniards, who have already shown that they are incapable of using it with any effect, while here we have loyal men ready to die in their country's defense, but altogether unprovided with ammunition." "For that, sir, you must apply to your junta, since they give you orders. Let them give you ammunition. There is enough in Oporto to supply the whole population, had they arms, and you may be assured that I and my men will see that the convoy entrusted to our charge reaches its destination." "I believe that there is not only ammunition, but money in those sacks," said Cortingos. "It would be an act of treachery to allow it to pass, when, even if not taken to them directly, it might fall into the hands of the French. It is needed here. My men lack shoes and clothes, and as you say the object of your mission is to see to the defense of our frontier, any money you may have cannot be better applied than to satisfy the necessities of my soldiers. However, we do not wish to take steps that might appear unfriendly, and, therefore, if you will allow us to inspect the contents of those sacks, we will let you pass on if we find that they contain no money, confiscating only the ammunition for the use of the troops of the province." "I refuse absolutely," Herrera said, "to allow anything confided to my charge to be touched." "That is your final decision?" the man said with a sneer. "Final and absolute." "I also shall do my duty." And then, without another word, the colonel with his two associates left the house. "We shall have trouble with that fellow," Herrera said. "So much the better," Terence replied. "We have evidence here that the scoundrel is a murderer. No doubt he had some private enmity against the owner of this establishment, and so denounced him to the junta, and then attacked the place, murdered him, and perhaps some of his servants, and sacked the house. They won't find it so easy a job as it was last time. All the windows are barred, and there are only 3 on this floor to defend. The shutters of 2 of them are uninjured, so it is only the one where they broke in before that they can attack, where our men at the windows upstairs will make it hot for them as they approach. But I should hardly think that the men he calls soldiers will venture to attack a party of regular troops." The lieutenant shrugged his shoulders. "He will tell them some lies, probably assert that we are French agents in disguise taking money to the French army. Indeed, there is neither order nor discipline among these bands, and roused to a pitch of fury, they will murder their own leaders as readily as anyone else. The junta acts as if the province were altogether independent, and numbers of men of position have been butchered on the pretense of their being adherents of the French, when their sole crime was that they disapproved of the doings of the bishop and his tools. You will see that the night will not pass off without something happening. Of course, I shall be sorry to have to order the men to fire. In the first place, it would render it very difficult for us to resume our journey, and in the second, if we succeed in getting out alive, they will send a lying account of the affair to Lisbon, and there will be all sorts of trouble. Still, of course, if they attack the house, we shall defend ourselves." 2 officers then made a tour of the house and carefully examined the means of defense. The broken shutters were replaced in their position in the window, and were backed with a pile of the fragments of furniture. The horses were all brought in from the shed outside. The soldiers were warned that the mob in the place were likely to attack them, and 4 of them were placed as sentries at the upper windows, and, by the looks of the men when the lieutenant made the communication to them, Terence saw that they could be relied upon. "I have no doubt that we shall be able to defend the place successfully," Terence said to the 2 British troopers, "but if the worst comes to the worst, we will all mount inside the house, throw open the door behind, and then go right at them. But I hope that we shall avoid a fight. for if we have one, it will be very difficult for us to make our way to the north, or to get back across the Douro. In an hour, one of the sentries at the upper window brought news that a large number of men were approaching. Terence at once gave some orders that he and the lieutenant had agreed upon to the 2 soldiers, and 4 of the Portuguese troopers, and then went up with the lieutenant to the window over the door. He threw it open just as a crowd of men poured into the garden in front. "What is it?" he asked. "What do you want?" "I demand entrance to this house in the name of the Junta of Oporto," a voice which he recognized as that of Cortingos replied. "If that is refused, I shall denounce you as traitors to Portugal, and your blood will be on your own heads." "We respect the orders of the Junta," Herrera replied, "and are ready to open the door as you demount. But I must first be assured that it is really the committee appointed by the Junta that demand it." Several of the men had torches, and these were brought forward, and they saw the man and his 2 associates standing in front. "Good, I will open the door," the lieutenant said, and he and Terence went down. The bars were removed and the door thrown open. The 2 officers walked a few paces outside and then halted. Followed closely by their armed followers, the 3 men approached, confident in the strength of their following. "Enter, gentlemen," Terence said. "I protest against this invasion by force, but I cannot oppose it." The 3 men entered the door, the 2 officers standing aside and allowing them to pass. The instant the 3 Portuguese had entered, Terence and the lieutenant threw themselves suddenly upon those following them. 2 or 3 rolled over with the suddenness of the assault, and the rest recoiled a step or 2. Before they could recover themselves, Herrera and Terence dashed through the door, which was slammed to and barred by the 2 English troopers. Meanwhile, the 3 men had been seized by the Portuguese troopers, their coats torn off them, and their hands tied behind their backs, and then they were hurried upstairs. Yells of fury filled the air outside, shots were fired at the windows, and men began to beat the door and shutters with bludgeons and hatchets. Suddenly, a light appeared from the window above, and Cortingos and his 2 friends were seen standing there. By the side of each stood a trooper, holding a rope with a noose round the prisoners' necks. For a moment, there was a silence of stupefaction outside, followed by a yell of fury from the mob. Herrera went to the window and shouted, "My friends!" Again there was a moment of silence, as each wanted to hear what he said. "My friends, at the first shot that is fired, or the first blow that is struck at the doors of this house, these 3 men will be hung out of the window. They have deceived you grossly. I am an officer of the National Army. These troopers are men of the 2nd Portuguese Dragoons. We have been appointed by the military authorities of Lisbon to escort this British officer, who is on the staff of the British general, and whose commission is to make arrangements with the Spanish general Romana to harass the rear of the French and attack their convoys should they attempt to enter the northern passes. These 3 scoundrels have deceived you, in order, as they hoped, to obtain some money that they believed us to be escorting. As loyal Portuguese, I warn you against attempting to aid the fellows in a deed which would bring disgrace upon the national name, and would result in the British general refusing to assist in the defense of your country. You are brave men, but you see these 3 cowards are trembling like children. We advise you to appoint fresh officers among yourselves, and to remain faithful to your duty, which is to march when ordered to the defense of the defiles. These 3 fellows we shall take with us, and will see that they do not further deceive you. Already they have done harm enough by goading you to theft, and to murder a man whose only fault was that he was more patriotic than they are. Be assured that in no case would you be able to carry this house. It is defended by 16 well-armed men, and hundreds of you would throw your lives away in the attempt. Therefore, I advise you to go back to your quarters, and in the morning assemble and choose your officers." The crowd stood irresolute. "Tell them to go, you cur," Herrera said to Cortingos, standing back from the window and giving him a kick that almost sent him on his face. "Tell them to disperse at once, if you don't want to be dangling from the end of this rope." Cortingos stepped forward, and in a quavering voice told the men to disperse to their quarters. "We have made a mistake," he said. "I am now convinced that these officers are what they appear to be. I beseech you, do not cause trouble, and disperse at once, quietly." Hoots of derision and scorn rose from the peasants. "I have a good mind to fire a shot before I go," one of the peasants shouted. just for the pleasure of seeing 3 such cowards hung." Another yell of disgust and anger arose, and then the crowd melted away. "Keep these 3 fellows at the window. Remove the ropes from their necks, and take your place behind them. You will be relieved every hour. If they move, bayonet them at once." "We shall die of cold," one of the men whimpered. "That would be a more honorable death than you are likely to meet," Terence said scornfully. "I fancy if I don't hang you, those men in the village will do so if they can lay their hands on you." "How about the sentries, sir?" the corporal of the escort asked Harara as they went downstairs. "They can all be removed except the one keeping guard over these men. He is to be relieved every hour, and one inside the door. He can be relieved every 2 hours." The night passed quietly. Just as they were preparing to start next morning, the soldier on guard over the prisoner shouted, "There is a crowd of men coming!" "Get your arms ready," Harara said to the escort, "but I don't think there will be any occasion to use them." Terence went to the door. "Bull, do you and McWhitty keep close behind. But whatever happens, don't use your weapons unless I order you to do so." The crowd stopped at the gate, 2 of them only coming forward. "We are ready to fight, sir," one of them said, addressing Terence. "But we have no officers. None of us know anything about drill. We will follow you, if you will command us, and you will find that we won't turn our backs to the enemy. We know that English officers will fight." "Wait a minute or 2, Terence said after a moment's hesitation. "I will then give you my answer." Harara had followed him out and heard the offer. "I don't know what to do, Harara," Terence said as he entered the house. "My instructions are to join Romana and to remain with him for a time, sending word to Lisbon as to the state of things and aiding him in any way in my power. Here are between 2,000 and 3,000 stout, healthy fellows, evidently disposed to fight. If they were armed, I would not hesitate a moment, but I don't suppose that there are 100 muskets among them, and certainly Romana has none to give them. Still, in the defiles we might give a good deal of trouble to the French by rolling souls down, breaking up bridges, and that sort of thing." "It would be good fun," Harara laughed. "As for myself," he said, "I have orders to return as soon as I have seen the treasure safely in Romana's camp. If it hadn't been for that, I should have liked nothing better, though there would not have been much chance for cavalry work in these defiles." "I will talk to them again," Terence said. "It is not often that one gets the chance of an independent command. It is just the sort of work I should like." He went out again. "I should like to command a number of brave fellows," he said, "but the question is about arms. There have been any quantity sent out by England for your use, but instead of being served out, the juntas keep them all hidden up in magazines. Even now, when the French are going to invade your country, they still keep them locked up, and send you out with only pikes and staves to fight against a well-armed army. It is nothing short of murder." "Down with the juntas!" cried half a dozen of the men standing near enough to hear what was said. "I don't say, 'Down with the juntas,'" Terence replied, "but I do say, take arms if you can get them. Are there any magazines near here?" "There is one at Castro, 10 miles away," the man said. "I know that there are wagon loads of arms there." "Well, my friends, the matter stands thus. I, as a British officer, cannot lead you to break open magazines. But I say this, if you choose to go in a body to Castro and do it yourselves, and arm yourselves with all the muskets that you can find there, and bring with you a good store of ammunition and carts that you could take with you from here, and then come to me at a spot where I will halt tonight 5 or 6 miles beyond Castro, I will take command of you. But mind, if I command, I command. I must have absolute obedience. It is only by obeying my orders without question that you can hope to do any good. The first man who disobeys me I shall shoot on the spot, and if others are disposed to support him, I shall leave you at once." "I will consult the others," the man said. "Many of us, I know, will be glad to fight under an English officer, and agree to obey you implicitly." "Very well. I will give you a quarter of an hour to decide." Before that time had elapsed, a dozen men came to the door with the principal spokesman. "We have made up our minds, Signor. We will follow you, and we will arm ourselves at Castro. It is a sin that the arms should be lying there idle with so many hands ready to use them. Now my first order is that you wait until I have been gone an hour. Then,
that you form up in military order, 4 abreast, the men with guns in front, the others after them. You must go as soldiers, not as a mob. You must march into Castro peacefully and quietly. Not a man must straggle from the ranks. You must go to the authorities and demand the arms and ammunition. If they refuse to give them to you, march, always in regular order, to the magazines and burst it open. Then distribute the muskets and 100 rounds of ammunition to each man having one. Take the rest of the stores and carts, and then march away along the road north until you come to the place where we are halted. Observe the most perfect order in Castro. If any man plunders or meddles in any way with the inhabitants and is reported to me, I shall know how to punish him. From the moment that you leave this place, remember that you are soldiers of Portugal, and you must behave so as to be an honor to it, as well as a defense. Now let us all shout, Viva Portugal! A great shout followed the words, and then Terence went indoors, and 5 minutes later started with his convoy, telling the 3 prisoners that they could go where they liked. End of chapter 13. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 14 of With More at Corunna by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at Corunna by G. Henty. Chapter 14. An Independent Command. As they left the village, the Portuguese lieutenant burst into a sudden fit of laughter. "What is it, Lieutenant?" Terence asked. "I am laughing at the way in which you, who, as you tell me, have only been 6 months in the army, without hesitation organize what is really a rising against the authorities, you having already taken representatives of the junta prisoners." "Yes, but you must remember that they took upon themselves to endeavor to forcibly possess themselves of the treasure in my charge." "That is true enough. Still, you did capture them. You treated them with considerable personal indignity, imprisoned them, and threatened their lives. Then you incite, say, 2,500 Ordinacas to break open magazines." No, Lieutenant, I did not incite them. You will remember they expressed a desire to march under my command to fight against the French. I simply pointed out to them that they had no arms, and asked if they could get any, and hearing that there were plenty lying useless a few miles away, suggested that those arms would do more good in their hands than stowed away in magazines. Upon their agreeing with me on this head, I advised them to proceed in a quiet and orderly way, and to have no rioting or disturbance of any sort. I said that if they, after arming themselves, came to me and still wished to follow me, I would undertake to command them. You see, everything depends upon the manner in which the thing is put. But you must remember, Signor, that the junta will naturally view the matter in a light in which their representatives will place it before them. "I think it unlikely," Terence replied, "that they will have any opportunity of doing so. I took care that they were removed from the window before I met the deputies of the men. They will consequently be unaware of the arrangements made, and will perhaps go out as soon as we have left and try to persuade the men to follow and attack us. As it was possible that they might take this course, I took the precaution of sending out one of the muleteers, with instructions to mention casually to the men that I was leaving the 3 fellows behind me, and that it might be as well for them to confine them under a guard so as to prevent their going to Oporto at present and making mischief." "I agree with you, Signor, that they are certainly not likely to make any report as to the proceedings here." "I fancy not. In fact, I should not be at all surprised if at the present moment they are hanging from the windows of the house of the man they caused to be murdered. They will most richly deserve their fate, and it may save us some trouble. No doubt the junta will hear some day that the Ordinacas here rose, killed the 3 members of their committee, obtained arms at Castro, and marched into the mountains. The junta will care nothing whatever for the killing of its 3 agents. Plenty of men of the same kind can be found to do their work.
That the muleteers afterwards fell in with a British officer and placed themselves under his command will not concern the junta one way or the other, and they will certainly be a great deal more useful in that way than they would be in remaining unarmed here. They may even, when the French once get in motion, come to regard the affair altogether as satisfactory. If all the new levies were to act in exactly the same way, Portugal would be very materially benefited. But how are you going to feed them? That is a rather serious question. I suppose they will have to be fed in the same way as other irregular bands. However, I shall consider myself fully justified in devoting a fifth of the money I am carrying to that purpose. I obtained from Villiers £5,000 to enable Romana to support the levies he is raising. Those levies will be for the most part unarmed, and therefore practically useless. And as these Portuguese will be, at any rate, fairly armed, and are likely to be of very much greater service than a horde of Galician peasants, a portion at least of the money can be very much more usefully employed in feeding them than were it all given to Romana. I have no doubt whatever that when I explain the circumstances to General Craddock, he will entirely approve of my appropriating a small portion of the money that Villiers has chosen to throw away on Romana. When you return, I shall get you to carry a report from me to the General, stating what I have done. I have no doubt he will warmly approve of it. On approaching Castro, they made a detour to avoid the town. There may be more representatives of the junta there, Terence said, and we may have even more trouble with them than we had with the last. I don't want any more bother, especially as I have much greater interest in the money now than I had before. I have not a shadow of belief in those bands of Portuguese peasants, but I do think that, with the aid of my 2 troopers, I shall be able to lick these fellows into some sort of shape, and to annoy Soult if I cannot stop him. I hope they will find a good supply of powder besides the muskets and ammunition at Castro. We shall want it for blowing up bridges and work of that sort. I wish I could go with you, Herrera said. I really don't see why you should not. I would take the blame on my own shoulders. One of your troopers could carry my report to the general, and I will say that under the circumstances I have taken upon myself to retain you with me in order to assist me in drilling and organizing this band, conceiving that your services with me will be very much more useful than with your regiment. You see, you were placed under my orders, so that no blame can fall upon you for obeying them, and at any rate you certainly will be doing vastly better service to the country than if you were stationed at Lisbon, with no prospect of an advance for a long time to come. Still, of course, I will not retain you against your will. I should like it of all things, Herrera said, but do you really think that the general would approve? I have not the least doubt that he would, and at any rate, if he did not, he would only blame me and not you. Your help would certainly be invaluable to me, and so would that of your men. They are all picked soldiers, and if we divided the force up into 12 companies, they would very soon teach them as much drill as is necessary for work like this. Each trooper would command one of the companies. My 2 orderlies would act as field officers. You would be colonel, and I should be political officer in command. Herrera burst into a fit of laughter. You are the strangest fellow I ever met, senor. Here is a very serious business, and you take it as easily as if it were a game of play. However, it does seem to me that we might do some good service. At any rate, I am quite willing to obey your orders. It would be an adventure to talk of all one's life. That is right, Terence said, and there will be some credit to be gained too. Indeed, we can safely say that our band will be very much better organized than 19 out of 20 of the irregular bands. The track they followed was a very bad one, and the point at which they regained the main road was 8 miles north of Castro. There was a small village here, and they at once halted. Although they had traveled slowly, they knew that the men could not come along for some time, as they were not to start until an hour after them, and would be detained for some considerable time at Castro. It was indeed nearly 3 hours before a column marching in good order was seen coming along the road. That is a good sign, Terence said. They have obeyed orders strictly. Whether they have got the arms I cannot tell yet. The men at the head of the column have certainly muskets, but as the armed men were to go in front, that is no proof. However, as the column approached, it could be seen that at any rate a very considerable number were armed. We had better form them up as they come, Harara. If the head of the column stops, it will stop them all, and then there will be confusion. The road to the village was wide. When 100 ranks had passed, they were halted, faced round, and marched forward, and so they continued until the village was filled with a dense mass of men, 20 deep. Terence observed with satisfaction that they had with them 6 bullock carts filled with ammunition cases, spare muskets, and powder barrels. The men who had first spoken to Terence had headed the column, and these had stopped by his side as the others marched in. "You have succeeded, I see," he said. "I hope that you were enabled to accomplish it without violence." "They were too much surprised to offer much resistance. 5 fellows, who said that they were the committee appointed by the junta, came to us and told us that unless we dispersed at once, we should be severely punished. We told them that we had come out of our homes at the orders of the junta, but that as the junta had not supplied us with arms, we had come for them, as we were not going to fight the French with nothing but sticks. They then threatened us again, and we told them that if they hindered us from defending the country, we should hang them at once. And as they saw we meant it, they went quietly off to their homes. Then we broke down the door of the magazine. We found 4,000 muskets there. Each man took one, and we left the remainder and enough ammunition for them, and have brought the rest here, together with 100 spare muskets. We have observed excellent order, and no one was hurt or alarmed. The only men who left the ranks were a score and went round to the baker's shops by my orders, and bought up all the bread in the place. We found a bag with $1,000 at the quarters of Cortingos." "What became of him and his 2 associates?" "They had the impudence to come out and harangue us when you had gone, but we tied them out to the branch of a tree, so there's an end of them." "And a very fitting end, too," Terence said. "What have you done with the money?" "The bag is in the cart, signor." "You had better appoint 4 of your number as treasurers. I would rather not touch it. You must be as careful as you can, and spend it only on the barest necessities of life. We shall have few opportunities of buying things in the mountains, but when we do come upon them, they must be paid for. Of course, we shall go no farther tonight. How many men have you?" "About 2,500, signor." "They must be told off into 12 companies. That will be 210 to each company. I shall appoint one of these soldiers to each company to drill and command it. I propose that each company shall elect its other officers. Lieutenant Herrera, under my orders, command the regiment. The 2 English soldiers with me will each take command of 6 companies. The first thing to be done is to tell off the men into companies. This we will at once do. After that they can be marched just outside the village, and each company will then fall out and elect its officers. When that is done, the men will be quartered in the village. I have set apart 1 room in each house for the inhabitants, and the men must pack as tightly as they can into the others. And, of course, the sheds and stables must also be utilized." With the assistance of the troopers, the work of dividing the force up into companies was accomplished in an hour. Herrera then called his men to him. "You will each take the command of a company," he said, "and drill them and teach them the use of their arms. This force is now under the command of this British officer. Acting under his orders, I take the command of the force under him. So long as we are out, you will each act as captains of your companies, and your British comrades will act as field officers, each taking the command of 6 companies. We are going to hinder the advance of the French, and to cut their communications with Spain. It will be a glorious and most honorable duty, and rely most implicitly on your doing your best to make the men under your command fit to meet the enemy. Captain Juan Sanchez, you will take the first company." And so he allotted each to his command. The soldiers saluted gravely, but with an air of delight. "You will, in the first place, march your men to various spots around the village. They will then fall out and select 6 officers each. You will see that each man knows the number of his company, so that they can fall in without hesitation as soon as the order is given. While you are away, we shall examine the houses and allot so many to each company." In the meantime, Terence had been similarly instructing the 2 orderlies. Although standing at attention, a broad grin of amusement stole over their faces as he went on. "I did not expect this any more than you did," he said, "but my orders were open ones, and were to assist General Romana in hindering the advance of the French, and I think that I cannot do so better than by augmenting his forces by 2,500 well-armed men. I greatly rely upon you to assist me in the work. You will, as you see, each occupy the position as field officers, while the Portuguese troopers will each have the command of a company. In order to support your authority, I shall address you each as major, and you can consider that you hold that rank as long as we are out with this force. I have seen enough of you both to know that you will do your duty well. You will understand that this is going to be no child's play. It will be a dangerous service. I shall spare neither myself nor any under my command. There will be lots of fighting and opportunities for you to distinguish yourselves, and I hope that I shall be able to speak in high terms of you when I send in my report to General Craddock. We will do our best, sir, Andrew McWhitty said. How are we to address you? I shall keep to Mr. O'Connor, and shall consider myself a political officer with supreme military authority. Your titles are simply for local purposes, and to give you authority among the Portuguese. We don't know enough of the lingo to give the words of command, sir, William Bull said. That will not matter. The Portuguese dragoons will teach them as much drill as it is necessary for them to know. If you have to post them in a position, you could do that well enough by signs, but at the same time it is most desirable that you should both set to work in earnest and try to pick up a little of the language. You both know enough to make a start with, and if you ride every day with one or other of the captains of companies, and when they are drilling the men, stand by and listen to them, you will soon learn enough to give the men the necessary orders. As a rule, the two wings will act as separate regiments. Each of them is rather stronger than that of a line regiment at its full war strength, and it will be more convenient to treat them as separate regiments, and, until we get to the frontier, march them a few miles apart. In this way, they can occupy different villages and obtain better accommodation than if they were all together. They have money enough to buy bread and wine for some time. You and the captains under you had better each form a sort of mess. You will, of course, draw rations of bread and wine, and I will provide you with money to buy a sheep occasionally or some fowls to keep you in meat. The two troopers walked gravely away, but as soon as they were at a little distance, they turned round the corner of a house and burst into a shout of laughter. How are you finding yourself today, Major McWhitty? Just first rate. And how is yourself, Major Bull? And they again went off into another shout of laughter. This is a rum start, and no mistake, McWhitty. Aye, but it is not an unpleasant one, I reckon. Mr. O'Connor knows what he is about, though he is little more than a laddie. The orderly, who brought our orders out to go with him, said that he had learned from one of the general's mess waiters that the general and the other officers were saying that the young officer had done something quite out of the way, and were paying him compliments on it, and the general had put him on his own staff in consequence, and was saying something about his having saved the wing of his regiment from being captured by the French. The man had not heard it all, but just scraps as he went in and out of the room with wine. But he said it seemed something out of the way, and mighty creditable. And now, what do you think of this affair, Bull? There is one thing, and that is that there is like to be, as he said, plenty of fighting. For I should say that he is just the sort of fellow to give us a chance of it, and I do think that these Portuguese fellows really mean to fight. I think that myself. But there is no answering for these brown-skinned chaps. Still, maybe it is the fault of the officers as well as the men. It will be a rare game anyhow, McWhitty. At any rate, I will do my best to get the fellows into order. He is a fine young officer and a thorough gentleman, and make no mistake. He goes about it all as if he had been accustomed to command 2 regiments all his life, and these Portuguese fellows seem to have taken to him wonderfully. At any rate, it will be a thing for us to talk about all our lives, how we were majors for a bit, and fought the French on our own account. Yes, if we get home to tell about it, McWhitty said cautiously. I dinna think we can reckon much on that. It is a desperate sort of a business, and he is over young to command. I would rather have a young officer than an old one, Bull said carelessly, and though he is Irish, I feel sure that he has got his head screwed on the right way. Look how well he managed last night. Why, an old general could not have done better. If he hadn't caught those 3 fellows in a trap, I doubt whether we should have got out of the scrape. 16 or 17 men against over 2,000 is pretty long odds. We should have accounted for a lot of them, but they would have done for us in the end." "You are right there, Bull. I thought myself that it was an awkward fix, and certainly he managed those Portuguese fellows well, and turned the lot round his little finger. Aye, he knows what he is doing perfectly well, young as he is."
"Well, we had best be off to look after our commands." Bull laughed. "I suppose they will call mine the 1st Regiment, as I have the right wing."
While the men were away, Terence and Harara, with the head man of the village, went round to all the houses and marked on pieces of paper the number of men who could manage to lie down on the floors and passages, with the number of the company, and fixed them on the doors. They also made an arrangement with the proprietor of a neighboring vineyard to supply as much wine as was required, at the rate of a pint to each man. When the men returned, 4 men were told off from each company to fetch the rations of bread, and another 4 to carry the wine. They were accompanied by one of the newly elected sergeants to check the quantity, and see that all was done in order. To prevent confusion, the companies were kept drawn up until the rations had been distributed. Then they were taken into their quarters, filling each room, attic, and cellar, barn, granary, and stable in the village. Then Terence and Harara, in one room, and the troopers in another of the little inn, sat down to a meal Terence had ordered as soon as they arrived. The next morning at daybreak they marched off. Terence rode at their head, Harara at the rear of the regiment, and each captain at the head of his company. From time to time Terence rode up and down the line and ordered the men to keep step. "It is just as easy," he said to the captains, "for men to do so as to walk along anyhow, and they will find that the sound of all the footfalls together helps them to march steadily and lessens fatigue. Never mind about the slope of their muskets. You must not harass them about little things, else they will get sulky. It will all come gradually." 4 marches of 20 miles each took them over the mountains in 4 days. The Portuguese marched well, and not a single man fell out from the ranks, while at the end of the day they were still fresh enough to allow of an hour's drill. Even in that short time there was a very appreciable difference in their appearance. They had already learned to keep their distances on the march, to slope their muskets more evenly on their shoulders, and to carry themselves with a more erect bearing. The first 2 drills had been devoted to teaching them how to load and aim. The other 2, the changes of formation, from column into line and back again. "They would make fine soldiers, sir," Bull said on the 4th evening, "after they have had 6 months' drill." "No doubt they would move more regularly," Terence agreed, "but in mountain warfare that makes little difference. As soon as they have learned to shoot straight, and to have confidence in themselves, they will do just as well holding a defile or the head of a bridge as if they had been drilled for months. We must get hold of some horns of some sort, and they must learn a few simple calls, such as the advance, retire, form square, and things of that sort. With such large companies, the voice would never be heard in the din of battle. I hope that we shall get at least a week to practice skirmishing over rough ground and to fall back in good order, taking advantage of every rock and shelter before we get under fire. Do you know anything about blowing up bridges?" "Not me, sir. That is engineer's business." "It is a thing that troopers ought to know something about too, Bull. For, if you were far in advance without an engineer near you, you might do good service by blowing up a bridge and checking the advance of an enemy. However, I dare say we shall soon find out how it is best done. Now, tomorrow morning we will have 3 hours of skirmishing work on these hillsides. By that time, the other regiment will have come up, and then we will march together to join Romana." The Spanish general was much surprised at the arrival of Terence at the head of 2 well-armed regiments. His force had swelled considerably in point of numbers, for he had sent messengers all over the country to the priests, and these, having a horror of the French, had stirred up the peasants by threats of eternal perdition if they came back, while Romana issued proclamations threatening death to all who did not take up arms. Thus he had some 8,000 men collected, of whom fully half were his own dispersed soldiers. He received Terence with effusion. "Have you brought me arms?" was his first question. "No, sir. No transport could be obtained in Lisbon, and it was found impossible to dispatch any muskets to you. I have, however, £4,000 in dollars to hand over. At starting, I had 5,000, but of these I have, in the exercise of my discretion, retained 1,000 for the purchase of provisions and necessaries for these 2 Portuguese regiments which are under my command, and with which I hope to do good service by cooperating with your force. Have you not found great difficulty in victualling your men?" "No, I have had no trouble on that score," the Marquis said. "I found that the magazine of provisions had been collected for the use of General Moore's army on Montreux, 3 miles from here, and have been supporting my troops on the contents. The money will be most useful, however, directly we move. Fully half of my men have guns, but the Galician peasants are accustomed to the use of arms. I wish that it had been more, but £4,000 would be very welcome. Do you propose to join my force with your regiments?" "Not exactly to join them, General. My orders are to give you such assistance as I can, and I think that I can do more by cooperating with you independently. In the first place, I do not think that my Portuguese would like to be commanded by a Spanish general. In the second place, it would be extremely difficult to feed so large a body of troops in these mountains, and the smaller the number, the more easily can they move about. Besides, in these defiles, a large force of undisciplined men could not act efficiently, and in case of a reverse, would fall rapidly into confusion. I propose to use my force as a sort of flying column, cooperating with yours. Thus, if you attack the head of a column, I will fall on their flank or rear, will harass their line of communication, blow up bridges, and destroy roads, and so render their movements slow and difficult. By such means, I should certainly render you more efficient service than if my regiments were to form a part of your force." "Perhaps that would be best," Romana said. "Could you supply me with any ammunition? For though the peasants have guns, very few have more than a few rounds of ammunition, and even this is not made up into cartridges." "That I can do, sir. I can give you 20,000 rounds of ammunition and 10 barrels of powder. I have no lead, but you may perhaps be able to obtain that." "Yes, the priests in fact have sent in a considerable amount. They have stripped the roofs off their churches. That will be a most welcome supply indeed, and I am heartily obliged to you." The gift of the ammunition had the effect of doing away with any discontent the Spaniard may have felt on finding that Terence was going to act independently of him. It had indeed already flashed across his mind that it might be unpleasant always to have a British officer with him, from whose opinion he might frequently differ, and who might endeavor to control his movements. He had hardly expected that, with so much on their hands, and the claims that would be made from Oporto for assistance, they would have sent any money, and the $16,000 were therefore most welcome, while the ammunition would be invaluable to him. Terence had taken out his share of the money, and the cart with the remainder for Romana was now at the door. The sacks were brought in. Romana called in 4 or 5 officers. The dollars were counted out, and a receipt given to Terence for them. "I will send up the ammunition up in half an hour, Marquis." "I thank you greatly, Signor. I will at once order a number of men to set to work casting bullets and preparing cartridge cases. In the meantime, please let me hear what are your general's plans for the defense of Portugal." Terence told him that he was unaware what were the intentions of the British general, but that, from what he had learned during the few hours that he was at Lisbon, he thought it improbable in the extreme that Sir John Cradock would be able to send any force to check the advance of the French upon Oporto. "In the first place," he said, "he is absolutely without transport, and in the second, Victor has a large army, and now that Saragossa has fallen, there is nothing to prevent his marching direct upon Lisbon. Lapis is at Salamanca and can enter Portugal from the east. The whole country is in confusion. With the exception of a force gathering under Lord Beresford, there is no army whatever. Lisbon is almost at the mercy of the mob, who, supported by the government, march about with British muskets and pikes, killing all they suspect as being favorable to the French, and even attacking British soldiers and officers in the streets. Were the general to march north, he would not get news of Victor's advance in time to get back to save Lisbon. Therefore, I fear that it is absolutely impossible for him to attempt to check the French until they cross the Douro, perhaps not until they cross the Mondego. The levies of the northern province are ordered to assemble at Villarreal, and I believe, from what I gathered on the march, that some thousands of men are there. But I doubt very greatly whether they are in a state to offer any determined resistance to Soult. "That is a bad lookout," the general said gloomily. "Still, we must hope for the best, as Spain will soon raise fresh armies, and so occupy the attention of the enemy that Soult will have to fall back. I am in communication with General Silveira, who will advance to Chavez. He has 4,000 men. He has written to me that the bishop had collected 50,000 peasants at Oporto." "Where they will probably do more harm than good," Terence said scornfully. "I would rather have half a regiment of British troops than the whole lot of them. It is not men that are wanted, it is discipline, and 50,000 peasants will be even more unmanageable and useless than 5,000 would be. By the way, General, I have now to inform you that General Craddock has done me the honor of placing me on his personal staff." "I am glad to hear it," the Marquis said courteously. "It will certainly increase your authority greatly." Terence, leaving Romana, marched his troops to within a mile of Monterrey, choosing a spot where there was a wood which would afford some shelter to the troops and would give them a supply of firewood. At Monterrey he would be able to purchase provisions, and he wished to keep them apart from Romana's men, whose undisciplined habits and general insubordination would counteract his efforts with his own men. The next 10 days were spent in almost incessant drilling and in practicing shooting. Bread and wine were obtained from Monterrey, and he purchased a large flock of sheep at a very low price. The peasants, in their fear of the French, being very anxious to turn their flocks and herds into money, which could be hid away securely until the tide of invasion had passed. Laborious and frugal in their habits, these peasants seldom touched meat, and the troops were highly gratified at the rations supplied to them, and worked hard and cheerfully at their drill. Among so many men, there were naturally a few who were inclined to be insubordinate. These were speedily weeded out. The offenders were promptly seized, flogged, and expelled from the force, their places being supplied from among the peasants, many of whom were desirous of enlisting. Terence sent these off, save a few he selected, to Silveira, as his own force was quite as large as could properly be handled. With improved food and incessant drill, the men rapidly developed into soldiers. Each carried a rough native blanket rolled up like a scarf over one shoulder. This was indeed the only point of regular equipment. They had no regular uniform, but they were all in their peasant dresses. There was no communication between them and Romana's forces, for the animosity between the two peoples amounted to hatred. The Portuguese would indeed have marched to attack them as willingly as they would have received the order to move against the French. During this week of waiting, Silveira with 4,000 men arrived at Chavez, and a meeting took place between him and Romana. Both had plans equally wild and impracticable. Neither would give way, and as they were well aware that their forces would never act together, they decided to act independently against the French. At the end of 8 days, the news came that Soult, having made all his preparations, had left Orense on his march southward. Terence had bought a quantity of rough canvas, and the men, as they sat round the fires after their day's work was over, made haversacks in which they could carry rations for 4 or 5 days. As soon as the news was received that Soult was advancing, Terence ordered sufficient bread to supply them for that time, from the bakehouses of Monterrey. 100 rounds of ball cartridges were served round to each, a light cart containing 8 barrels of powder, a bag with $1,000, and the tent was the only vehicle taken, and the rest of the ammunition and powder was buried deep in the wood, and the bulk of the money privately hidden in another spot by Terence and Herrera. 12 horns had been obtained. Several of the men were able to blow them, and these, attached one to each company, had learned a few calls. Terence and Herrera took their posts to the edge of the wood to watch the 2 regiments march past. "I think they will do," Terence said. "They have picked up marvelously since they have been here, and though I should not like to trust them in the plain with Franceschi's cavalry sweeping down upon them, I think that in mountain work they can be trusted to make a stand. I think so, Harada agreed. They have certainly improved wonderfully. Our peasants are very docile and easily led when they have confidence in their commander, and are not stirred up by agitators. But they are given to sudden fury, as is shown by the frightful disorders at Lisbon and Oporto. However, they certainly have confidence in you, and if they are successful in the first skirmish or two, they can be trusted to fight stoutly afterwards. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. Chapter 15. The First Skirmish. Soult had spent a month in making his preparations for the invasion of Portugal. The time, however, had not been wasted by him. Vigo, Tuy, and Gardena had all been occupied without opposition. Salvatierra on the Minho had been taken possession of, and thus 3 roads were opened to him by which to cross low down on the river, namely at Gardena, Tuy, and Salvatierra. These roads afforded the shortest and easiest line to Oporto. Romana and Silveira had both been of opinion that he would march south from Ourense, through Monterrey, and up the valley of the Tamega, and their plans were all made with a view of opposing his advance in that direction. The night before Terence marched, he called upon Romana. "It seems to me probable, Marquis, as it does to you, that the French will advance by this line, but it is possible that they may follow the north bank of the Minho and cross at Salvatierra or Tuy. By that route they would have several rivers to cross, but no mountains or defiles. Were they to throw troops across there, they would meet with no opposition until they arrived at Oporto. It seems to me that my best plan would be to march west and endeavor to prevent such a passage being made. If I could do so, it would prevent your position being turned. There are no bridges marked on my map, and if I could secure the boats, we should, at any rate, cause Soult much difficulty and delay. No doubt there are some local levies there, and we should be able to watch a considerable extent of the river. Indeed, so far as I can see, they must cross, if they cross at all there, at one of the 3 towns on the north side, for it is only by the roads running through these that they could carry their artillery and baggage." "I think that it will be an excellent plan," Romana said, "for although I believe that they will come this way, I have been very uneasy at the thought that they might possibly cross lower down, and so turn our position altogether. But you will have to watch, not only the 3 places through which the roads pass, but other parts of the river, for they may throw a few hundred men across in boats at any point, and these falling suddenly upon your parties on the bank might drive them away and enable the main body to cross without resistance." "I will keep as sharp a lookout as I can, Marquis." Marching north from Monterrey, the troops marched through Villarreal and Jingo, and then, turning west, crossed the river Lima, there a small stream, and then followed the valley of that river for some distance, turned off, and struck the Minho opposite Salvatierra, having crossed 50 miles in 2 days. Here a considerable number of armed peasants and Ordinancas were gathered. They were delighted at the arrival of 2 well-armed regiments, and hearing from Herrera that Terence was the staff officer of the British general, and was sent by him to direct the defense of the river, they at once placed themselves under his orders. Terence found, to his satisfaction, that on the approach of the French, most of the boats had been removed to the south side of the river and hauled up the bank. His first order was that anyone acquainted with the position of any boats on the other side of the river should at once inform him of it. It was not long before he heard of some 20 or 30 that had been hidden by their owners on the other side, in order that they might have the means of crossing to escape the French exactions. At nightfall, several boats were launched, and parties of men, directed by those who had given information, started to cross the river and bring those boats over. The Minho was at this time in flood, and was running with great rapidity, and Terence felt confident that in its present state none of the enemy's cavalry would attempt to cross it by swimming. He decided on placing the largest part of his forts opposite Tuy, as the principal road south passed through this town, and he would here be supported by the guns of the fortress of Valença. He stationed his 1st Battalion here, with orders to line the river for 6 miles above and below the spot. Half of the 2nd Battalion he left under McWhitty, and with the other half determined to march down towards the mouth of the river. The next morning all the boats returned, bringing those for which they had been searching, and after closely questioning the guides, he felt assured that there could be so few remaining that the French would hardly attempt to cross the river in the face of the crowd of peasants, whom they could not but see lining the southern bank. As soon as the boats had returned, he marched with the 3 companies. When halfway between Valença and Camenhá, he met a peasant who had crossed from the northern bank in a boat, had escaped the search of the French. He reported that some days before, some 10,000 of the French had arrived in the neighborhood of the village Camposancos, and that a division had been hard at work since their arrival, transporting some large fishing boats and heavy guns from the harbor of Gardena to Camposancos. The guns had been placed in a battery on a height, and the boats launched in a little river that ran into the Minho village. Terence learned that the work was now nearly completed, and the peasant had risked his life in coming across to give information. Terence at once sent off a mounted man to Valença to request Herrera to march down with the 1st Battalion, and to send on to McWhitty to leave 1 company to assist the Ordenancas to guard the river between Salvatierra and Valença, and to take post with the other 2 in front of the latter town. At nightfall he was joined by Herrera. After explaining the situation to him, Terence said, "It will not be necessary to watch the river above Camposancos, for it will be impossible to row heavy fishing boats against this stream, so they must land somewhere between that place and the mouth of the river. Thus we have only some 8 miles to guard, and as we have 1,800 men, besides the peasants, we ought to be able to do that thoroughly. I expect they will endeavor to make the passage tonight, and they will certainly cross, as nearly as they can, opposite the village. The battery is about a mile below it, and is no doubt intended to cover their landing. I shall post myself with 2 companies of the 1st Battalion there, and extend another company from that point up to Camposancos. You, with the other 3 companies, and the 3 companies of the 2nd Battalion, will watch the river below. It is unlucky that there is no moon at present. I do not expect, however, that the attack will take place till morning, for, in the first place, the peasants said that although the guns had been got up to the height, they had not yet been placed in position, and as we have noticed no movement there all day, nor seen a French soldier anywhere near the river, they will only be beginning work now, and can hardly have finished it until well on in the night. Besides, when the first party who cross have attained a footing here, the boats will have to go backwards and forwards. No doubt the cavalry will be among the first to cross, and they will hardly get the horses on board in the dark. It is of vital importance to repel this attack, for if the French got across, they would be at Viana tomorrow evening and Oporto 3 days later. I don't suppose that place will resist for a day, and if, as is probable, Victor moves up from the south, he and Soult may be in front of Lisbon in 10 days' time. You had better tell your captains this, in order that they may understand how vital it is to prevent the passage. From what I hear from the peasants, the boats will not be able to carry more than 300 or 400 men, and wherever they land, we ought to be able to crush them before the boats can cross again and bring over reinforcements." "Well, Bull, I think we are likely to have fighting tonight," Terence said as Herrera marched off with his men. "I hope so, sir. I don't think they will be able to cross in our face, and it will do the men a lot of good to win the first fight." If Romana's troops were worth anything, Soult would find himself in an awkward position. He has got his whole army jammed up in the corner here, and if he cannot cross there, there is nothing for him to do but to march along the river to Orense, and then come down by the road through Monterrey. There are several streams to cross as he marches up the bank. Romana is sure to have heard of his concentrating somewhere down near the mouth of the river, and I should think that by this time he will have crossed near Orense, and will arrive in time to dispute the passage of these streams. He told me that the Galician peasants have been so enraged by their cattle being carried off for the use of the French army that they will rise in insurrection the instant the French march. And if that is the case, they and Romana ought to be able to give Soult a lot of trouble before he reaches Orense. I don't think those fellows with Romana are likely to do much, sir. The French will just sweep them before them. I'm afraid so, Bull. Still, if we can prevent the French from crossing here and compel them to follow the long road through Monterrey, we shall have done good service. It would give Portugal another 7 or 8 days to prepare, and will send the enemy through a country where undisciplined troops ought to be able to make a stand, even against soldiers like the French. All through the night, Terence and his major patrolled the bank from the point facing Campo Sancos to a mile below that on which the French were placing their guns. Everything went on quietly. Sentries at intervals kept watch, and the men, wrapped in their blankets, lay down in parties of 50 at short intervals. The day is beginning to break, Terence said as he met Bull coming back from the lower end of the line. I am not afraid now, for if we can but see them coming, we can gather 200 or 300 men at any point they may be making for. Besides, our shooting would be very wild in the dark. That it would, sir. Not one shot in 50 would hit the boats, let alone the men. And when the Portuguese saw the boats come on without pause in spite of their fire, they would be likely to lose heart and to get unsteady. We may as well stop here, Bull. It will be light enough to see across the river in another quarter of an hour. And if there are no boats coming then, I think it is pretty certain that they will not begin until tomorrow night. The peasants said that they have only got 10,000 troops there as yet, and we know that Soult has more than double that, and he may wait another day for them all to come up. 10 minutes later, one of the sentries close to them shouted out that he could see boats. Terence ran up to him. Where are they, my man? Nearly opposite, sir. Terence gazed fixedly for a moment, and then said, I see them. They are heading straight across. Then he gave the order to the man who always accompanied him with a horn to blow the alarm. At the sound, the troops sprang to their feet, and some hundreds of peasants who were lying down a short distance behind ran up. The horn was evidently heard on the other side of the river, for immediately the guns of the battery opposite opened fire, and their shot whizzed overhead. The boats plied their oars vigorously, and the French soldiers cheered. They were but some 300 yards away when first discovered. The Portuguese were coming rapidly up at the double. Terence shouted that not a shot was to be fired until he gave the order. He was obeyed by his own men, but the peasants at once began a wild fire at the boats. By the time these were within 50 yards of the shore, Terence saw with satisfaction that fully a company had come up. The men stood firmly, although the balls from the French battery plowed at the ground around them. Wait until the first boat grounds, Terence shouted again. Another minute, and the first fishing boat touched the shore. Then the horn sounded, and the front line of the Portuguese poured a terrible volley into it. A few of the French soldiers only succeeded in gaining the land, and these were at once shot down. Then the troops opened a rolling fire upon the other boats. The French replied with their musketry, but their fire was feeble. They had expected to have effected a landing with but slight opposition, and the concentrated fire of the troops and the peasantry convinced them that even should they gain the shore, they would be greatly outnumbered, and would be shot down before they could gather in any regular formation. Many of the rowers, who were Spanish peasants forced into the work, had fallen. Most of their comrades left the oars and threw themselves into the bottom of the boats, and the craft drifted down the stream. Shouts of triumph rose from the Portuguese, who obeyed the signal to form fours and marched along parallel with the boats, forming line occasionally and firing heavy volleys. The French soldiers now seized the oars and rowed the craft into the middle of the river, and then slowly and painfully made their way to Campo Sancos, having lost more than half of the 300 men who had left there. The French batteries ceased to fire, and the din of battle was succeeded by a dead silence. Once convinced that the French had abandoned the attempt to land, the Portuguese broke into loud shouts of triumph, which were only checked when Terence ordered them to form up in close order. When they did so, he addressed a few words to them. complimenting them upon the steadiness that they had shown, and upon their obeying his order to reserve their fire till the French were close at hand. "I was convinced that you would behave well," he said, "and in future I shall have no hesitation in meeting a body of French equal in numbers to yourselves." Messengers were at once dispatched to order up all the troops that had been posted below, and in 2 hours the whole force, with the exception of the 3 companies, between them and Salvatierra, were assembled. "The question is, Herrera," Terence said when he and his colonel had exchanged congratulations on the repulse of the French, "what will Soult do next?" "That is a question upon which everything depends. I don't think he will try again here. He has been 8 days in preparing those boats to cross, and now that he knows that there is a very strong force here, and that even if he got 3 or 4 times as many boats, he would scarcely be able to force a passage. My idea is that he will abandon the attack and march at once for Orense. In that case, the question is, shall we wait until we have assured ourselves that he has gone, and then follow and harass his rear, or should we march up the river and then cross to help Romana to bar his passage?" "I think the latter will be the best plan. You see, we should not be cutting his communication were we to march now, because when he has crossed the river Avia, he will have direct communication with Ney, and will of course draw all his supplies from the north. So I think that we had better lose no time in pushing up along the river." The troops were ordered to light fires and cook their breakfast. While this was going on, Terence assembled the peasant bands, and told them that he thought the French would not make another attempt to cross, but that they must remain in a state of watchfulness until they received certain news from the other side that they had marched for Orense. As soon as breakfast was over and the cooking pots packed in the cart, the 2 regiments started on their march. They were in high spirits and laughed and sang as they tramped along. They had lost but 2 killed by the French musketry fire, and there were but 5 so severely wounded as to be unable to take their places in the ranks. These Terence ordered to be taken in a country cart to Ponte Lima, and he provided them with money for their support there until cured. The men having been on foot all night, Terence halted them after doing 15 miles. On the following morning, soon after they had started, they saw a large body of French cavalry following the road by the river. These were La Hussards, who had been quartered at Salvatierra. The river here was narrower than it had been below, and halting the troops and forming them in line, 2 or 3 volleys were fired across the river. These did some execution and caused much confusion in the French ranks. The horsemen, however, galloped rapidly up the river and were soon out of range. "That settles the question, Herrera. The French are retracing their steps, and bound for Orense. Soult has not let the grass grow under his feet, and the cavalry are evidently sent on to clear out any bands of peasants that may be gathering at the rivers." La Hussards, indeed, twice in the course of the day, broke up irregular bands and burned 2 villages. The infantry and artillery, after passing through Salvatierra, moved by the main road. This, however, was found to be so bad that the artillery were, with 10 of the 16 light guns and 6 howitzers, left behind at Toy, with a great ammunition and baggage train, together with 900 sick. A garrison of 500 men were left in the fort. Orders were given that all stragglers were to be retained at that place. The march of the French was not unopposed. When they arrived at the river Morenta, they found 800 Spaniards had barricaded the bridges and repulsed the advanced parties of cavalry. On the 17th, at daybreak, the leading division attacked them fiercely, carried the bridge, and pursued them hotly, until, at a short distance from Ribadavia, the Spaniards rallied upon some 10,000 irregulars arrayed in order of battle in a strong position covering the town. The rest of the division and a brigade of cavalry came up, and, directed by Soult himself, attacked the Spaniards, drove them through the town and across the Avia with great loss. 20 priests were found among the slain. The next day 3,000 or 4,000 other irregulars from the valley of Avia were attacked and scattered, and on the 18th the French cavalry, with 3 brigades of infantry, entered Orense. An hour earlier, Terence had arrived on the other side of the river, and had at once made preparations for blowing up the bridge. The men had been but a short time at work, when numbers of the townsmen streamed across the bridge and reported that a great body of the French were entering the town. Terence had a hasty consultation with Herrera, and both agreed that they could not hope to hold the bridge long against the whole French army, especially as they had learned 2 hours before from a peasant who had ridden up that strong bodies of French troops had crossed the river by the ferries at Ribadavia and Barbante, and that they might shortly be attacked in flank. The powder barrels were therefore hastily repacked, and the troops marched off towards the hills on their left. They were about halfway across the plain when a regiment of cavalry were seen riding in pursuit. The regiments were at once formed into squares within 50 yards of each other, and Terence and Bull in the center of one square, and Harara and McWhitty in the other, exhorted the men to stand steady, assuring them that there was nothing whatever to be feared from the cavalry if they did so. The French rode up towards the squares, but were met with heavy volleys, and after riding round them drew off, having suffered considerable loss, being greatly surprised at finding that, instead of a mob of armed men, such as they had met at Avia, they were encountered by soldiers possessing the steadiness of trained troops. The regiments resumed their march until far up the hill, where they proceeded to cut down trees and brushwood and to form an encampment, as their leader had decided to stay here and await events until Soult's intentions were clearly shown. There were 2 courses open to the French general. He might advance to Alaritz and then march along the Lima, be joined by his artillery and train from Toy, and then move direct upon Oporto, or he might follow the valley of the Tamega to Chavez, where he would have the choice of routes, and take either that over the Sierra de Cambra to Brega, or continue his course down the valley until he reached the Douro. It was not until the 4th of March that the French again moved forward. In the meantime, Terence was forced to remain quiet, except that each day he marched his men farther among the hills and drilled them for some hours perseveringly. The affair on the Minho and the repulse of the French cavalry had given them great confidence in themselves and their leader, and had shown them the value of steadiness and of maintaining order and discipline in the ranks. They therefore devoted themselves even more willingly and zealously than before to their military exercises, and the 10 days taken by Soult in preparing for the advance were well spent in accustoming the Portuguese to rapid movements among the mountains, and to obtaining a fair knowledge of what would be required of them in mountain warfare. 2 companies always remained in the camp, and these had several skirmishes with bodies of French marauders, and small parties of cavalry making across the country to ascertain the position and strength of the Portuguese. The advance of the French was rapid, and on the 5th, the cavalry and a portion of the infantry reached Villarreal, where, on the evening of the same day, 2 divisions of infantry arrived. That night, Terence with his men, having on the 4th marched along the hills parallel to the road, made a forced march, crossed the road, and took up a position on the spur of the mountains between Montelgir and the river. Even yet it was doubtful which route Soult intended to follow, as the division at Villarreal might be intended only to prevent Romana and Silveira falling upon his flank. As he marched down the valley of the Lima, he had learned from Romana that he and Silveira had decided to fall back to Chavez, and that he agreed with Terence's opinion that he had better remain in the rear of the French and intercept their communications with Orense. On the following morning, the French advanced in force to Monterrey. Romana abandoned the position as they advanced, drew off de Verin, and then retired along the road towards Sanabria. He thus left it open to himself either to follow the road to Chavez, as agreed upon, or to retire into Spain to the mountains. Franceschi's cavalry and a battalion of French infantry overtook between 2,000 and 3,000 men, forming the rear of Romana's column. The latter drew up in a great square. Franceschi attacked the rear face with his infantry, passed with his cavalry round the sides of the square, and placed himself between it and the rest of the retiring column. He had with him 4 regiments of cavalry, and now hurled a regiment at each side of the square. The Spaniards were at once seized with dismay, broke their formation, and in a moment the French cavalry were upon them, cutting and trampling them down. 1,200 were killed and the rest made prisoners. As soon as Romana heard of the disaster that had befallen his rearguard, he broke his engagement with Silveira and led his force over the mountains into Spain, where the news of his defeat caused the Spanish insurgent bands to disperse rapidly to their homes, where they delivered up their guns, and even the priests, who had been the main promoters of the rising, seeing the failure of all their plans, advised them to maintain a peaceable attitude in future. Silveira was not more fortunate, for 2,000 of his troops with some guns issuing from the mountains just as Franceschi returned from the annihilation of Romana's rearguard. The French cavalry charged and captured the Portuguese guns and drove Silveira down the valley. Soult paused 2 days in Monterey, the baggage and hospital train, and a great convoy of provisions being brought up from Orense, under the guard of a whole division. This rendered it evident that he intended to cut himself off altogether from Spain, and to subsist entirely upon the country. It was clear, then, that it was useless to attempt to fall upon his rear, and by a long march through the mountains, Terence took his force down to Chavez. Here he found that Silveira, deserted by Romana and beaten by Franceschi, had fallen back to a mountain immediately behind Chavez. Terence continued his march until he joined him. He found a great tumult going on among his troops. Always insubordinate, they were now in a state of mutiny. Many of the officers openly advocated that they should desist from a struggle in which success was altogether hopeless, and should go over and join the French. The troops, however, not only spurned the advice, but fell upon and killed several of those who offered it, and demanded from Silveira that he should lead them down to defend Chavez. This he refused to do, saying that the fortifications were old and useless, the guns worn out, and that were they to shut themselves up there, they would be surrounded and forced to surrender. This refusal excited the mutineers to the highest pitch, and when Terence arrived, they were clamoring for his death. A small party of soldiers, who remained faithful to him, surrounded him, but they would speedily have been overpowered had it not been for the arrival of Terence's command. As soon as he understood what was happening, he formed his men into a solid body, marched through the excited crowd, and formed up in hollow square round the general. The firm appearance of the forts, and the fact that they possessed more arms than the whole of Silveira's army, had its effect. The mutineers, however, to the number of 3,500, determined to carry out their intentions, and at once marched away to Chavez. Silveira remained with but a few hundred men, as the 2,000 routed by Franceschi had not rejoined him. "I owe you my life, signor," he said to Terence, "for those mad fools would certainly have murdered me." "It is not surprising," Terence said. "A mob of men who are not soldiers cannot be expected to observe discipline, especially when insubordination and anarchy have been absolutely fomented by the authorities, crimes of all sorts perpetrated by their orders, and no efforts whatever made to punish ill-doers." "Your men seem to be disciplined and obedient," Silveira said. "They ought to be so, General, and I believe that I can rely upon them absolutely. If you had but officers and discipline, I am certain that your soldiers would be excellent, but as it is, with a few exceptions, your officers are worse than useless. They are appointed as a reward for their support of the junta. They are ignorant of their duties, and many of them favor the French. They regard their soldiers as raised, not for the defense of Portugal, but for the support of the junta. I have seen enough to know that the peasants are brave, hardy, and ready to fight. But what can they do when they are but half-armed, and no attempt whatever is made to discipline them? Have you heard, since these troubles began, of a single man being shot for insubordination, or of a single officer being punished even for the grossest neglect of orders? It is nothing short of murder to put a mob of half-armed peasants to stand against the French troops." "All that is quite true," Silveira said heartily. "However, I shall do my best, and shall, I doubt not, soon have another force collected. For now that the French have fairly entered Portugal, and are marching towards the capital, every man will take up arms. And you, signor, what do you mean to do?" "I shall harass the French as I see an opportunity, but shall not subject my men to certain disaster by joining any of the new levies. I know what my men could do, and what I can do with them, but if mixed up with thousands of raw peasants, they would be swept away by the latter, and share in any misfortune that might befall them. What I have seen of your troops today, and what I saw of Romana's, is quite enough to show me that to lead peasants into the field is simply to bring misfortune and death upon them. Far better that each leader should collect 200 or 300 men, and teach them discipline and a little drill, instead of taking a mob 1,000 strong out to battle. Those men that a march down into Chavez will, you will see, offer no resistance, and will simply be killed or made prisoners to a man. Now may I ask if you have any stores here, General? We have had great difficulty in buying food up in the mountains, and as it will be useless to you, and certainly cannot be carried off, I should be glad to fill the men's haversacks before we go farther. Certainly, I had enough meat and bread for my whole force for a week, and you are welcome to take as much as you require. Which way do you propose marching? I am waiting to see which way the French go after leaving Chavez, whether they go down the valley or across the mountains to Braga. I shall endeavor to get ahead of them, and as my men are splendid marchers, I have no doubt that I shall succeed in doing so, even if the French have a few hours' start. If I can do nothing else, I can at least make their cavalry keep together instead of riding in small parties all over the country to sweep in food. Fires were soon lighted, some bullocks killed and cut up, and a hearty meal eaten. They had already made a very long march, and were ordered to lie down until nightfall. Silvera marched away with his men, and Terence and Herrera sat and watched the road, down which bodies of French troops could already be seen advancing from Monterrey towards Chavez. As they approached the town, gun after gun was fired. The advance guard halted and waited until the whole division had come up. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 16 of With More at Corunna by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at Corunna by G. A. Henty. Chapter 16. In the Passes. On the following day, the French cavalry, with a division of infantry, took up their position beyond the town, so as to cut off the retreat of the garrison, who were then summoned to surrender. No reply was made, but for the next 24 hours the defenders, although in no way attacked, kept up a random fire from the guns in the walls, and with musketry, to which no reply whatever was made by the French. On the following day, the whole army having come up, the town was again summoned, and at once surrendered, when Soult, who did not wish to be hampered with a mob of prisoners, contemptuously allowed them to depart to their homes. After bringing up his sick from Chavez, and discovering that the passes through the mountains were unoccupied, and that the Portuguese army was at Braga, Soult, on the 14th, began to move in that direction, both for the purpose of crushing Ferrier and getting into communication with Toy, and being joined by his army from there. As soon as this movement was seen from the hill where Terence's regiments had been for 3 days resting, preparations were made for marching, and with haversacks well filled with bread and meat, the troops started in good spirits. Terence procured the services of a peasant well acquainted with the mountains, and was led by paths used by shepherds across the hills, and after a 12 hours' toilsome journey, came down into the defiles that the French were following. There he learned from peasants that, with the exception of a small scouting party 2 days before, there were no signs of any hostile force. The men were at once set to work to destroy a bridge across a torrent at the mouth of a defile. It was built of stone, but was old and in bad repair, and the men had little difficulty in prizing the stones of the side walls from their places, and throwing them down into the stream. Another party made a hole over the key of an arch. A barrel of powder was placed here, and a train having been laid, was covered up by a pile of rocks. A third party formed a barricade 6 feet high, across the end of the bridge, and also 2 breastworks, each 50 yards away on either side, so as to flank the approaches to the other end and the bridge. The troops were extended along the hillsides, 1 battalion on each side of the defile, under the shelter of the rocks and brush. While these preparations were being made, the horses were taken up to the top of the hills by some paths known to the peasants of a little village near the mouth of the defile, the women and children following them. Terence and Herrera had a consultation, and then the former called Bull and McWhitty to him. "Now," he said, "you understand that while we will defend this defile as long as we can, we will run no risk of a defeat that might end in a rout. We shall inflict heavy loss upon them before they can repair the bridge, and certainly force their cavalry to remain quiet until they bring up their infantry. Colonel Harara, you with one company of the 2nd Battalion will hold the village, and we shall sweep the column advancing along the bottom of the defile with a fire from each flank, while they will also be exposed to your fire in front. When they succeed in making their way up to within charging distance, you will evacuate the village and join McWhitty on the hill. They must attack us there on both sides, for no troops can march through until the hillsides are cleared. It is probable that they may do this before they attempt to attack the village, but in any case, you must keep up a steady fire until they get within 50 yards of you, then retire up the hill, but leave a party to keep them in check until the rest have gained the crest and formed up in good order. By the time you do this, they will have driven in your rear guard. The French will be breathless with their exertions when they reach you. Wait till a considerable number have gained the crest. Then, before they have time to form, pour a heavy volley into them and charge, and then sweep them with your fire until they reach the bottom. The next time, they will no doubt attack in much greater force. In that case, we will move quietly off without waiting for them, and will reunite at the village of Romar, 5 miles in the rear. If we find, as we near it, that the French are in possession, we will halt, and I will send orders to the 2nd Regiment as to what is to be done. If the force is not too great, we will attack them at night. "How will you know where we shall be, sir?" McWhitty said. "I have arranged with Colonel Harara that when you halt you shall light 2 fires a short distance from each other. I will reply by lighting one, and the fires are then to be extinguished." This being arranged, Terence went down and applied a match to the train, and then retired at a run. 3 minutes later there was a heavy explosion. Rocks flew high in the air, and when the smoke cleared away, a cheer from the hillside told that the explosion had been successful. Terence returned to the bridge. A considerable portion of the arch had been blown away, and putting 50 men to work, the gap was soon carried across the road and widened, so that there was a chasm 12 feet across. The parties who were to man the breastworks were now posted. Terence himself took the command here. The defenders consisted of a company of Bull's battalion. Half an hour later, a deep sound was heard, and as it grew louder, the head of a column of cavalry was seen approaching. The whole of the force on the hillsides were hidden between rocks or brushwood. Not a head was shown above the breastworks. The cavalry, however, halted, and an officer with 4 men rode forward. When within 50 yards of the bridge, a volley of 20 muskets flashed out from the work behind it. The officer and 3 men fell. The other galloped back to the main body. He had seen nothing beyond the fact that there was a breastwork across the road, and Francesi, thinking that he had but a small force of peasants in front of him, ordered a squadron to charge and clear the obstacle. As before, they were allowed to approach to within 50 yards of the bridge, when from the breastwork in front and the 2 side redoubts a storm of musketry was poured into them. The effect was terrible. The head of the squadron was swept away, but a few men charged forward until close to the break in the bridge. Most of these fell, but a few galloped back, and the remains of the squadron then trotted off in good order. No further movements took place for an hour, and then a body of infantry, some 2,000 strong, appeared. As they passed the cavalry, the first 2 companies were thrown out in skirmishing order, and were soon swarming down towards the stream. The banks of this, although very steep, were not impassable by infantry, and the defenders of the 2 side redoubts spread themselves along the bank, and, as the skirmishers approached, opened fire. For a time the rattle of firearms was incessant. When the main body of French infantry had, as their commander thought, ascertained the strength of the defenders, they advanced in solid order until near the bridge, and then wheeled off on either flank and advanced with loud shouts. A horn was sounded, and from the hillsides near, a scattering fire of musketry opened at once. The French, however, pushed forward without a pause. Terence's horn sounded again. The men fell back from the bank, and the whole company ran at full speed across the narrow valley, and took their place with their comrades on the hillside. The French crossed the stream under a heavy fire, and, dividing into 2 portions, prepared to assault both hills simultaneously. The combat was obstinate. The French suffered heavily, but pushed their way up unflinchingly. The Portuguese, encouraged by the shouts of their officers, held their ground obstinately, retreating only at the sound of their horns, and renewing the combat a short distance higher up. Being sheltered by the rocks behind which they lay, their loss was but trifling in comparison to that of the French, who were forced to expose themselves as they advanced, and whose numbers dwindled so rapidly that when halfway up they were on both sides brought to a standstill, and then, taking shelter behind the rocks, they maintained the contest on more equal terms. By this time, a column of 4,000 men was marching down to the stream, and, dividing like the first, climbed the hills. The Portuguese now fell back more rapidly, their fire slackened, and the French, with loud shouts, pressed up the hill. Presently the resistance ceased altogether, and firing as they advanced at the flying figures of whom they caught an occasional glimpse, the French pressed forward as rapidly as the nature of the ground would permit, cheering loudly. At last they reached the top of the hill, and the leaders paused in doubt as they saw before them some 11 or 1,200 men drawn up in line 4 deep at a distance of 50 yards. Every moment added to the number of the French, and, as they arrived, their officers tried to form them into order. When their numbers about equaled those of the Portuguese, 2 heavy volleys were poured into them, and then, with loud shouts, the Portuguese rushed at them with leveled bayonets. The charge was irresistible. The French were hurled over the crest and went down the hill, carrying confusion and dismay among those climbing up. The Portuguese pressed them hotly, giving them no time to rally, and forcing them down to the bottom of the hill without a check. Then, at the signal, they fell back to the post that they had held at the beginning of the fight. The success was equal on both hillsides, and the regiments cheered each other's victory with shouts which rose high above the roar of musketry. With their usual discipline, the French speedily rallied, in spite of the heavy fire that from both sides swept their ranks, and they prepared, when joined by another regiment, which was approaching at the double to their assistance, to renew the assault. Terence saw that, this time, the odds would be too great to withstand. His horn sounded the retreat, and the Portuguese turned to make their way out the hill just as the French battery opened fire. Sheltered among the rocks, the infantry below were unconscious of the movement, for on either side a company had been left to continue their fire until the main body gained the top of the hill, when they too were summoned by the horns to fall back. The wounded had been all taken out the hill, and were laid in blankets and carried off by their comrades. As the 2 regiments marched away from the crest of the defile, the soldiers were in the highest spirits. They had repulsed with heavy loss a French force of 3 times their own strength, and they greeted Terence and Bull as they rode together along the column with enthusiastic cheers. The wounded, in which the 1st Battalion numbered 43, were dispatched with a party 100 strong to a village 4 miles away among the mountains, and the regiment marched on until it reached the point agreed upon. 2 men were sent forward to reconnoiter the village, and returned with a report that it had already been occupied by a very strong force of French cavalry. Half an hour later, 2 wreaths of smoke rose on the opposite hill. Sticks had been gathered in readiness, and the answering signal was at once made. 2 minutes later the smoke ceased to rise on either side. Terence now received the reports of the captains of the 6 companies, and found that 15 men had been killed, and that his strength was thus reduced by 58. The men were now told that they could lie down, the companies keeping together so as to be ready for instant action. Trifling wounds, of which there were some 2 or 3 and 20, were then attended to and bandaged. Some of these were quite serious enough to have warranted the men falling out, but the delight and pride they felt at their success had been so great that they had refused to be taken off with their disabled comrades. Terence made a round of the troops and addressed a few words to each company, praising their conduct and thanking them for the readiness and quickness with which they had obeyed his orders. "You see, my lads," he said, "what can be done by discipline. Had it not been for the steady drill that you have had ever since we marched, we could not have hoped to oppose the French, and I should not have ventured to have done so. Now you see you have proved that you are as brave as the enemy, and not only have you beaten them with heavy loss, but the effect of this fight will be to render them more cautious in future and slower in their movements, and the news of the blow you have struck will inspirit your countrymen everywhere." Having nothing else to do until darkness fell, Terence, after finishing his round, sat down and added an account of the fight to the report he had written up at their last halting place. This was written in duplicate, one copy being intended for General Craddock, and the other for the Portuguese authorities at Oporto. Outposts had been thrown out towards the village as soon as they halted, and after opening their haversacks, eating a meal, and quenching their thirst at a little rivulet that ran down to the village, the men lay down to sleep, tired with their long night's march and the excitement of the battle. Terence was no exception to the general rule, for although he had had his horse, yet for the greater part of the distance he had marched on foot, as the ruggedness of the ground traversed had in most places been too great to travel in safety on horseback in the dark. When night fell, all were on their feet again, refreshed by a long sleep. 2 men were now sent down to reconnoiter the village again. They reported that it was still occupied by the cavalry. The infantry, as they could see by the fires along the road, had bivouacked there, and 1 regiment at least had passed through the village and had occupied the road ahead. Terence had already written out his instructions to Herrera in triplicate, and the 3 men were dispatched with these. They were warned to be extremely careful, for the men who had first been sent had reported that the French had posted sentries out on their flanks. One of the messengers was to make a long detour to cross the road half a mile ahead of the French, and then to make his way along the opposite hillside to the spot where Herrera was posted. The other 2 were to make their way as best they could through the village. Pieces of paper they carried were rolled up into little balls, and they were ordered that, if noticed and an alarm given, these were at once to be swallowed. Soon after 10 o'clock, the regiment formed up. Terence had given detailed orders to the captain of each company. These were instructed to call up their men 20 at a time, and to explain their orders to them, so that every man should know exactly what to do. No sound had been heard in the village, and Terence felt sure that Herrera must have received his orders. And at 10:15, he, with 1 company, moved slowly down towards the village. Bull, with the main body of the force, marching westward along the hills. 6 men had volunteered for the service of silencing the French outposts, and these, leaving their muskets behind, stole forward in the advance of the company, which halted at some little distance from the French center. In a quarter of an hour they returned. 8 French sentries had been surprised and killed, the Portuguese crawling up to them until near enough to spring upon and stab them without the slightest alarm being given. The company now moved silently forward again until within 100 yards of the village, when they halted until the church clock struck 11. Then they rushed down into the village. As they entered it, shots were fired, and an outcry rose from the other side, showing that Herrera had managed matters as well as they had. The surprise was complete. The street was full of horses, while the soldiers had taken shelter in the houses. A scene of the wildest confusion ensued. The horses were shot, for it was most important to cripple this most formidable arm of the French service, and the men were attacked as they poured out of the houses. Bull, with 100 men, made his way straight to the upper end of the village and repelled the desperate attempts of a squadron of horse that were posted beyond it in readiness for action, to break through to the assistance of their comrades, while Terence and Herrera, each with 100 men, held the road at the lower end of the village to check an infantry attack there. It was not long before it was delivered. The French infantry, disciplined veterans, accustomed to surprises, had sprung to their feet when the first shot was fired, and forming instantly into column, came on at a run, led by their officers. Terence, with 50 men, 4 deep, barred the way across the road. The rest of his men were stationed along the high ground, flanking it on one side, while Herrera, with his 100, flanked the opposite side. As the French came on, the Portuguese on the high ground remained silent and unnoticed. But when a flash of fire ran across the road, and a deadly volley was poured in upon the enemy, those on the flanks at once opened fire. For a moment the column paused in surprise, and then opened fire at their unseen assailants, whose fire was causing such gaps in the ranks. The colonel and several other officers who'd been at its head had fallen. In the din no orders could be heard, and for some minutes the head of the column wasted away under the rain of bullets. Then a general officer dashed up, and another body of Frenchmen came along at a run. Terence's horn rang out loudly. The signal was repeated in the village. The fire instantly ceased, and when the French column rushed into the place, not a foe was to be seen, but the street was choked up by dead horses and men. These reinforcements did not pause, but making their way over the obstacles, pressed on to where a roar of fire in front showed how hotly the advance guard was engaged. Here the surprise had been rather less complete. Some of the outposts had given the alarm, and the French were on their feet before, after pouring terrible volleys into them, 1,000 men fell upon them on either side. Great numbers of the French fell under the fire, and the long line was broken up into sections by the impetuous rush of the Portuguese. Nevertheless, the French soldiers hung together, and the combat raged desperately until the head of the relieving column came up. Then, as suddenly as before, the attack ceased. Not a gun was fired, and, as if by magic, their assailants stole away into the darkness, while the French opened a random fire after them. An hour later, the two Portuguese regiments united on the road 2 miles in advance of the village. Their loss had been 84 killed and 150 wounded, of which 70 were serious cases. These were, as before, sent out to be cared for in the mountain villages. The French loss, as Terence afterward heard, had been very heavy. 300 of the cavalry had been killed, and upwards of 400 infantry. Great was the enthusiasm when the two regiments met, and, after a short halt, marched away together into the hills and encamped in a wood 2 miles from the road. "What next, Generalissimo?" Herrera, whose left arm had been broken by a bullet, asked. "I think that we have done enough for the present," Terence said. "We will leave it to the rest of the army to do a little fighting now. We have lost and killed and wounded some 200 men, and I don't wish to see the whole force dwindle away. I propose that we do not go near Braga. I have no idea of putting myself under the command of Freire. I have seen enough of him already. So we will travel by byroads till we get near Oporto. Then we will find out how matters stand there. My own idea is that when the French army approaches, the junta's courage will ooze out of its finger ends, and that the 50,000 peasants, which it calls an army, will bolt at the first attack of the French. So, as I don't mean to be trapped there, we will rest on our laurels until we see how matters go." It was well for the corps that Terence abstained from joining the army at Braga. As the French entered the pass of Brenda Nova, the peasants rushed furiously down upon them. Many broke into the French columns, and fighting desperately were slain. The survivors made their way up the hillside, and then, making a detour, fell upon the rear of the column, killed 50 stragglers, and plundered the baggage. This spontaneous action of the peasants was the only attempt made to bar the advance of the French, and Freire permitted them to pass through defile after defile without firing a shot. His conduct aroused the fury of his troops, and the feeling was fanned by agents of the bishop, who had now become jealous of him, and his men rushing upon him dragged him from a house in which he had taken refuge and slew him. A fit end to the career of a man who had proved himself as unpatriotic as he was incapable. On the 18th, Soult arrived near Braga, and the Portuguese, who were now commanded by Eben, a German officer in the British service, drew up to meet him. The French began their advance on the 20th, and half an hour later the Portuguese army was a mob of fugitives. The vanquished army lost 4,000 men and all their guns, 400 only being taken prisoners. The rest dispersed in all directions, carrying tales of the invincibility of the French. Had it not been for the stout resistance offered by 3,000 men placed on a position in the rear commanding the road, which checked the pursuit of the cavalry and enabled the fugitives to make off, scarce a man of the Portuguese would have escaped to tell the tale. Terence had approached Oporto and encamped in a large wood when the fugitives brought him news of the crushing defeat that they had suffered. The soldiers were so furious when they heard of the disgraceful rout that Terence and Herrera had difficulty in preventing them from killing the fugitives. The result strengthened his position. The troops, on arriving at their present camping place, were eager to be led into Oporto. Terence and Herrera had talked the matter over several times, and agreed that such a step might be fatal. Standing, as his town did, on the north side of the river, the only means of leaving it was the bridge of boats, and if anything happened to this, all retreat would be cut off. The defeat at Braga at once confirmed their opinion that the army of peasants that the bishop had gathered round Oporto would be able to make but little resistance to the French attack. "It would be terrible," Herrera said. 50,000 fugitives and a great portion of the inhabitants of the town, all struggling to cross the bridge, with the French cavalry pressing on their rear, and the French artillery playing upon them. It is not to be thought of." The troops, however, had been full of confidence in the valor of their countrymen, and from their own success against the French, believed that the army of Braga would certainly defeat Soult, and there had been some dissatisfaction that they had not been permitted to take part in the victory. The news brought by the fugitives at once dissipated the hopes that they had entertained. They saw that their commander had acted wisely in refusing to join the army there, and their feeling of contempt for the undisciplined Ordinancas and peasants equaled the confidence that they had before reposed in them. Terence ordered the 2 regiments to form into a hollow square and addressed them. "Soldiers," he said, "I know that it was a disappointment to you that I did not take you to Braga. Had I done so, not one of you would have escaped, for when the rest fled like a flock of sheep, you could not alone have withstood the attack of the whole French army. I know that you wish to enter Oporto. I have withstood that wish, and now you must see that I was right in doing so. The peasants gathered in its defense are even less disciplined than those at Braga, and Soult will, after 2 or 3 minutes fighting, capture the place. Were you there, you could not prevent such a result. You might hold the spot at which you were stationed, but if the French broke in at any other point, you would be surrounded and killed to a man. What use would that be to Portugal? You could do more good by living and fighting another day. Even should you fall back with the other fugitives, what chance of safety would there be? You know that there is but one bridge of boats across the river, and that will soon be blocked by a panic-stricken crowd, and your chance of crossing would be slight indeed. The men who fought at Braga, those men who will fight before Oporto, are no more cowards than you are, and had they gained as much discipline as you have, I would march down with you at once and join in the defense. But a mob cannot withstand disciplined troops. When the Portuguese have learned to be soldiers, they may fight with a hope of success. Until then, it is taking them to slaughter to send them in line of battle against the French. Soult may be here in 24 hours. Therefore, I propose to march you down to the river above Oporto. We are sure to find boats there, and we will cross at once to the other side and encamp near the suburb at the south end of the bridge, and when the fugitives pour over, we will take our station there, cover their retreat, and prevent the French from crossing in pursuit." A murmur of satisfaction broke from the soldiers, and swelled into a shout. Soon after evening fell, the corps marched from the wood, and 2 hours later came down on the bank of the Douro. As Terence anticipated, there were plenty of fishermen's boats hauled up, and the regiments passed over by companies. By 3 in the morning all were across, and by 5 they were encamped in the wood beyond the steep hill rising behind the Vila Nova suburb on the left bank of the river. As soon as he had seen the soldiers settled, Terence borrowed the clothes of one of the men, and putting these on instead of his uniform, he sent for Bull and McWhitty, and the 2 soldiers soon arrived. They looked in astonishment at their officer. "I am going into town," he said, "partly to judge for myself of the state of things there, and partly on a little private business of my own. It is possible that I may get into trouble. I hope that I shall not do so. But it is well to be prepared for any emergency that might happen. If, then, I do not return, you are to look to Colonel Herrera for orders. When the French enter Oporto, which I am certain they will do as soon as they attack it, you may gather your men at this end of the bridge, cover the retreat, and repulse all efforts of the French to cross. As soon as those attempts have ceased, you will march with the 2 regiments for Coimbra, and report yourselves to the officer commanding there. Here are my dispatches to the general, in which I have done full justice to your bravery and your conduct. Here is also a note to the officer commanding at Coimbra. I have spoken to him about your conduct, and have asked him to allow you to continue with the Portuguese until an order is received from Sir John Craddock. I have given Colonel Herrera a duplicate of my dispatches and official orders, in case you should be killed." "Cannot we go with you, sir?" Bull asked. "I don't think so, Bull. Dress as you might, you could hardly be taken for anything but an Englishman. Your walk and your complexion, to say nothing of your hair, would betray you both at once. The first person who happened to address you would discover that you were not natives, and the chances are he would denounce you, and that you would be torn to pieces before you could offer any explanation. Now, I think I could pass readily enough. The wind and rough weather have brought me to nearly the right color, and I know how to speak Portuguese well enough to ask any question without exciting suspicion." "But why not take 2 of the men with you?" McWitty said. "They can do any talking that was necessary, and should anyone suggest that you are not a native, they could declare that you were a comrade from their own village." Bull strongly approved of the suggestion, and Terence, though in some respects he would rather have been alone, at last agreed to it. They may as well take their arms, not for use, but to give them the appearance of 2 men from the camp who had come down to make purchases in the city. Daylight was just breaking as the 3 crossed the bridge of boats into the town, and passed through it up the hill to the great camp that had been established there. It covered a large extent of ground, and contained tents sufficient for the whole of the 50,000 men assembled. A short distance away was the line of entrenchments, on which the peasants had been for some weeks engaged. They consisted of forts crowning a succession of rounded hills, and connected by earthen ramparts, loopholed houses, ditches, and an abatis of felled trees. No less than 200 guns were in place on the forts. It was a position that 2,000 good troops should have been able to hold against an army. "It is a strong position," Terence said to the 2 men with him. "Yes, the French can never pass that," one of them said exultingly. "That we shall see. They ought not to, certainly, but whether they will or not is another matter." They wandered about for a couple of hours. Once one of the Portuguese joined a group of peasants and learned from them something of the state of things in the town, representing that they had but just arrived. "You are lucky. You will see we shall destroy the French army. Our guns will sweep them away. Every man in the town is full of confidence, and the traitors are all trembling in their houses. When the news of the business at Braga came yesterday, and we learned the treachery of our generals, the people rose, dragged 15 suspected men of rank from the prison, and killed them. There is not a day that some of these traitors are not rooted out." "That is well," the other said. "It is traitors that have brought us to this pass." "You will see how we shall fight when the French come. The bishop himself has promised to come out in his robes to give us his blessing, and to call down the wrath of heaven on the French infidels." After having finished his survey of the line, Terence returned to the city, and following the instructions that he had received to the situation of the convent at Santa Maria, he was not long in finding it. It was a massive building. The windows of the 2 lower stories were closely barred. He could not see any way of opening communications with his cousin, or of devising any way of escape. He, however, thought it might possibly be managed if he could send in a rope to her and a pulley, with means of fixing it, and that way he could lower her to the ground. But all this would be very difficult to manage, even if he had ample time at his disposal, and in the present circumstances it was altogether impossible. He stared at the house for a long time in silence, but no idea came to him, and it was with a feeling of hopelessness that he recrossed the bridge and rejoined the troops. "I am glad to see you back, sir," Bull said heartily. "I have been in a funk all this morning that something might happen to you." "It has all gone off quietly. I will now tell you and McWitty what my business here is. I may need your help, and it is a matter in which none of the Portuguese would dare to offer me any assistance." "I think they would do most anything for you, sir," McWitty said. "They have that confidence in you. They would go through fire and water were you to lead them. They would do almost anything for what I want done now. I have a cousin, a young lady who is an heiress to a large fortune. Her father is dead, and her mother, a wealthy landowner, has had her shut up in a convent, where they are trying to force her, against her will, to become a nun. She is kept a prisoner on bread and water, until she consents to sign a paper surrendering all her rights. Now what I want to do is to get her out. It cannot be done by force. That is out of the question. It is a strong building, and even if the men would consent to attack a convent, which they would not do, all the town would be up, and we should have the whole populace on us. So that force is out of the question. Now, the French are sure to take the place. When they do, there will be an awful scene. They will be furious at the resistance they have met with, and at the losses that they have suffered. They will be maddened, and reasonably, by the frightful tortures inflicted upon prisoners who have fallen into the hands of the Portuguese, and you may be sure that for some time no quarter will be given. The soldiers will be let loose upon the city, and there will be no more respect for a convent than a dwelling house. You may imagine how frightfully anxious I am. If it had not been for the French, I would have let the matter stand until our army entered Oporto. But, as it is, I must try and do something, and, as far as I can see, the only chance will be in the frightful confusion that will take place when the French enter the town. We stand by you, Mr. O'Connor, you may be sure. You have only got to tell us what to do, and you may trust us to do it. McWhitty, who was a man of few words, nodded. Mr. O'Connor knows that, he said. Thank you both, Terence said heartily. I must think out my plan, and when I've decided upon it, I will let you know. End of chapter 16. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 17 of With More at Corunna by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at Corunna by G.A. Henty. Chapter 17. An Escape. During his visit to the other side of the river, Terence had seen, with great satisfaction, that a powerful battery, mounting 50 guns, had been erected on the heights of Villanova, and its fire, he thought, should effectually bar any attempt of the French to cross the bridge. It would indeed be madness for them to attempt such an operation, as the boats supporting the bridge could be instantly sunk by the concentrated fire of the battery. He said nothing of this on his return to camp, as it might have given rise to fresh agitation among the men, were they to be aware that their presence was not really required for the defense of the bridge. After a short stay in camp, he again went down into the town, with the idea that he was more likely to hit upon some plan of action there than he would be in the camp. The two men again went with him. Another prolonged stare at the convent failed to inspire him with any scheme that was in the slightest degree practicable. He fell back upon the conclusion he had mentioned to the two troopers, that the only chance would be to take advantage of the wild confusion that would prevail upon the entry of the French. The difficulty that presented itself to him was, that the nuns would be so appalled by the approach of the French, that it would be unlikely that they would think of leaving the protection, such as it was, of the convent, and would shrink from encountering the wild turmoil in the streets. Even if they did so, it would be too late for them to have any chance of getting across the bridge, which would be thronged to a point of suffocation by the mob of fugitives, and might readily be destroyed by one or two of the boats being sunk by the French artillery. The one thing evident was that he must arrange to get a boat and to station it at the end of some street going down to the river from the neighborhood of the convent. That part of the city being some distance from the bridge, the streets would soon be deserted, and there would not be a wild rush of fugitives to the boat, which would be the case were it to be lying alongside anywhere near the bridge. Upon the other hand, it would be less likely that the nuns would leave the convent if all was comparatively quiet in that neighborhood, and did they do so, it would be difficult in the extreme to carry off his cousin from their midst, ignorant too, as he was of her appearance. After looking for some time at the convent, he returned to the more busy part of the town. Presently he heard a great shouting. Every window opened, and he saw a crowd coming along the street. By the candles, banners, crucifixes, and canopies, it was evident that it was a religious procession. He was about to turn off into a side street, when the thought struck him that possibly it was the bishop himself on the way up to the camp. Therefore he remained in his place, doffed his hat, and, like all around him, went down on one knee. The procession was a long and stately one, and in the midst, walking beneath the canopy, came the bishop himself. Terence gazed at him fixedly in order to impress on his mind the features of the man whose ambition had cost Portugal so dearly, and at whose instigation so much blood of the most honest and capable men of the province had been shed. The face fully justified the idea that he had formed of the man. The bishop was of commanding presence, and walked with the air of one who was accustomed to see all bow before him. But on the other hand, the face bore traces of his violent character. There was a set smile on his lips, but his brow was heavy and frowning, while his receding chin contradicted the strength of the upper part of his face. There was, too, a look of anxiety and restlessness betrayed by a nervous twitching of the lips. "The scoundrel is a coward," Terence said to himself. "He may profess absolute confidence, but I don't think he feels it, and I will bet odds that he won't be in the front when the time for fighting comes." Terence walked away after the procession had passed. If one could get hold of the bishop, he said to himself, one might get an order on the superior of the convent to hand over Mary O'Connor to the bearer, but I don't see how that can possibly be managed. Of course, he is surrounded by priests and officials all day, and his palace will be guarded by any number of soldiers, for he must have many enemies. There must be scores of relatives of men who have been killed by his orders, who would assassinate him, bishop though he is, had they the chance. And even if I got an order, and it seems to me impossible to do so, it would not be made out in the name of Mary O'Connor. I know that they change their names when they go into nunneries, and she may be Sister Angela or Cecilia or anything else, and I should not know in the slightest degree whether the name he put down was the one that she really goes by. No, that idea is out of the question. Returning to the camp, he held counsel with Herrera. The latter, he knew, had none of the bigotry so general among his countrymen. He had before told him about his cousin being shut up against her will, and of the letter that she had thrown out, but had hitherto said nothing of his intention to bring about her escape if possible. "I had an idea that that was what was in your mind when you went off so early this morning, O'Connor. I have a high respect for the church, but I have no respect for its abuses, and the shutting up of a young lady and forcing her to take the veil in order to rob her of her property is as hateful to me as it can be to you, so that I should have no hesitation in aiding you in your endeavor to bring about her escape. Have you formed any plan?" "No, I have thought it over again and again, but I cannot think of any scheme." "If that is the case, O'Connor, I fear that it is useless for me to try to do so. You are so full of ideas always, that if you cannot see your way out of the difficulty, it is hopeless to expect that I could do so. If you can contrive any plan, I will promise to aid you in any way you can point out. But as to inventing one, I should never do so if I rack my brain ever so much." "There must be some way," Terence said. "I used to get into all sorts of scrapes when I was a boy, but found there was always some way out of them if one could but hit upon it. The one thing that I could think of is to carry her off in the confusion when the French enter the town." "I should say that the nuns would never think of leaving their convent, O'Connor. It is their best hope of safety to remain there." "No doubt it is, but the French don't always respect the convents. Very much to the contrary, indeed. No, I don't think that they would go out merely to rush into the street, but they might go out if they thought that they could get over the bridge before the French arrived." "They might do that, certainly, indeed. It would be the best thing they could do." "Do you think that if one were to dress up as a priest, or as one of the bishop's attendants, and go as from him with an order to the lady superior to take the nuns at once across the bridge to the convent on the other side, she would obey it?" "Not without some written order," Herrera said. "The bishop would naturally send someone who would be known to her, or if he did send a stranger, he would give him a letter or some token she would recognize, otherwise she could not know that it was his order." "That is what I was afraid of, Herrera, but it is what I shall try, if I can see no other way. Indeed, I see only one chance of getting over the difficulty. The bishop is a tyrant of the worst kind. Now, as far as I can remember, tyrants of his sort, that is to say, tyrants who rule by working on the passions of the mob, are always cowards. I watched the bishop closely when I saw him today, and I am convinced he is one also. Even in that kneeling crowd he could not conceal it. There was a nervous twitching about his lips, which, to my mind, showed that he was in a state of intense anxiety, and that under all his swagger and show of confidence he was, nevertheless, in a horrible state of alarm. That being so, it seems to me extremely likely that when the fighting begins, he will make a bolt of it. He won't wait for the French to enter, for he would know well enough that in their fury at their defeat, the fugitives, if they came upon him, would be likely to tear him from limb to limb, just as they have murdered dozens of infinitely better men. So, I think that he will make off beforehand. I imagine that he will go secretly, and with only 2 or 3 attendants. But you can never carry him off without an alarm being raised, if that is what you're thinking of, O'Connor. No, I am not thinking of that, but if I could, say with Bull and McWitty, suddenly attack him like 3 robbers, we might carry off something that would serve as a sort of passport to the Lady Abbess. For instance, he had a tremendously big ring on. I noticed it as he held up his hands, as if on purpose to show it off. That was his episcopal ring, Herrera laughed. Yes, if you could get hold of that, it would be a key that would open the door of any convent. Do you think she would hand my cousin over to me if I showed it to her and gave her a message as from the bishop? Yes, if you knew the name. You see, from the day she was made a nun, she lost her former name altogether, and certainly the bishop would send for her under her convent name. That is what I was thinking myself, that I must get them all out. You have got to get the ring first, Herrera said with a smile. Yes, I mean if I get it. But if the French have entered the town, you can never get them across the bridge. No, I know that. I mean to get a boat and have it lying off the end of some quiet street. I could put a couple of our men into that, for they would only regard it, when I got her on the boat, as an effort on my part to save one of the nuns from the French. One thing to do would be to get the robe of a priest, or the dress of one of the bishop's officials. Herrera thought for some time. I think I could do that for you, O'Connor. Of course, I have a good many acquaintances in Oporto, among them some ladies. I was intending to go across this evening and see some of them, and implore them to leave the town before it is too late. One of these friends of mine might buy some robes for me. A woman could do that sort of thing when a man cannot. She could pretend that she wants to buy the robe as a present for the parish priest, or her father confessor, or something of that sort. At any rate, it is worth trying. It is indeed, Herrera, and if you could manage it, I should be greatly obliged to you. I will go across at once. I expect Soult will be close up tomorrow morning, or at any rate the next day. It may be another couple of days before he gets his whole force concentrated, but in 4 days anyhow, his shot will be rattling down into the town. I will go and see what I can do. You had better get one of my troopers to get the boat for you. Herrera did not return until early in the following morning. I have managed it, he said as Terence, who was getting very anxious about him, ran forward to meet him. There is one family in Oporto whose eldest son is a brother officer of mine, and have met them several times at Lisbon. Indeed, I may tell you frankly that had it not been for the troubles, his sister would, ere this time, have been affianced to me. I had hoped that they had left the town before this, but they told me that any movement of that sort might bring disaster on them. 2 of her brothers are in the army, and the bishop could not, therefore, pretend that the father was a traitor to the country. Being an elderly man, the latter has in fact held aloof altogether from politics, but he is certainly not of the bishop's party, and the bishop considers that all who are not with him are against him. Had they attempted to leave the town, there is no doubt he would have made it a pretext for arresting the father, and would certainly do so on the first opportunity. However, they quite believe that the great force that there is here would be sufficient to defend the fortifications, and were completely taken aback when I told them that I was absolutely convinced that the place would fall at the first attack of the French. They agreed to make all preparations for leaving at once. Their horses have been seized, nominally that they should be used on the fortifications, but really, I have no doubt, to prevent their leaving. Of course I told them all about what we have been doing, in which they were intensely interested. For all they know, their house may be watched, so they will come out in some of their servants' clothes. I told them that they must leave on the night before Soult made his attack. Of course, he will summon the town, and the bishop will, of course, refuse to surrender, and you may be sure the French will attack on the following day. They left me alone with Lorenza for a time, and I took that opportunity of telling her about your plan, and what you wanted, and she promised to procure you the dress of an ecclesiastic tomorrow. I told her that you were about my size and height. She knew your cousin personally and was very fond of her, and therefore entered all the more readily into our plans to get her out. She said that she disappeared suddenly some months ago, and that her mother had given out that she had been suddenly seized with the determination to enter a convent, much against her own wishes. Lorenza felt sure that this was not true, for she knew that your cousin had heard from her father much about the Reformed religion, and was in her heart disposed that way. The mother is engaged to be married to a nobleman who was one of the bishop's warmest supporters, and the general idea was that Mary O'Connor had been forced into a nunnery against her will. I sat talking with them until late last night, and they would not hear of my leaving, especially as they said that the town was full of bands of ruffians, who traversed the streets, attacking and robbing anyone of respectable appearance. As I had rather a fancy to try what a comfortable bed was like again, I did not need much pressing. Thank you greatly, Herrera. I am indeed obliged to you. Things seem to look really hopeful. I have arranged with Bull and McWhitty that on the evening before the attack is likely to take place, we will watch all night at the end of the bridge. The bishop won't leave until the last thing, but I would wager any money he will do so that night. He won't go farther than Villa Nova, so as to be ready to cross again at once if the news comes that the French have been beaten off. No doubt he will make the excuse that as an ecclesiastic he could take no active part in the defense, but had been engaged in prayer, which had done more towards gaining the victory than his presence could possibly have done. I should not be surprised if that should be his course, Herrera said, smiling. At any rate, for your sake, I hope that it will be. Have you seen about a boat? Yes, I spoke to Francisco Nortes yesterday evening, and told him that I wanted to hire a boat with 2 boatmen for the next week. They were to be at his service night and day. He was to tell them that he would not want it for fishing, but that in any case, by any possibility the French took the town, he should be able to go across and bring some friends over. When I told him that money was no object, he said that there would be no difficulty about it. They will be glad enough to get a good week's pay and next to nothing to do for it. 2 days passed quietly. On the first day the news arrived that Silveira had invested Chavez on the day of the Battle of Braga, and had forced the garrison, which consisted of but 100 fighting men, with 1,200 sick, to capitulate. Day after day news came of the advance of the French. They had moved in 3 columns. Each had met with a stout resistance, but had carried the passes and bridges at a severe loss. One of the columns had been held for some time in check at the Pont d'Ave, but had carried it at last, whereupon the Portuguese had murdered their general and dispersed. On the 26th, 6 days after the Battle of Braga, Franceschi's cavalry were seen approaching the position in front of Oporto. The alarm bells rung. The troops hurried to their positions, but the day passed off quietly, the confidence of the people being still further raised by the arrival of 2,000 regular troops sent by Beresford to their assistance. As there were already 7,000 or 8,000 regular troops in the camp, it seemed to all that as Soult had but 20,000 men fit for action, the defenses ought to be held against him for any length of time. The majority indeed believed that he would not even venture to attack the town, when upon his arrival he perceived its strength, especially when they knew that he but a few guns with him, his park of artillery being still at Toy, which was closely invested by the Spaniards. On the following day, the whole French army settled down in front of the Portuguese works, and a wild and purposeless fire was now opened by the defenders, although the French were far beyond musket range. Soult sent in a message to the bishop urging him to surrender. He assured him that resistance was hopeless, and that it was his earnest desire to save so great a city from the horrors of a storm. The message was sent by a prisoner who was seized by the mob in spite of the flag of truce that he carried, and would have been murdered had he not assured the people that he came with a message from Soult, to the effect that, seeing the hopelessness of attacking the town, or of marching back from the frontier in safety, he wished to negotiate for a surrender for himself and his army. At one point, the Portuguese displayed a white flag, and shouted that they wished to surrender. A French general advanced with another officer, but when they reached the lines, the Portuguese fell upon him, killed his companion, and carried the general prisoner into the town. The negotiations were prolonged until evening, but the bishop declined all Soult's overtures, and the fire from the entrenchments continued. In the course of the evening, Merlet's division, in order to divert attention from the point Soult had fixed upon for the attack, moved towards the Portuguese left, when a tremendous fire of artillery and musketry opened upon it. The division made its way forward and occupied some hollow ground which shielded it from fire, within a very short distance of the entrenchments. Feeling that the crisis was at hand, Terence had everything prepared. The boatmen were told that they might be required that night, and that they were to have the boat in readiness to start at any moment. Herrera had warned his friends, and went to their house with 6 of his men, as soon as it became dusk, to escort them over. Terence, with his 2 troopers, clad in the dresses of 2 of the tallest of the men, and wrapped in cloaks, with their broad hats pressed low down upon their foreheads, went down to the end of the bridge as soon as it became quite dark. The river was 300 yards broad, but the sound of the confusion and alarm that prevailed in the city could be plainly heard, although the evening had set in rough and tempestuous. The shouts of the excited mob mingled with the clanging of the church bells. "That does not sound like the confidence in victory," Terence remarked. "Quite the other way, sir. I should say that after all their bragging, every man in the place is in a blue funk." A great many people, especially women with children, were making their way across the bridge. About 9 o'clock, a little knot of 5 or 6 men, following a tall figure, passed them. "That is the bishop," Terence whispered, and in pursuance of the orders that he had previously given them, the 2 men followed him as he fell in at a short distance behind the group. These turned off from the main road and took one that led up to the Sierra convent, standing on the crest of a rugged hill. As soon as they had passed beyond the houses at the foot of the hill, and the road was altogether deserted, Terence said to the men, "Now is our time. Do you take the attendants. I will manage the bishop." They moved forward quickly and silently until they were close to the group. Then they dashed forward. As the startled attendants turned round, the troopers fell upon them, and with heavy blows from their fists, knocked them to the ground like 9-pins. The bishop turned round and shouted, "Villains! I am the bishop!" "I know that!" Terence exclaimed, and sprang at him. The prelate reeled and fell. Terence threw himself upon him, and seizing his hand, wrested from it the episcopal ring. Then, upon seeing that the bishop had fainted, probably from fright, Terence leapt to his feet. The 5 attendants were lying on the ground. "All right, lads," he said, "we have got what we wanted, but just strip off one of these fellows' clothes. Take this one. He is a priest." It took but a minute for the 2 troopers to strip off the garment and pick out the 3-cornered hat. They reached the houses again without hearing so much as a cry from the astonished Portuguese, who, as yet, had but a vague idea of what had happened to them. The capture of the clothes had been rendered necessary by Herrera's report 2 days before that the young lady had failed to get the clothes, but the shopman had asked so many questions concerning them that she had said carelessly that it made no matter. She had intended to give them as a present and a surprise, but as there seemed a difficulty about it, she would give money instead, and let the priest choose his own clothes. She had purposely entered a shop in the opposite end of the town from that in which her father lived, so that there would be less chance of her being recognized. Herrera said that she would try elsewhere, but Terence at once begged him to tell her not to do so. "The bishop is sure to have some of his priests with him," he said, "and if I rob him of his ring, I might just as well rob one of them of his clothes." On returning to the camp, Terence found that his comrade had already arrived with a gentleman and 3 ladies. The tent had been given up for the use of the latter. Herrera had warned him not to say a word to the old gentleman of his adventure. "He and the others know nothing about it," he said, "and it is just as well that they shouldn't, for he is somewhat rigid in his notions, and might be rather horrified at your assaulting a bishop, however great a scoundrel he might be, and would be especially so at the borrowing of his ring." At 12 o'clock, heavy peals of thunder were heard, followed by a tremendous outbreak of firing from the entrenchments, 200 guns and a terrific musketry fire opening suddenly. "The French are attacking!" Herrera exclaimed. "I don't think so," Terence replied. "It is more likely to be a false alarm. The troops may have thought that the thunder was the roar of French guns. Soult would hardly make an attack at night, or, not knowing the nature of the ground behind the entrenchments, his men would be falling into confusion, and perhaps fire into each other." As, after a quarter of an hour of prodigious din, the fire slackened and presently ceased altogether. It was evident that this supposition was a correct one. The morning broke bright and still, and an hour later the cannonade began again. Terence at once, after telling Aurora to form the troops up and march them down to the end of the bridge, left the camp, and after proceeding a short distance took off his uniform and donned the attire of the ecclesiastic, and then hurried down into the town. He was accompanied by the 2 troopers in their peasant dresses. These left him at the bridge. The din was now tremendous. Every church bell was ringing furiously, and frightened women were already crowding down towards the bridge. Their point of crossing had already been decided upon. It was at the end of a street close to the convent, and when Terence reached the convent, the 2 men were already standing at the end of the street awaiting him. "Now, you do your part of the business, and I will do mine," Terence said, and he moved forward to the door of the convent, where he would be unseen should anyone look out. The 2 troopers went to the middle of the street, opposite the window which the officer had described to Terence, and both shouted in a stentorian voice, "Mary O'Connor!" The shout was heard above the tumult of the battle and the din in the city, and a head appeared at the window and looked down with a bewildered expression. "Mary O'Connor!" Bull shouted again. "A friend is here to rescue you. You will leave the convent directly with the rest. Look out for us." Then they walked on and past Terence. "Have you seen her face?" "We have, sir. We will know her again, never fear." Terence now seized the bell and rung it vigorously. The door opened, and a terrified face appeared at the window. "I have a message from the bishop to the Lady Superior." The door was opened, and was at once closed and barred behind him. He was led along some passages to the room where the Lady Superior, pale and agitated, was awaiting him. "Have the French entered the entrenchments?" she asked. "I trust they have not entered yet, but they may do so at any moment. The bishop is at the Sarah convent, and from there has a view over the town to the entrenchments. He begs you to instantly bring the nuns across, for they will be in safety there, whereas no one can say what may happen in the town. Here is his episcopal ring in proof that I am the bearer of his orders. I pray you to hasten, sister, for a crowd of fugitives are already pouring over the bridge, and there is not a moment to be lost." "The nuns are just coming down to prayer in the chapel, and we will start instantly." In 2 minutes upward of 100 frightened women were gathered in the courtyard. "Are all here?" Terence asked the Lady Superior. "All of them." "I asked, because I know that he is specially anxious that one, who is a sort of prisoner, should not fall into the hands of the French, as that might cause serious trouble." "I know who you mean," and she called out, "Sister Teresa?" There was no answer. "It is well you asked," she said. "They have forgotten her." She gave orders to one of the sisters, who at once entered the house, and returned in a minute with a young nun. The door was now open, and they moved out in procession. Terence could hear regular volleys amidst the roar of guns and the incessant crack of muskets. "I fear that they have entered the entrenchments," he said. "Hasten, sister, or we shall be too late." With hurried steps they passed along the deserted streets. As they neared the bridge, a crowd of fugitives were hastening in that direction, and when they approached its head, they found it blocked by a struggling mass. "What is to be done?" the Lady Superior asked in consternation. "We must wait a minute or 2. They may clear off." But every second the crowd increased, and was soon thick behind them. Already the line of nuns was broken up by the pressure. Terence had kept his eyes on the 2 tall figures who had followed, at first behind them, and had then quickened their footsteps until abreast of the center of the line, and to his satisfaction saw that they had one of the nuns between them, and were forcing their way with her through the crowd behind. At this moment a terrible cry arose from the crowd. A troop of Portuguese dragoons rode furiously down the street leading to the bridge, and dashed into the crowd, trampling all on their way in their reckless terror until they gained the end of the bridge. As they rode on to it, 2 of the boats, already low in the water from the weight upon them, gave a surge and sank, carrying with them hundreds of people. The crowd recoiled with a cry of horror. "There is no escape now, sister," Terence said. "Go back to the convent." "Help, sisters!" she cried in a loud, shrill voice that made itself heard even over the screams of the drowning people and the wails and cries of the mob. Terence placed himself before the Lady Superior, and by main force made a way through the crowd, which was the more easy as, seeing their only escape cut off, numbers were now beginning to disperse to their homes. The movement was converted into a wild rush when a troop of French cavalry came thundering down to the bridge. In a moment all was mad confusion and fright. The nuns followed their superior, and all thought of decorum being now lost, fled with her like a flock of frightened sheep along the street leading to the convent. Terence paused a moment. He saw that the French troopers threw themselves from their horses, and, all animosity being for the moment forgotten in the horror of the scene, set to work to endeavor to save the drowning wretches, regardless of the fire which, as soon as the French appeared, was opened by the battery on the height of Villanova. Then he sped away after the nuns, whom he soon passed. He turned down the street next to the convent, and, on reaching the end, saw the 2 troopers with a nun in a boat 10 yards away. McWhitty was standing, covering the 2 boatmen with his pistols. "Row back to the shore again," he roared out in English, "and take off that gentleman there." The men did not understand his words, but they understood his gestures, and a stroke or 2 took them alongside. Terence leapt in and told the men to row across the river. "This is an unexpected meeting, cousin," he said to the girl. "They have been telling me who you are and how you have effected my rescue," she said, bursting into tears. "How can I thank you?" "Well, this is hardly a time for thanks," he said, "and I am glad as you are that it has all turned out well. I will tell you all about it as soon as we get across." They were nearly over when he exclaimed to the troopers, "The French have repaired the bridge with planks. See, they are crossing." They sprang out on reaching the opposite shore. A moment later a rattle of musketry broke out. "McWhitty," he said, "I will give this young lady into your charge. Take her straight up to the camp. There are 3 ladies there," he said to his cousin, "and in the tent they have some clothes for you to change into. It will not be long before I shall rejoin you, but I must join my regiment now. They are engaged with the enemy." As he hurried along with Bull, he could hear above the sound of musketry the sharp crack of the field guns from the opposite side of the river. "They are covering the passage, Bull." As he came up, he found that Herrera had taken possession of the houses near the end of the bridge. A part of his troops filled the windows, while the main body lined the quay. The French were recoiling, but a mass of the troops could be seen at the further end of the bridge, and 2 field batteries were keeping up an incessant fire. Herrera was posted with a company at the end of the bridge. "We had better fall back, Herrera, before they form a fresh column of attack. We might repulse them again, but they will be able to cross by boats elsewhere, and we shall be taken in front and rear. Let us draw off in good order. The infantry will be sure to march straight against the battery on the hill behind, and it will be half an hour before the cavalry can cross, and by that time we shall be well on our way. Whereas, if we stop here until we are taken in flank or rear, we shall be cut to pieces." "I quite agree with you," Herrera said, and ordered the men with the horns standing beside him to sound the retreat. The men near at once formed up and got in motion. Those in the houses poured out, and in 2 minutes the whole force were going up the hill at a trot, but still preserving their order. 5 minutes later, the head of the French column poured over the bridge. Just as the troops reached the place of encampment, the fire of the battery ceased suddenly. End of chapter 17. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 18 of With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. Chapter 18. Mary O'Connor. Never was a large force of men driven from a very strong position, carefully prepared and defended by a vast number of guns, so quickly and easily as were the Portuguese before Oporto. The bishop, after rejecting Soult's summons, and disregarding his prayers to save the city from ruin, suddenly lost heart, and after all his boasting, slipped away after dark to the Sierra convent, leaving the command to the generals of the army. The feint which Soult had made with Merlet's division the night before against the Portuguese left succeeded perfectly, the Portuguese massing their forces on that side to resist the expected attack. Soult's real intentions, however, were to break through the center of the line and then to drive the Portuguese right and left away from the town, while he pushed a body of troops straight through the city to seize the bridge and thus cut off all retreat. Accordingly, he commenced the attack on both wings. The Portuguese weakened their center to meet these, and then the central division of the French rushed forward, burst through the entrenchments, and carried at once the two principal forts. Then 2 battalions marched into the town and made for the bridge, while the rest fell on the Portuguese rear. The French right carried in succession a number of forts. Then 2 battalions marched into the town and made for the bridge, while the rest fell on the Portuguese rear. The French right carried in succession a number of forts, took 50 pieces of artillery, and drove off a great mass of the Portuguese from the town, while Merlet met with equal success on the other flank. Half the Portuguese, therefore, were driven up the valley of the Douro, and the other half towards the sea. Maddened by terror, some of them strove to swim across, others to get over in small boats. Lima, their general, shouted to them that the river was too wide to swim, and that those who took to boats would be shot down by the pursuing French. Whereupon his own troops turned upon him and murdered him. Although the French were but a couple of 100 yards away, they then renewed their attempt to cross, and many perished. Similar scenes took place in the valley above the town, but here the French cavalry interposed between the panic-stricken fugitives and the river, and so prevented them throwing away their lives in the hopeless attempt to swim across. In the meantime, incessant firing was going on in the city. The French column arriving at the bridge, after doing their best to rescue the drowning people, sacrificed to the heartless cowardice of the Portuguese cavalry, speedily repaired the break caused by the sinking boats, and prepared to cross the river, while others scattered through the town. The inhabitants fired upon them from the roofs and windows, and 200 men defended the bishop's palace to the last. Every house was the scene of conflict. The French, on entering one of the principal squares, found a number of their comrades, who had been taken prisoners and sent to the town, still alive, but horribly mutilated, some of them having been blinded, others having legs cut off, and all mutilated in various ways. This terrible sight naturally goaded them to such a state of fury that Soult in vain endeavored to stop the work of slaughter and pillage. This continued for several hours, and altogether the number of Portuguese who perished by drowning and slaughter in the streets was estimated at 10,000, of which the number killed in the defense of the works formed but an insignificant portion. Terence, on his arrival at the camp in the wood, resumed his uniform. Herrera had, on the previous day, purchased a light wagon and 2 horses for the use of the ladies, and as soon as the men had strapped on the cloaks and blankets which they had left behind them when they advanced to the defense of the bridge, the retreat began. Not until he had seen the column fairly on its way did Terence ride up to speak to the occupants of the wagon. He had not been introduced by Herrera to his friends, for on his return from his encounter with the bishop, the ladies had already retired to their tent. "I must introduce myself to you, Don Jose. I am Terence O'Connor, an ensign in His Britannic Majesty's regiment of Mayo Fusiliers, and an aide-de-camp of General Craddock, a very humble personage, though at present in command of these troops, irregular regiments of the Portuguese army." "Lieutenant Herrera has told us so much about you, Signor O'Connor, that we have been looking forward with much pleasure to meeting you. Allow me to present you to my wife and daughters, who have been as anxious as myself to meet an officer who has done such good services to the cause, and to whom it is due at the present moment that we are here, instead of being in the midst of the terrible scenes that are no doubt at this moment being enacted in Oporto." Terence bowed deeply to the ladies, and then said to his cousin, "I almost require introducing to you, for I caught but a glimpse of you as we crossed the river, and you look so different now that you have got rid of that hideous attire that I don't think that I should have known you. You have changed greatly too, Signor O'Connor. Terence burst into a laugh. My dear cousin, it is evident that you know very little of English customs, though you speak English so well. We don't call our cousins Mr. and Miss. You will have to call me Terence, and I shall certainly call you Mary. McWitty brought you back to camp all right? Yes, but it was terrible to hear all that firing, and I was wondering all the time whether you were being hurt. There is a great deal of powder fired away to every one that gets hit. Do you know what has happened in the town? Don Jose asked. I know no more than what my cousin has no doubt told you of that terrible scene at the bridge. It is evident that the French burst through the lines without any difficulty, as we saw no soldiers, except those cowardly cavalrymen, before the French arrived. It is probable that the entrenchments were carried in the center, and Soult evidently sent a body of soldiers straight through the town to secure the bridge. I think he must have cut off the main body of the defenders of the entrenchments from entering the town, and must either have captured them or driven them off. The fire of cannon has ceased over there before we retired, and it is clear from that the whole of the entrenchments must have been captured. There was, however, a heavy rattle of musketry in the town, and I suppose that the houses, and perhaps some barricades, were being defended. It was a mad thing to do, for it would only excite the fury of the French troops, and get them out of hand altogether. If there had been no resistance, the columns might have marched in good order, but even then I fear there might have been trouble, for unfortunately your peasants have behaved with such merciless cruelty to all stragglers who fell into their hands, that the thirst for vengeance would in any case have been irrepressible. Still, the officers might possibly have preserved order had there been no resistance. Shall we be pursued, do you think, Signor? Don Jose's wife asked. I do not think so. Possibly parties of horse may scour the country for some distance round, to see if there is any body of troops here. But we are all too strong to be attacked by any but a very numerous body of horse, and if they should attempt it, you may be sure that we can render a very good account of ourselves. We have beaten off the French horse once, and as since then we have had some stiff fighting, I have no fear of the men being unsteady, even if all Franceschi's cavalry came down upon us. Of that, however, there will be little chance. The French have their hands full for some days, and a few scouting parties are all that they are likely to send out. You speak Portuguese very well, Terence, Mary O'Connor said, in that language, hesitating a little before she used his Christian name. I have been nearly 9 months in the country, during most of which I have been on the staff, and have had to communicate with peasants and others, and for the past 2 months I have spoken nothing else. Necessity is a good teacher, besides which Lieutenant Herrera has been good enough to take great pains in correcting my mistakes and teaching me the proper idioms. Another 6 months of this work, and I have no doubt I shall be able to pass as a native. After marching 15 miles, the column halted, Terence feeling assured that the French would not push out their scouting parties more than 3 or 4 miles from Villanova. They halted at the edge of a forest, and a party under one of the officers was at once dispatched to a village 2 miles away, and returned in an hour with a drove of pigs that had been brought there, and a cart laden with bread and wine. Fires had already been lighted, and after seeing that the rations were divided among the various companies, Terence went to the tent. Herrera was chatting with his friends, and Mary O'Connor came out at once and joined him. That is right, Mary. We will take a stroll in the wood and have a talk together. Now tell me, how have you got on? I had expected to find you quite thin and almost starving. No, I have had plenty to eat, she laughed. The sisters kept me well supplied. I am sure that most of them were sorry for me, and they used to hide away some of their own bread and bring it to me when they had a chance. The Lady Superior was very hard, and if I had had to depend entirely on what she sent me up, I should have done very badly. I always ate as much as I could, as I wanted to keep up my strength, for I knew that if I got weak, I might give way and do what they wanted, and I was quite determined that I would not, if I could help it. McWitty told you, I suppose, how I came to hear where you were imprisoned? Yes, He said that the officer had given you the letter that I dropped to him. Yet how did he come to know that you were my cousin?" "It was quite an accident, just a similarity of name. We were chatting, and he said casually, 'I suppose you have no relatives at Oporto?' And I at once said I had, for fortunately my father had been telling me about your father and you the last time I saw him. That is 4 months ago. He was badly wounded at Vimera and invalided home. Then Captain Travers told me about getting your letter and what was in it, and I felt sure that it was you, and of course made up my mind to do what I could to get you out, though at the time I did not think that I should be in Oporto until I entered with the British Army." "But I cannot think how you got us all the start, and walked along with the Lady Superior as if you were a friend of hers. McWhitty had not time to tell me that. I was so frightened and bewildered with the dreadful noise and the strangeness of it all that I could not ask him any questions." "It was by virtue of this ring," he said, holding up his hand. "Why," she exclaimed in surprise, "that is the bishop's! I noticed it on his finger when he came one day to me and scolded me and said that I should remain a prisoner if it was for years until my obstinate spirit was broken. But how did you get it?" "Not with the bishop's goodwill, you may be sure, Mary," Terence laughed, and he told her how he had become possessed of it. The girl looked quite scared. "It sounds dreadful, doesn't it, Mary, to think that I should have laid hands upon a bishop, and such a bishop, a man who regards himself as the greatest in Portugal? However, there was no other way of getting the ring, and I could not see how, without it, I could persuade the Lady Superior to leave her convent with you all, and to tell you the truth, I would rather have got it that way than any other. The bishop is, in my opinion, a man who deserves no respect. He has terrorized all the north of Portugal, has caused scores of better men than himself to be imprisoned or put to death, and has now by his folly and ignorance cost the lives of no one knows how many thousand men, and brought about the sack of Oporto." "Did you hear anything of my mother?" the girl asked. "No. My Portuguese was not good enough for me to ask questions without risking being detected as a foreigner at once. She has behaved shamefully to you, Mary." "She never liked me," the girl said simply. "She and father never got on well together, and I think her dislike began by his taking to me and my liking to be with him and getting to talk English. There was a terrible quarrel between them once, because she accused him of teaching me to be a Protestant, although he never did so. He did give me a Bible, and I used to ask him questions, and he answered them. That was all. But as it did seem to me that he was much wiser in all things than she was, I thought that he might be wiser in religion too. I would have given up the property directly they wanted me to, if they would have let me go away to England. But when they took me to the convent and cut off my hair, and forced me to become a nun, I would not give way to them. I never took the vows, Terence. I would not open my lips, but they went on with the service just the same. I was determined that I would not yield. I thought that the English would come some day, and that I might be freed then." "What would you have done in England if you had gone there, Mary?" "I should have found your father out and gone to him. Father told me that your father was his greatest friend, and just before he died he told me that he had privately sent over all his own money to a bank at Cork, and ordered it to be put in your father's name. It was a good deal of money, for he would not give up the business when he married my mother, though she wanted him to. But he said that he could not live in idleness on her money, and that he must be doing something, and I know that he kept up the house in Oporto while she kept up her place in the country. He told me that the sum he had sent over was £20,000. That will be enough to live on, won't it?" "Plenty," Terence laughed. "I had no idea that I was rescuing such an heiress. I was sure that there was no chance of your getting your mother's money, at any rate as long as the bishop was leader of Oporto. However just your claim, no judge would decide in your favor." "Now tell me about yourself, Terence, and your home in Ireland, and all about it." "My home has been the regiment, Mary. My father has a few hundred acres in County Mayo, and a tumble-down house. That is to say, it was a tumble-down house when I saw it 4 years ago, but it had been shut up for a good many years, and I should not be surprised if it has quite tumbled down now. However, my father was always talking of going to live there when he left the army. The land is not worth much, I think. There are 500 acres, and they let for about 100 a year. However, my father has been in the regiment now for about 18 years, and as I was born in barracks, I have only been 3 or 4 times to Ballinagra, and then only because father took a fancy to have a look at the old house. My mother died when I was 10 years old, and I ran almost wild until I got my commission last June. "And how did you come to be a staff officer of the English general?" she asked. "I have had awfully good luck," Terence replied. "It happened in all sorts of ways." "Please tell me everything," she said. "I want to know all about you." "It is a long story, Mary." "So much the better," she said. "I know nothing of what has passed for the last year, and I dare say I shall learn about it from your story. You don't know how happy I am feeling to be out in the sun and in the air again, and to see the country after being shut up in one room for a year. Suppose we sit down here and you tell me the whole story." Terence accordingly related the history of his adventures since he had left England. The girl asked a great many questions, and specially insisted upon hearing his own adventures very fully. "It is no use your keeping on saying that it is all luck," she said when he had finished. "Your colonel could not have thought that it was luck when he wrote the report about that adventure at sea, and your general could not have thought so either, or he would not have praised you in his dispatch. Then, you know, General Fane must have thought that it was quite out of the way, or he would not have chosen you to be on his staff. Then afterwards, the other general must have been pleased with you, or he would not have put you on his staff, and sent you off on a mission to General Romana. It is quite certain that these things could not have been all luck, Terence, and anyhow, you cannot pretend that it was luck that this regiment of yours fought so well against the French, while none of the others seem to have fought at all. I suppose that you will say next that it was all luck that you got me out of the convent." "There was a great deal of luck in it, Mary. If that cowardly bishop hadn't left Oporto secretly, after declaring that he would defend it until the last, I could never have got his ring." "You would have got me out some other way if he hadn't," the girl said with confidence. "No, Terence, you can say what you like, but I shall always consider that you have been wonderfully brave and clever." "Then you will always think quite wrong," Terence said bluntly. "I shall begin to think that you are a tyrant, like the Bishop of Oporto, if you speak in that positive way. How old are you, sir?" "I was 16 6 months ago." "And I was 16 3 days ago," she said. "Fancy your commanding 2,000 soldiers and only 6 months older than I am." "It is not I, it is the uniform," Terence said. "They obey me when they won't obey their own officers, because I am on the English general's staff. They know that we have thrashed the French, and that their own officers know nothing at all about fighting, and they have no respect whatever for them. More than that, they despise them because they know that they are always intriguing, and that really, although they may be called generals, they are but politicians. You will see, when they get English officers to discipline them, they will turn out capital soldiers. But they think so little of their own, that if anything goes wrong, their first idea is that their officers must be traitors, and so fall upon them and murder them. You look older than I do, Mary. You seem to me quite a woman, while in spite of my uniform and my command, and all that, I am really only a boy." "I suppose I am almost a woman, Terence, but I don't feel so. You see, out here, girls often marry at 16. I know father said once that he hoped I shouldn't marry until I was 18, and that he wanted to keep me young. I never thought about getting almost a woman until the bishop told me one day that if I chose to marry a signor that he would choose for me, he would get me absolution from my vows, and that I need not then resign my property."
"The old blackguard!" Terence exclaimed angrily. "And what did you say to him?"
"I said that in the first place I had never thought of marrying, that in the second place I had not taken any vows, and in the third place that when I did marry I would choose for myself. He got into a terrible rage, and said that I was an obstinate heretic, and that some day when I was tired of my prison I would think better of it." I would have hit the bishop hard if I had known about that, Terence grumbled. If I ever fall in with him again, I will pay him out for it. Well, anyhow, I may as well take off his ring. It might lead to awkward questions if anyone noticed it. I think that you had certainly better do so, Terence. It might cost you your life. The bishop is a bad man, and he is a very dangerous enemy. If he heard that an English officer was wearing an episcopal ring, and upon inquiring found that that officer had been in Oporto at his capture, he would know at once that it was you who assaulted him, and he would never rest until he had your life. You had better throw it away. All right, here goes, Terence said carelessly, and he threw the ring into a clump of bushes. Now, Mary, it is getting dark, and I should think supper must be waiting for us. Yes, it is late. We have been a long while indeed, the girl said, getting up hastily. I forgot all about time. We are in plenty of time, Terence said, looking at his watch. As we all had some cold meat for lunch as soon as we arrived, I ordered dinner at 6 o'clock, and it wants 20 minutes of that time now. It is shocking, according to our Portuguese ideas, she said demurely, for a young lady and gentleman to be talking together for nearly 3 hours without anyone to look after them. It is not at all shocking, according to Irish ideas, Terence said, laughing, especially when the young lady and gentleman happen to be cousins. They walked on a short time in silence. Then she said, I have obeyed you, Terence, and haven't uttered a word of thanks for what you have done for me. That shows that you are a good girl, Terence laughed. Good girls always do as they are told, at least they're supposed to, though as to the fact I never had any experience, for I have no sisters, and there were no girls in barracks. Still, I am glad that you kept your promise, and hope that you will always do so. Being a cousin, of course it was natural that I should try to rescue you. And you would not if I hadn't been a cousin? No, I don't say that. I dare say I should have tried the same if I heard that any English or Irish girl was shut up here, for I'm sure I should if I had seen you beforehand. She colored a little at the compliment, and said lightly, Father told me once that Irishmen were great hands at compliments. He told me that there was some stone that people went to an old castle to kiss. I think he called it the Blarney Stone, and after that they'd be able to say all sorts of absurd things. I have never kissed the Blarney Stone, Terence said, laughing. If I wanted to kiss anything, it would be something a good deal softer than that. They were now entering the camp, and in a few minutes they arrived at the tent. I began to think that you were lost, O'Connor, Harara said as they came up. We had a lot to talk about, Terence replied. My cousin has been insisting upon my telling her my whole history, and all about what has passed here since she was shut up a year ago. And, as you may imagine, it was rather a long story. A few minutes later, they sat down on the ground to a meal in which roast pork was the leading feature. This is what we call in England a picnic, Signora, Terence said to Don Jose's wife. A picnic? She repeated. What does that mean? It is a funny word. I have no idea why it should be called so, Terence said. It means an open-air party. The ladies are supposed to bring the provisions, and the gentlemen the wine. Sometimes it is a boating party. At other times they drive in carriages to the spot agreed upon. It is always very jolly, and much better than a formal meal indoors. And you can play all sorts of tricks. What sort of tricks, Signor? Oh, there are lots of them. I was always having fun before I became an officer. My father was one of the captains of the regiment, and I was generally in for any amusement that there was. Once at a picnic, I remember that I got hold of the salt cellars and mustard pots beforehand, and I filled up one with powdered Epsom salts, which are horribly nasty, you know, and I mixed the mustard with cayenne pepper. Nobody could make out what had happened to the food. They soon suspected the mustard, but nobody thought of the salt for a long time. The colonel was furious over it, but fortunately they could not prove that I had any hand in the matter, though I know that they suspected me, for I did not get an invitation to a picnic for a long time afterwards. The three girls laughed, but Don Jose said seriously, But you would have got into serious trouble if you had been found out, would you not?" "I should have gotten a licking, no doubt, Signor, but I was pretty accustomed to that, and it did not trouble me in any way. At any rate, it did not cure me of my love of mischief. I'm afraid I shall never be cured of that. I used to have no end of fun in the regiment. I think that it did us all good. It takes some thinking to work out a bit of mischief properly. I suppose if one can think one thing out well, one can think out another." "It seems that you have succeeded well in your case, anyhow," Hirara laughed. "Perhaps if it hadn't been for your playing that trick at the picnic, you would never have taken command of that mob, and we should never have gone to Oporto, and my friends and your cousin would be there now. That is, if they had not been killed." "It may have had something to do with it," Terence admitted. "And now, Signor," Don Jose said, "which way are you going to take us?" "We shall go straight on to Coimbra," Terence said, "unless we come upon a British force before that. 2 days' long march will take us there. After that I must do as I am ordered. My independent command will come to an end there. I hope that I shall soon hear that my regiment has returned from England." "And what is to become of me? I have not thought of asking," Mary O'Connor said. "That must depend upon circumstances, Mary. If I go down to Lisbon, I hope that we shall all travel together, and I can then put you on board a transport returning to England. I am sure to find letters from my father there, telling me where he is and whether he is coming back with the regiment." "We shall be very happy, Signor," Don Jose said courteously, "to take charge of the Signora until there is an opportunity for sending her to England. I have, of course, many friends in Lisbon, and shall take a house there the instant I arrive, and Donna O'Connor will be as one of my own family." "I am extremely obliged to you, Don Jose. I have been wondering all day as I rode along what should I do with my cousin if, as is probable, I am obliged to stay at Coimbra until I receive orders from Lisbon. Your kind offer relieves me of a great anxiety. I think that it would be prudent for her to take another name while she is at Lisbon. There will certainly be no inquiries after her, for the Lady Superior of the convent will, of course, conclude that she was accidentally separated from the others in the crush, and that she was trampled on or killed, and indeed there would be such confusion in Oporto that the loss of a nun more or less would fail to attract attention. At any rate, it is likely to be a long time before any report the Lady Superior will make to the bishop will reach him. Months, perhaps, for she is not likely to take any particular pains to tell him news that would certainly anger him. Still, if he goes to Lisbon, as no doubt he will, and by chance happens to hear that Miss O'Connor was one of those who had escaped from the sack of Oporto, he might make inquiries, and then all sorts of trouble might arise, even if he did not have her carried off by force, which would be easy enough in a place so disturbed as Lisbon at present is. "I think you are right, Signor," Don Jose said gravely. "At any rate, it would be well to avoid any risk. What shall we call her?" "You can call her Miss Dillon, Signor. That is the name of an officer in our regiment." "But the bishop might meet her in the street by chance. What then?" "I don't think he would know me," Mary O'Connor put in. "I have seen him, but I don't suppose that he ever noticed me until he saw me in my nun's dress. And, of course, I look very different now. Still, he is very sharp, and I would take good care never to go out without a veil." "That will be the safest plan, Mary," Terence said, "though I don't think anyone would recognize you. Of course, he supposes that you are still snugly shut up in the convent. Still, it is just as well not to run the slightest risk." They made 2 long marches, and reached Coimbra early on the 3rd morning, bringing the first news that had been received there of the storming of Oporto. Terence at once reported himself to the commanding officer. "I was wondering where these 2 regiments came from, Mr. O'Connor," the colonel said. "I watched them march in, and thought that they were the most orderly body that I have seen since we came out here. Whose corps are they?" "Well, Colonel, they are my corps. I will tell you about it presently. It is a long story." "How strong are they?" "The field state this morning made them 2,355. There were 2,500 to begin with. The rest are either killed or wounded." "Oh, you have had some fighting then?" "We have had our share at any rate, Colonel, and I think I can venture to say that no other Portuguese corps shows so good a record. We have a large number of tents in store, and I will order a sufficient number to be served out to put all your men under canvas, with the understanding that if the army advances this way, the tents must be handed back to us. There are quantities of uniforms also. There have been shiploads sent over for the use of the Portuguese militia, who were to turn out in their hundreds of thousands, but have yet to be discovered. Would you like some of them? Very much indeed, Colonel. It would add very greatly to their appearance, though, as far as fighting goes, I am bound to say that I could wish nothing better. Really? Then all I can say is you have made a very valuable discovery. Hitherto, the fighting powers of the Portuguese have been invisible to the naked eye. But if you have found that they really will fight under some circumstances, we may hope that, now Lord Beresford has come out to take command of the Portuguese army, and is going to have a certain number of British officers to train and command them, they will be of some utility, instead of being simply a scourge to the country and a constant drain on our purse. Have you heard that Oporto is captured, sir? No, you don't say so. Captured in less than an hour from the time that the first gun was fired. Just what I expected when you have political bishops who not only pretend to govern a country, but also assume the command of armies. How can it be otherwise? However, you shall tell me about it presently. I will go down with you at once to the stores and order the issue of the tents and uniforms. My orders were that the uniforms were to be served out to militia and ordenancas. Under which head do your men come? The latter, sir. That is what they really were. But they've hung the 3 men the junta sent to command them, and placed themselves in my hands, and I have done the best I could with them, with the assistance of Lieutenant Herrera, who, as you may remember, accompanied me in charge of the escort, and my own 2 troopers and his men, and between us we have really done much in the way of disciplining them. 2 hours later, the tents were pitched on a spot a half a mile distant from the town. By the time this was done, the carts with the uniforms came up, to the great delight of the men. I have to go to the commandant again now, Herrera. Let the uniforms be served out to the men at once. Tell the captains to see to their fitting as well as possible. I have no doubt that the colonel will come down to inspect them this afternoon, and will probably bring a good many officers with him, so we must make as good a show as possible. Herrera's friends and Mary O'Connor had, on arriving at Coimbra, hired rooms, as Don Jose had determined to stay for a few days before going on, because his wife had been much shaken by the events that had taken place, and his eldest daughter was naturally anxious to wait until she knew whether Herrera would be able to return to Lisbon, or would remain with the corps. By the time Terence returned to the colonel's quarters, it was lunchtime. "You must come across the mess, Mr. O'Connor," the commandant said. "Everyone is anxious to hear your news, and will save your going over it twice if you will tell it after lunch. I fancy every officer in the camp will be there." End of chapter 18. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 19 of With More at Corunna by G.E. Henty. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at Corunna by G.E. Henty. Chapter 19. Confirmed in Command. Terence, after lunch was over, first related to the officers all that he knew of the siege of Oporto, explaining why he did not choose to sacrifice the men under him by joining the undisciplined rabble in the entrenchments, but determined to keep the head of the bridge. They listened with breathless interest to his narrative of the attack and capture of Oporto. "But how was it that the 50-gun battery did not knock the bridge to pieces when the French tried to cross?" "That is more than I can say, Colonel. I should fancy that they were all so terrified at the utter rout on the other side, which they could see well enough, for they had a view right over the town to the entrenchments, that they simply fired wildly. I don't believe a single ball hit the bridge. though of course they ought to have sunk a dozen boats in a couple of minutes. My men could have held it for days, though they were suffering somewhat from the fire of 2 of the French field batteries, but I found that no steps whatever had been taken to remove the boats from the other side. There were great numbers of them all along the bank, and the enemy could have crossed a mile higher up, at the spot where I took my men over, and so fallen on our rear. Therefore, I withdrew to save them from being cut up or captured uselessly. Now tell us about those troops of yours, O'Connor. Terence gave a somewhat detailed account of the manner in which he took the command and of the subsequent operations, being desirous of doing justice to Harara and his troopers, and to his own 2 orderlies. There was much laughter among the officers at his assumption of command, and at the subsequent steps he took to form his mob of men into an orderly body. But interest took the place of amusement, as he told how they had prevented the French from crossing at the mouth of the Minho, and caused Soult to take the circuitous and difficult route by Orense. His subsequent defense of the defile, and the night attack upon the French, surprised them much, and when he brought his story to a conclusion, there were warm expressions of approval among his hearers. "I must congratulate you most heartily, Mr. O'Connor," the colonel said. "What seemed at first a very wild and harebrained enterprise, if you don't mind my saying so, certainly turned out a singular success. It would have seemed almost impossible that you, a young ensign, should be able to exercise any authority over a great body of mere peasants, who have everywhere shown themselves utterly insubordinate and useless under their native officers. It is nothing short of astonishing, and it is most gratifying to find that the Portuguese should, under an English officer, develop fighting powers far beyond anything with which they have been hitherto credited. What are you going to do now?" "I was intending to send my dispatches on to Sir John Craddock, and will wait here for orders." "I think that you had better take your dispatches on yourself, Mr. O'Connor. I don't suppose that they are anything like so full as the story you have told us, which I am sure would be of as much interest to the general as it has been to us." "I will do so, sir, and will start this evening. My horse had 3 days' rest at Villanova, and is quite fit for travel." "You must be feeling terribly anxious about your cousin," the officer who had first told him about her remarked. "There is no saying what may have happened in Oporto after it was stormed." "I should indeed be, if she were there," Terence replied, "but I am happy to say that she is at present at Coimbra, having travelled with us under the charge of some Portuguese ladies, friends of Harara." "You don't mean to say that you persuaded the bishop to let her out of the convent?" "Scarcely," Terence laughed, "though the bishop did unwittingly aid me." "I congratulate you on getting her out," the colonel said. "Travers was telling us the day after you left what a curious coincidence it was that the nun who threw him out a letter should turn out to be a cousin of yours. Will you tell us how you managed it?" "I don't mind telling it, sir, if all here will promise not to repeat it. The Bishop of Oporto is a somewhat formidable person, and were he to lodge a complaint against me, he might get me into serious trouble, and is perfectly capable of having me stabbed some dark night in the streets of Lisbon. Therefore, I think it would be as well to omit any details of the share he played in the matter. Without that, the story is simple enough. Having got a boat with 2 men in it at the end of the street in which stood the convent, I went there in the dress of an ecclesiastic, just as the French burst into the town. The bishop had fled on the night before to the Serra convent on the other side of the river, and I was able to produce an authority from him which satisfied the lady superior that I was the bearer of his order for her and the nuns to make for the bridge, and to cross the river at once. Of course I accompanied them. The crowd was great, and they naturally got separated. In the confusion, my orderlies managed to get my cousin out of the crowd, and took her straight to the boat. As soon as I saw that they had gone, I persuaded the lady superior to take the rest of the nuns back to the convent at once, as the bridge was by this time broken, and the French had made their appearance. She got the nuns together and made off with them as fast as they could run, and after seeing that they were all nearly back to their convent, Without any signs of the French being near, I joined the others in the boat, and we rowed across the river. It was a simple business altogether, and though at first it seemed very hopeless, especially to get the authority of the bishop, the colonel said with a smile. That certainly seemed the most hopeless part of the business, Terence replied, but happily I was able to manage it somehow. Well, you certainly had a most remarkable series of adventures, Mr. O'Connor. Now we will go and inspect your corps. Of course they will be rationed while they are here, and will be under my general orders until I hear from Craddock. Quite so, Colonel. I am sure that they will be proud of being inspected by you. Of course, they are unable to do any complicated maneuvers, but those they do know, they know pretty thoroughly, and can do them in a rough and ready way that for actual work is, I think, just as good as a parade ground performance. I will go on ahead, sir, and form them up. I would rather, if you don't mind, that they should have no warning, the colonel said. We will just go down quietly and see how quickly they can turn out. Very well, sir. All there expressed their wish to go, and as all were provided with horses or ponies of some kind, in 10 minutes they rode off in a body. His officers had been very busy all the time that Terence had been away, serving out the uniforms and seeing that they were properly put on. The work was just over, and the men were sauntering about round their tents when the party arrived. Herrera came up and saluted. He was known to the colonel, as he had dined with Terence at the mess on their way through. After a few words, Terence said to Herrera, "Have the assembly blown, and let the men fall in." Herrera walked back to the tents, and a moment later a horn blew. It had an uncouth sound, and bore no resemblance to the ordinary call, but it was promptly obeyed. The men snatched their muskets from the piles in front of the tents, and in a wonderfully short time the whole were formed up in their ranks, stiff and immovable. "Excellently done," the colonel said. "No British regiment could have fallen in more smartly." Accompanied by Terence, and followed by the rest of the officers, he rode along the line. The evening before, Terence had impressed upon the captains of companies the necessity for having the rifles perfectly clean, as they were about to join a British camp, so that the pieces were all in perfect order. When the inspection was over, the mounted group drew off a little. "The troops will form in columns of companies," Terence said, and Bull and McWhitty, who were at the head of their respective regiments, gave the orders. The movements were well executed. The men, proud of their uniform and on their mettle at being inspected by British officers, did their best, and that best left little to be desired. After marching past, they formed into company squares to resist cavalry, then retired by alternate companies, and then formed into line. "Excellently done," said the colonel. "Indeed, I can hardly believe it possible that a party of peasants have in a month's time been formed into a body of good soldiers. I should like the officers to come up." "Call the officers." There was an officer's call, and this now sounded, and the 12 captains with their 2 majors rode to the front and saluted. "Mr. Herrera," the colonel said, "I have seen with surprise and the greatest satisfaction the movements of the men under you. They do you the greatest credit, and I shall have pleasure in sending in a most favorable report to the general, the result of my inspection of the regiments. I hear from Mr. O'Connor that your men have shown themselves capable of holding their own against the French, and I can say that I should feel perfectly confident in going into action with my regiment, supported by such brave and capable troops. Would that instead of 2,000, we had 100,000 Portuguese troops, equally to be trusted. We should very speedily turn the French out of Portugal and drive them from the peninsula." The officers bowed and rode off. The troops had not learned the salute, and when the horn sounded they were at once dismissed drill. "Well, Mr. O'Connor, I must congratulate you most heartily on what you have done. If nothing else, you have added to our army a couple of strong regiments of capable soldiers. If I had not seen it myself, I should have thought it impossible that over 2,000 men could be converted into soldiers in so short a time, and that without experienced non-commissioned officers to work them up." Returning to Coimbra with the colonel, Terence rode to the house where Herrera's friends had taken rooms, and told them that he was going to leave them. Don Jose at once wrote several letters of introduction to influential friends at Lisbon, telling them that he and his daughters had escaped from the sack of Oporto, and asking them to show every kindness to the officer to whom they chiefly owed their safety. Terence meanwhile returned to camp, arranged with Herrera and the two majors that everything was to go on as usual during his absence, urging them to work hard at their drill, and to impress upon the men the necessity now that they were in uniform of carrying themselves as soldiers and doing credit to their corps. 5 days later he arrived at Lisbon, taking with him a report from the commandant of his inspection of the corps. "I had begun to be afraid that you had been killed or taken prisoner, Mr. O'Connor," Sir John Craddock said as Terence presented himself, "or that you must have fallen back with Romana into Spain. He seems to have behaved very badly, for, as I hear, although he had 10,000 men with him, half of them regular troops, he had retired without a shot being fired, except by 2 regiments who were mauled by the French cavalry, and left Silvira in the lurch. I was on other business, General, and I fear that you will think that I exceeded my orders, but I hope that you will consider that the result has justified my doing so. Will you kindly first run your eye over this report by the officer commanding at Coimbra?" Sir John Craddock read the report with a puzzled expression of face. Then he said, "But what regiments are these that Colonel Wilberforce speaks of in such high terms? Were they part of Romana's force? He speaks of them as a corps under your command, and as being 2,300 strong." "They were not Romana's men, sir, but a body of Ordinencas, of whom, as my report will inform you, I came by a combination of circumstances to take the command, appointing Lieutenant Herrera, who commanded my escort colonel, my 2 orderlies as majors, and the Portuguese troopers of my escort as captains of companies. We have been several times engaged with the French, and I cannot speak too highly of the behavior of officers and men." Sir John Craddock burst into a laugh. "You certainly are a cool hand, Mr. O'Connor. Assuredly, I did not contemplate, when I sent you off, that you would return as colonel of 2 regiments." "Nor did I, sir. But you see, you gave me general instructions to concert measures with Romana for the defense of the frontier. I saw at once that Romana was hopeless, and was therefore myself driven to take these measures. As Oporto has fallen, I cannot say they were successful, but at least I may say that we gave Oporto 14 days extra time to prepare her defense, and if she did not take advantage of the time, it was not my fault." The look of amusement on the general's face turned to one of interest. "How did you do that, sir?" "My corps prevented Soult from crossing at the mouth of the Minho, General, killing some 200 of his men and driving his boats back across the river. When the French general saw that he could not cross in face of such opposition, he was obliged to march his army round by Ourense and down by the passes, which ought to have been successfully defended by the Portuguese." "That was good service indeed, Mr. O'Connor. I received dispatches from our agents at Oporto, saying that Soult's landing had been repulsed by armed peasants." "My men were little more than armed peasants then, sir, though they had a few days' hard drill. Still, a British officer would scarcely have called them soldiers." "Well, I think that Wilberforce's report shows that they have a right to that title now. Take a seat, Mr. O'Connor, and a newspaper. There are some that arrived 2 days ago, while I look over your report." Terence had written in much greater detail than is usual in official reports, as he wished the general to see how well the men and their officers had behaved. It was 20 minutes before the general finished it. "A very remarkable report, Mr. O'Connor, very remarkable. You must dine with me this evening. I have many questions to ask you about it, and also about the storming of Oporto, of which we have, as yet, received no details, although a messenger from the bishop brought us news some days ago. He seems to have made a terrible mess of it." "He ought to be hung, sir," Terence said indignantly. "After getting all those unfortunate peasants together, he sneaked off and hid himself in a convent on the other side of the river, on the very night before the French attacked." "Unfortunately, Mr. O'Connor, we cannot give all men their deserts, or we should want all the rope on board the ships in the harbor for the purpose. The bishop is a firebrand of the most dangerous kind, and I suppose we shall have him here in a day or 2, for he said in his letter that he was on his way. There is one comfort, He will be too busy in quarreling with the authorities to have any time to spend on his quarrels with us. Then I shall see you in an hour's time. Please ask Captain Nelson to come in here. I have some notes for him to write." Terence bowed and retired. "What a nuisance," Captain Nelson said. "I was wanting to hear all that you have been doing." "I am to dine with the general," Terence said. "Perhaps I shall meet you there." Captain Nelson found that he was wanted to write notes of invitation to such of the officers who were still at Lisbon as had dined there when Terence was last the general's guest, and as the general's invitations overrode all other engagements, most of them were present when Terence returned. "Mr. O'Connor has another story for you, gentlemen," the general said when the cloth was removed and the wine was put on the table. "I am not sure whether I am right in calling him Mr. O'Connor, for he has been performing the duties of a colonel, commanding 2 regiments in the Portuguese service. I will preface his story by reading the report of Colonel Wilberforce, commanding at Coimbra, of the state of efficiency of his command." There was a look of surprise at the general's remarks, and that surprise was greatly heightened on the reading of Colonel Wilberforce's report. "Now, Mr. O'Connor," the general said when he had finished, "I am sure that we shall all be obliged by your giving us a detailed statement of the manner in which you raised those regiments, and of the operations that you undertook with them. And the more details you give us, the better, for it is well that we should understand how the Portuguese can best be handled. I may say at once that personally we are greatly indebted to you for having proved that, when even partially disciplined and well led, they are capable of doing very good service, a fact of which, I own, I have been hitherto very doubtful." Smiles were exchanged among the auditors when Terence described the manner in which he came to command a body of undisciplined Ordenanças. When he spoke of the state in which he found Romana's army, and the reason for his determination to keep his column intact, they listened more attentively, and exchanged looks of surprise when he described his rapid march to the mouth of the Minho, and the repulse of Soult's attempt to cross Ventully. He then described how he had joined Silveira, and the mutiny of that general's troops. Still more surprise was manifested when he related the action in the defile, and the bravery with which his troops had behaved, and the manner in which they had been handled by the troopers that he had appointed as their officers. The night attack on the cavalry and infantry of the head of Soult's column was equally well received. His reasons for not joining the army at Braga, and of keeping aloof from the mob of peasants at Oporto, were as much approved as was the holding of the bridge for a while, and his actions for withdrawing. "Well, gentlemen," the general said when Terence had finished, "I think you will allow that my aide-de-camp, Mr. O'Connor, has given a good account of himself, and that if he went outside my orders, his doing so has been most amply justified." "It has indeed, General," one of the senior officers said warmly. "I can answer for myself that I should have been proud to have been able to tell such a story." A murmur of approval ran round the table. "It is difficult to say whether Mr. O'Connor's readiness to accept responsibility, or the manner in which, in the short space of a month, he turned a mob of peasants into regular soldiers, or the quickness with which he marched to the spot threatened by Soult, and so compelled him to entirely change the plan of his campaign, or his conduct in the defense of the defile, and in his night attack, are most remarkable. I should wish to say, General, that in telling this story, I have been chiefly anxious to do justice to the hearty cooperation of Lieutenant Herrera, and the services rendered by my own 2 orderlies and his troopers. By myself, I could have done absolutely nothing. Their work was hard and incessant, and the drill and discipline of the troops was wholly due to them." "I understand, Mr. O'Connor. It is quite right for you to say so, and I thoroughly recognize that they must have done good service. But it is the man that plans, organizes, and infuses his own spirit into those under his command that everything is due. Now, Mr. O'Connor, I think I will ask you to leave us for a few minutes. The case is rather an exceptional one, and I should be glad to chat the matter over with the officers present." "Well, gentlemen, what do you think that we are to do with Mr. O'Connor?" he went on with a smile as the door closed behind Terence.
"My experience affords me no guide, General," another of the senior officers said.
It is simply amazing that a lad of 17, I suppose he's not much over that, should have conceived and carried out such a plan. It sounds like a piece of old knight-errantry. Clive did as much, but Clive was some years older when he first became a thorn in the side of the French. What is your opinion, sir?" "He is already a lieutenant," the general said. "I sent home a strong recommendation that he should be promoted when he was last here, and received an intimation 3 days ago that he had been gazetted lieutenant and transferred to my staff. This time I shall simply send home a copy of the report he has furnished me with, and that of Colonel Wilberforce, and say that I leave the reports to speak for themselves, but that in my opinion it is a case altogether exceptional. That is all I can do now. The question, of course, is whether he shall return to staff service again, or shall he continue in command of the corps with which he has done so much. If he does the latter, he must have local rank. Otherwise he would be liable to be overruled by any Portuguese officer of superior rank. I think that the best way would be to send a copy of the reports to the Lord Beresford, saying that in my opinion it is very strong that Lieutenant O'Connor should be allowed to retain an independent command of the corps that he has raised and disciplined, and that I will either myself bestow local rank upon him, and treat the corps as forming a part of the British Army, like that of Trent, or that he should give him a local rank as its colonel, in which case he would operate still independently, but in connection with Beresford's own force." "I should almost think that the first step would be the best, General, if I might say so. In the first place, Beresford will have any number of irregular parties operating with him, while such a corps would be invaluable to us. They are capable of taking long marches, they know the mountains of force, and would keep us supplied with news, while they harass the enemy. As an officer on your staff, O'Connor would have a much greater power among the Portuguese population than he would have on his own account in their own army, and he would be very much less likely to be interfered with by the leaders of other parties and corps." "Perhaps that would be the best way, Colonel. I will send the reports to Beresford, and say that I have appointed Lieutenant O'Connor to remain in command of this corps, which I shall attach to my own command, and saying that I shall be obliged if he would have a commission made out for him, giving him the local rank of colonel in the Portuguese army. Beresford is himself a gallant soldier, and will appreciate, as you do, the work that O'Connor has done, and as he knows nothing of the lad's age, he will comply, as a matter of course, with my request. I shall, in writing home, strongly recommend his 2 cavalrymen for commissions. As to Herrera, I shall ask Beresford to give him the rank of lieutenant colonel. I shall suggest to Beresford that his troopers should all receive commissions in his army. They have all earned them, which is more than I could say of any other Portuguese soldiers so far as I have heard." Terence was then called in again. "In the first place, I have a pleasant piece of news to give you, Mr. O'Connor, namely, that I have received from home an official letter that on my recommendation you have been gazetted to the rank of lieutenant and transferred to my staff. In the second place, I have decided that while still retaining you on my staff, you will be continued in your present command. I shall obtain for you a commission as colonel in the Portuguese service, but your corps will form part of my command and act with the British army. I shall request Lord Beresford to appoint Mr. Herrera to the rank of lieutenant colonel, and shall recommend that commissions be given to his troopers. The 2 orderlies, of whom services you spoke so highly, I shall recommend for commissions in our army, and shall request Lord Beresford to give them local rank as majors." Terence colored with pleasure and confusion. "I am greatly obliged to you, General," he said, "but I do not at all feel that the services that I have tried to perform—" "That is for me to judge," the General said kindly. "All the officers here quite agree with me that those services have been very marked and exceptional, and are at one with me as to how they should be recognized. Moreover, in obtaining for you the rank of colonel in the Portuguese army, I am not only recognizing those services, but I am adding to the power that you will have of rendering further services to the army. Although attached to our forces, you will receive your colonel's commission from Lord Beresford, who is now the general appointed by the Portuguese government to command their army." It was late, and the party rose. All of them shook hands warmly with Terence, who retired with his friend Captain Nelson. The latter told him, before they went in to dinner, that he had had a bed put up for him in his own room. "Well, Mr. O'Connor," Nelson laughed, "you must allow me to be the first to salute you as my superior officer." "It is absurd altogether," Terence said almost ruefully. "Still, Captain Nelson, though I may hold a superior rank in the Portuguese army, that goes for very little. I have seen enough of Portuguese officers to know that even their own soldiers have not got any respect for them, and in our own army I am only a lieutenant." "That is so, lad. However, there was never promotion more deserved, and as you hung, or rather left to be hung, a Portuguese colonel, it is only right that you should supply the deficiency." "I hope I shall not have to wear a Portuguese uniform," Terence said earnestly. "I should think not, O'Connor, but I will ask the general in the morning. Of course you will not wear your present uniform, because you are now gazetted into the staff and out of your own regiment. Now we will smoke a quiet cigar before we turn in. Have you any other story to tell me that you have not already related?" "Well, yes, I have one, but it is only of a personal interest." And he then gave an account of his discovery of his cousin in the convent of Oporto, and how he managed to rescue her, ending by saying, "I have told you the story, Nelson, so that if by any unexpected accident it is found out that she is an escaped nun, and her friends appeal to the general for protection, you may be aware of the circumstances and help." "Certainly I will do so," Captain Nelson said warmly. "You certainly have a wonderful head for devising plans." "I began it early," Terence laughed. "I was always in mischief before I got my commission, and I suppose that helps me. But you see, I had wonderful luck." "I don't say anything against your luck, but good luck is of no use unless a fellow knows how to take advantage of it, and that is just what you have done. I suppose that you will stay here for a day or two." "My horse wants a couple days' rest, and I have my uniform to get. I suppose I could get one made in a couple of days, whether it is a Portuguese or English one?" "I dare say you will be able to manage that." The next morning, to his great satisfaction, Terence learned that the general said he had better wear a staff uniform, and he accordingly went with Captain Nelson and was measured. "Your Portuguese seems to have improved amazingly in the 2 months you have been away," the latter said as he came out from the shop. "You seem to jabber away quite fluently." "I have been talking nothing else, and Herrera has acted as my instructor, so I get on very fairly now." At this moment a carriage drove past them. "That is the Bishop of Oporto," said Terence. "I suppose he has just arrived." "It is a good thing that he does not know you as well as you know him," Captain Nelson said dryly. "If he did, your adventures would be likely to be cut short by a knife between your shoulders some dark night." "He does not know me at all," Terence laughed. "The advantages are all on my side in the present case." "It is an advantage," Captain Nelson laughed, "when I think that you have raised your hand against the venerable but somewhat truculent prelate. I shudder at your boldness. I only caught a glimpse of him as he passed, but I could see that he looked rather scared." "Perhaps he hasn't recovered yet from the fright I gave him," laughed Terence. "I have seen and heard enough of his doings, and paid him a very small installment of the debt due to him." The uniforms were promised for the next evening, and Terence felt, when he put them on, that they were a considerable improvement upon his late one, stained and discolored as it was by wet, mud, and travel. After paying a visit to the general to say goodbye, Terence mounted and started for Coimbra. Upon his arrival there, 4 days later, he at once reported himself to the commandant. "I received a copy of the general order of last Tuesday," the latter said, "and congratulate you most warmly on being confirmed in your rank. I thought that it would be so, for one could not reckon that, had another taken your place, your corps would have maintained its present state of efficiency." "You are very good to say so, Colonel, but any British officer appointed to command it would do as well or better than I should." "I don't think that he would in any way, but certainly he would not be followed with the same confidence by his men as they would follow you, and with troops like these everything depends upon their confidence in their commander. The corps is now attached to our army, Colonel. You were good enough to order them to be rationed before, but I have now an order from the general for them to draw pay and rations the same as the British troops. That is all right, the colonel said, examining the document. I will take a copy of it, but as it is a general order, you must keep the original yourself. I see that you have now adopted the uniform of the staff. It is certainly a great improvement upon that of an infantry officer, and appearances go for a good deal among the Portuguese. I see, by the way, that you have got your step in our army. Yes, Colonel, the general was good enough to recommend me. Of course, I am glad in one way, but I am sorry that it has put me out of the regiment that I have been brought up with. But of course, it was necessary, for I could not have gone over other men's heads in it. No, when a man gets special promotion, it is always into another regiment for that reason. You will be glad to hear that your men have been behaving extremely well in your absence, and that I have not heard of a single case of drunkenness or misconduct among them. I have been down there several times, and always found them hard at work drilling. They seem to me to improve every time I see them. On leaving the colonel's quarters, Terence rode to his cousin's. Mary rose with an exclamation of surprise as he entered. "What a handsome uniform, Terence! How is it you have changed it?" "I am now regularly on the general's staff, Mary, and this is the uniform." "You look very well in it," she said. "Don't you think so, Lorenza?" "I do indeed," her friend agreed. "It does make a difference." "Well, to begin with, it is clean and new," Terence laughed. "And though the other was not old, it had seen his best days. But I have more news, Mary. You will now have to address your cousin as Colonel." Mary clapped her hands, and Don Jose and his family uttered exclamations of pleasure. "It is quite right," Mary said. "It is ridiculous that Signor Herrera should be Colonel and you only Mr. O'Connor." "It does not matter much about a name," he said. "I commanded before, and I shall do so now, but I have got Portuguese rank." "Why did they not make you an English colonel?" Mary asked, rather indignantly. Terence laughed. "I shall be lucky if I get that in another 20 years, Mary. I am a lieutenant now. I have got the step since you saw me last, but I am to rank as a colonel in the Portuguese army as long as I command this corps, which I am glad to say is now to form a part of the British army. Herrera is to have the rank of lieutenant colonel. Bull and McWhitty will, I hope, get their commissions as ensigns in the British army with local rank of majors. The general will recommend that Herrera's troopers all get commissions in the Portuguese army." "Ah, well, I am pleased that your services are appreciated, Terence. We are very glad that you have come back, Lorenza especially so, as now you have returned, she thinks she will see more of Signor Herrera." "The bishop is in Lisbon, Mary." "That is not such good news, Terence. I will be very careful to keep out of his way." "Do," he said. "I have spoken to Captain Nelson, one of the general's staff, about you, and if by any chance you should be recognized as an escaped nun, I hope that Don Jose will go to him at once and ask him to obtain the general's protection for you, which will, I am sure, be given. Your father was an Irishman. You are a British subject and have a right to protection. You won't forget the name, Don Jose? Captain Nelson?" "I shall write it down at once," the Portuguese said. "But as Donna Mary will pass under the name of Dillon, and her dress has so changed her appearance, I do not think that there is the smallest fear of her being recognized. Indeed, no one can know her except the bishop himself." "You may be sure that I shall not go out much in Lisbon," Mary said, "and if I do, I will keep my promise to be always closely veiled." End of chapter 19. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 20 of With More at CORUNNA by J. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at CORUNNA by J. Henty. Chapter 20 With the Mayos. The news that Terence brought to the regiment gave great and general satisfaction. Herrera was delighted to hear that he was to be made a lieutenant colonel in his army. Bull and McWhitty were overjoyed on hearing that they had both been recommended for commissions, and Herrera's troopers were equally pleased. The rank and file felt no less gratification, both at the honor of being attached to the British Army and at the substantial improvement in their condition that this would entail. On the following day, Herrera's friends and Mary O'Connor left for Lisbon, and the latter astonished Terence by bursting into tears as she said goodbye to him. "I have said nothing yet of the gratitude that I feel to you, Terence, for all that you have done for me, for you have always stopped me whenever I tried to, but I shall always feel it, always, and shall think of you and love you dearly." "It has been just as fortunate for me as it has been good for you, Mary," he said. "I have never had a sister, and I seem to have found one now." The girl looked up, pouting. "I don't think," she said, "I should particularly care about being a sister. I think I would rather remain a cousin." Terence looked surprised and a little hurt. "You are only a silly boy," she laughed, "but we'll understand better some day. Well, goodbye, Terence," and the smile faded from her face. "Goodbye, dear. Take care of yourself in Lisbon, and be sure that you look out to see if the Mayo Fusiliers arrive while you are there. I heard that they were about to embark again with the force that General Hill is bringing out, but my father won't be with them, I'm afraid. I have not heard from him, but I should hardly think that he will be fit for hard service again. Yet, if he should be, he will tell you where to go till we get back. At any rate, don't start for England until the regiment comes. I fancy that it will be at Lisbon before you are, and Don Jose can easily find out for you whether father is with it. If he is not, go to Balin Agra. I have written instructions how you are to travel, but you had better write to him there directly you land, and I have no doubt that he will come over and fetch you. I don't know anything about London, but you had better see Captain Nelson at Lisbon. Here is a note I have written to him, asking him where you had better go, and what you had better do when you get to London." The day after the party had left, Terence marched with his corps north, and established himself at Carvalho, where the road from Oporto passed over the spurs of the Sierra de Caramula, in order to check the incursions of the French cavalry from Oporto. In the course of the next fortnight, he had several sharp engagements with them. In the last of these, when making a reconnaissance with both regiments, he was met by the whole of Francesi's cavalry. They charged down on all four sides of the square into which he formed his force, expecting that, as upon two previous occasions, the Portuguese would at once break up at their approach. They stood, however, perfectly firm, and received the cavalry with such withering volleys that Francesi speedily drew off, leaving upwards of 200 dead behind him. The day after this fight, Terence received a letter from Mary saying that General Hill had arrived before they reached Lisbon, and that Don Jose had learned that Major O'Connor had retired on half pay. Also, that Captain Nelson had obtained a passage for her in one of the returning transports, and had given her a letter to his mother, who resided in London, asking her to receive her until she heard from the Major. A few days afterwards, he learned from Colonel Wilberforce that the English army had marched for Leiria. General Hill's force of 5,000 men and 300 horses for the artillery arrived at an opportune moment. The storming of Oporto, the approach of Victor to Badajoz, after totally defeating Cuesta's Spanish army, killing 3/5 of his men, and capturing thousands of prisoners, while La Paz was advancing from the east, had created a terrible panic in Portugal. Beresford's orders were disobeyed, many of his regiments abandoned their posts, and the populace in Lisbon were in a state of furious turmoil. Hill's arrival to some extent restored confidence. The disorders were repressed, and Sir John Craddock now felt himself strong enough to advance. Terence's report of the repulse of Francesi's cavalry was answered by a letter from Craddock himself, expressing warm approval at the conduct of the corps. "There is but little fear of an advance by Soult himself at present," he said. "He must know that we have received reinforcements, and he will not venture to march on Lisbon, as the force now gathering at Leiria could operate upon his flank and rear. I shall be glad, therefore, if you would march with your command to the latter town, The example of your troops cannot but have a good effect upon the raw Portuguese levies, and, in the event of our advancing to the relief of Ciudad Rodrigo, could render good service by clearing the passes, driving in the French outposts, and keeping me well informed of the state of the roads, the accommodation available for the troops, and the existence of supplies. Immediately on receipt of this, Terence marched for Leiria, where the British army was under canvas. On the way down, they halted for a night at Coimbra. "An official letter came for you last night, O'Connor," Colonel Wilberforce said. "I kept it until I should have an opportunity of forwarding it to you. Here it is, duly addressed, Colonel O'Connor, the Minho Regiment." This was the name Sir John Craddock suggested to Terence as a memorial of the service they had rendered in repulsing Soult at that river. It was the first time Terence had seen his name with the prefix of Colonel. "It looks like a farce," he said as he broke the seal. Inside was an official document signed by Lord Beresford to the effect that as a recognition of the very great services rendered by Lieutenant O'Connor, an officer of the staff of Sir John Craddock, when in command of the 2 battalions of the Minho Regiment, and in accordance with the strong recommendation of the British General, Lieutenant Terence O'Connor is hereby appointed to the rank of Colonel in the Portuguese service, with the pay and allowances of his rank. Colonel O'Connor is to continue in command of the regiments which will be attached to the British Army under the command of Sir John Craddock. Here is a letter for your friend Herrera, and a much more bulky one. Will you hand it to him?" Herrera's letter contained his promotion to lieutenant colonel with an order to remain under Terence's command. Also, 14 commissions, 2 giving Bull and McWhitty the Portuguese rank of major, the remaining being captain's commissions for the 12 troopers. 2 days later they reached Leiria. The April sun rendered shelter unnecessary for the Portuguese, and after establishing them, for the present, a quarter-mile away from the British camp, he went and reported his arrival to the officer in command, and was told that he could not do better than bivouac on the ground he had selected. Leaving the headquarters, he soon found where the Mayo regiment was encamped, and made his way to the officers' marquee. They were just sitting down to lunch, when, at the entry of an officer on the general staff, the colonel at once rose gravely. O'Grady was the first to recognize the newcomer. "Bejabers!" he shouted. "But it is Terence O'Connor himself!" There was a general rush to shake hands with him, and a din of voices and a confusion of questions and greetings. "And what in the world have you got that uniform on for, Terence?" O'Grady asked when the din somewhat subsided. "We saw that the general had appointed you as one of his aides de camp when you got here after Corunna, but you would wear your own uniform all the same." "What matters about his uniform, O'Grady?" the others exclaimed. "What we want to know is how he saved his life at Corunna, when we all thought that he was either killed or taken prisoner." "Wait till the lad has got something to eat and drink," the colonel said peremptorily. "Pray take your seats, gentlemen. You take this chair by me, O'Connor. And now, while you are waiting for your plate, tell us in a few words how you escaped. Everyone made sure that you were killed. We heard that Fane had sent you to carry an order, that you had delivered it, and then started to rejoin him. From that time no one saw you alive or dead." "The matter was very simple, Colonel. My horse was hit in the head with a round shot. I went a frightful cropper on some stones in the middle of a clump of bushes. I lay there insensible all night, and coming to in the morning, saw that the French had advanced, and the firing on the hill over the town told me that the troops had got safely on board ship. I lay quiet all day, and at night made off, sheltered for a couple of days with some peasants on the other side of the hill, joined Romana, went there to the Portuguese frontier with him, and then rode to Lisbon, where Sir John Craddock was good enough to put me on his staff. We heard that you had turned up safely at Lisbon, and glad we were, as you may be sure, and a good jollification we had over it. As for O'Grady, it has served as an excuse for an extra tumbler ever since." "Bad excuses are better than none," Terence laughed. "And if it hadn't been that, it would have been something else." "Shut up, you young scamp," O'Grady said. "How is it you have not answered my question? Why are you wearing staff officer's uniform instead of your own?" "Have you not heard, Colonel," Terence said, that I no longer belong to the regiment?" There was a chorus of expressions of regret round the table. "And how has that happened, Terence?" the colonel asked. "That is bad news for us all, anyway." "I was gazetted lieutenant a month ago, Colonel. I suppose you had sailed from England before the Gazette came out?" "I suppose so, lad. Well, you richly deserve your promotion, if it was only for that affair on board the Seahorse, and you ought to have had it long ago." "I am awfully sorry to leave the regiment. It has been my home as long as I can remember, and wherever I may be, I shall always regard it in that light." "And so you remain on the staff at present, O'Connor?" "Well, sir, I am on the staff still, but for the present I am on detached duty." "What sort of duty, Terence?" "I have the honor to command 2 Portuguese regiments that marched in an hour ago." A shout of laughter followed the announcement. "Bedad, Terence," O'Grady said, "that crack on your head hasn't changed your nature, thanks to your thick skull. I suppose it is poking fun at us as you are, but you won't take us in this time." "I saw the regiments pass at a distance," the colonel said, "and they marched in good order too, which is more than I have seen any other Portuguese troops do. Now you mention it, I did see an officer in what looked like a British uniform riding with the men, but it was too far off to see what branch of the service he belonged to. That was you, was it?" "That was me, sure enough, Colonel." "And what were you doing there? Tell us like a good boy." "Absurd as it may appear, and, indeed, absurd as it is, I am in command of those 2 regiments." Again a burst of incredulous laughter arose. Terence took out his commission and handed it to the colonel. "Perhaps, Colonel, if you will be kind enough to read that out loud, my assurance will be believed." "Faith, it was not your assurance that we doubted, Terence, me boy," O'Grady exclaimed. "You had plenty of assurance and to spare. It is a statement we are doubting." The colonel glanced down at the document, and his face assumed an expression of extreme surprise. "Gentlemen," he said, rising, "if you will endeavor to keep silence for a minute, I will read this document." The surprise on his face was repeated on the faces of all those present as he proceeded with his reading. O'Grady was the first to break the silence. "In the name of St. Peter," he said, "what does it all mean? Are you sure that it is a genuine document, Colonel? Terence is capable of anything by way of a joke." "It is undoubtedly genuine, O'Grady. It is dated from Lord Beresford's quarters, and signed by his lordship himself as Commander-in-Chief of the Portuguese army. How it comes about beats me as much as it does you. But before we ask any questions, we will drink a toast. Gentlemen, fill your glasses. Here is to the health of Colonel Terence O'Connor." The toast was drank with much enthusiasm, mingled with laughter, for many of them still had a suspicion that the whole matter was somehow an elaborate trick played by Terence. "Now, Colonel O'Connor, will you please to favour us with an account of how General Craddock and Lord Beresford have both united in giving you so big a step up?" "It is a long story, Colonel." "So much the better," the colonel replied. "We have nothing to do, and it will keep us all awake." Terence's account of his interview with the colonel of the Ordenencas, the demand by Cortingos that he should hand over the money he was escorting, and the subsequent gathering to attack the house, and the manner in which the leaders were captured, the rioters appeased, and subsequently advised to direct their efforts to obtain arms and ammunition, excited exclamations of approval, but the belief that the story was a pure romance still prevailed in the minds of many, and Terence saw Captain O'Grady and Dick Ryan exchanging winks. It was not until Terence spoke of his rapid march to the mouth of the Minho, as soon as he heard that the French were concentrating there, that he began to be seriously listened to, and when he told how Soult's attempt to cross had been defeated, and the French general obliged to change the whole plan of the campaign, and to march round by Orense, the conviction that all this was true was forced upon them. "By the powers, Terence!" the colonel exclaimed, bringing his hand down on his shoulder. "You are a credit to the old country. I am proud of you, my boy. And it is little I thought, when O'Flaherty and myself conspired to get ye into the regiment, that you were going to be such a credit to it. Gentlemen, Before Colonel O'Connor goes further, we will drink to his health again." This time there was no laughter mixed with the cheers. Many of the officers left their seats and came round to shake his hand warmly, O'Grady foremost among them. "Sure, I thought at first that it was blathering you were, Terence. But, begorra, I see that it's gospel truth you are telling. I am proud of you. Faith, I'm as proud as if I were your own father. For haven't I brought you up in mischief of all kinds? Be the poker, I would have given me other arm to have been with you." The rest of the story was listened to without interruption. When it was concluded, Colonel Corcoran again rose. "Gentlemen, we will for the third time drink to the health of Colonel O'Connor, and I think that you will agree with me that if ever a man deserved to be made a colonel, it's himself." This time O'Grady and 3 others rushed to where Terence was sitting, seized him, and before he knew what they were going to do, hoisted him onto the shoulders of 2 of them, and carried him in triumph round the table. When at length quiet was restored, and Terence had resumed his seat, the colonel said, "By the way, Terence, there was a little old gentleman called on me 3 days after we landed to ask if Major O'Connor was with the regiment. I told him that he was not, having gone on half pay for the present on account of a wound. He seemed rather pleased than otherwise, I thought, and I asked him pretty bluntly what he wanted to know for. He brought an interpreter with him, and said through him that he hoped that I would not press that question, especially as a lady was concerned in the matter. It bothered me entirely. Why, from the time we landed at the Mondego till your father was hit at Vilmira, I don't believe we ever had the chance to speak to a woman. It may be that it was some lady that nursed him there after we had marched away, and who had taken a fancy to him. The old man may have been her father, and was perhaps mighty glad to hear that the Major was not coming back again." Terence burst into a shout of laughter. "My dear Colonel," he said, "the respectable old gentleman did not call on behalf of his daughter, but on behalf of a cousin of mine, who was wanting to find my father, and Don Jose, who was in charge of her, was glad to hear that he was going to remain in England." "A cousin!" O'Grady exclaimed. "Why, how in the name of fortune does a lady cousin of yours come to be cruising about in such an outlandish place as this?" "That is another story, Colonel, and I have talked until I am hoarse now, so that must keep until another sitting. It is quite time that I was off to see how my men are getting on." "Of course you will dine with us." "Not tonight, Colonel. This has been a long sitting, and I would rather not begin a fresh one." "Well, we will come and have a look at your regiments." "I would rather you did not come until tomorrow, Colonel. The men have marched 25 miles a day for the last 5 days, and they want rest, so I should not like to parade them again. If you will come over, say, at 12 o'clock tomorrow, I shall be proud to show them." The corps now possessed 5 tents, Terence having obtained 4 more at Coimbra. Herrera and himself occupied 1, while 2 were allotted to the officers of each regiment. Bull and McWhitty had both by this time picked up sufficient Portuguese to be able to get on comfortably, and had agreed with Terence that although they would like to remain together, it was better that they should stay with the officers of his own regiment. At 12 o'clock the next day, Colonel Corcoran came over with nearly the whole of the officers of the Mayo regiment, and was accompanied by many others, as they had the night before given many of their acquaintances an outline of Terence's story. The men had been on foot from an early hour after breakfast. There had been a parade. Every man's firelock, accoutrements, and uniform had been very closely inspected, and when they fell in again at 11:45, a most rigid inspection would have failed to find any fault with their appearance. Terence joined the colonel as soon as he came on the ground. "So your officers are all mounted, I see, Terence." "Yes, Colonel. You see, the companies are over 200 strong, for the losses we had have been filled up since, and 1 officer to each corps could do but little unless he were mounted." "The men look uncommonly well, Terence, uncommonly well. I should like to walk along the line before you move them." "By all means, Colonel. Their uniforms do not fit as well as I should like, but I had to take them as they were served out, and have had no opportunity of getting them altered." Since the inspection at Coimbra, the men had been taught the salute, and as Terence shouted, "Attention! General salute! Present arms!" The men executed the order with a sharpness and precision that would have done no discredit to a British line regiment. Then the colonel and officers walked along the line, after which the troops were put through their maneuvers for an hour, and then dismissed. "Upon my word, it is wonderful," Colonel Corcoran said. "Why, if the beggars had been hard at it 6 months, they could not have done better." There was a chorus of agreement from all the officers round. "We could not have done some of those movements better ourselves, could we, O'Driscoll?" "That we could not," the major said heartily. "Another 3 months' work, and these 2 regiments would be equal to our best, and I can understand now how they stood up against the charge of Franceschi's cavalry regiments." "Now, Colonel, I cannot ask you all to a meal," Terence said. "My arrangements are not sufficiently advanced for that yet, but I managed to get hold of some very good wine this morning, and I hope that you will take a glass all round before you go back to camp." "That we will, and with pleasure, for the dust has well nigh choked me. It is a different thing drilling on this sandy ground from drilling on a stretch of good turf. Of course you will come back and lunch with us, and bring your friend Herrera." Herrera, however, excused himself. He did not know a word of English, and felt that until he could make himself understood, he would feel uncomfortable at a gathering of English officers. After lunch, Terence was called upon to tell the story about his cousin. Among his friends of the regiment, he had no fear of his venture with the bishop getting abroad, and he therefore related the whole story as it happened. "By my scowl," O'Grady said to him afterwards, "Terence O'Connor, you take me breath away altogether. To think that a year ago you were just a gossoon, and here ye are a colonel, a Portuguese colonel, I grant, but still a colonel, fighting Soult and holding defiles, and making night attacks, and thrashing the French cavalry, and carrying off a nun from a convent, and outwitting a bishop, and playing all sorts of diversions. It beats me entirely. There is Dickie Ryan, who, as I told him yesterday, had just the same chances as you had. Just Dickie Ryan still. I told him he ought to blush down to his boots." "And what did he say, O'Grady?" "The young spalpeen had the impudence to say that there was I, Captain O'Grady, just the same as when he first joined, and, barring the loss of an arm, divil a bit the better. And the worst of it is, it was true entirely. If I could but find a pretty cousin shut up in a convent, you would see that I would not be backward in doing what had to be done. But no such luck comes to me at all, at all." "Quite so, O'Grady. I have had tremendous luck, and it has all come about owing to my happening to think it would be a good thing to take possession of that French lugger." "Don't you think it, me boy," O'Grady said seriously. "No doubt a man may have a turn of luck, though it is not everyone who takes advantage of it when it comes. But when you see a man always succeeding, always doing something that other fellows don't do, and making his way up step by step, you may put it down that luck has very little to do with the matter, and that he has got something in him that other men haven't got. You may have had some luck to start with, enough perhaps to have got you your lieutenancy, though I don't say that it was luck, but you cannot put the rest of it down to that." At this moment Dick Ryan came and joined them. "Well, Dickie," Terence said, "have you had no fun lately in the regiment?" "Not a scramp," Ryan said dismally. "There was not much chance of fun on that long march. On board ship there was a storm all the way. Then we were kept on board the transport at Cork nearly 3 months. Everyone was out of temper, and almost could not have dared squeak on board the ship. I have had a bad time of it since the day we lost you." "Oh, well, you will have plenty of chances yet, Dickie." "It has not been the same thing since you have gone, Terence," he grumbled. "Of course, we could not always be having fun, but you know that we were always putting our heads together and talking over what might be done. It was good fun, even if we could not carry it out. I tried to stir up the others of our lot, but they don't seem to have it in them. I wish you could get me transferred to your regiment. I know that we should have plenty of fun there." "I'm afraid that it could not be done, Dickie, though I should like it immensely. But you see, you have not learned a word of Portuguese, and you would be of no use in the world." "There it is, you see," O'Grady said. That is one of the points which had no luck in it, Terence. You were always trying to talk away with the peasants, and riding about as you did as Fane's aide-de-camp. You had opportunities doing so, and made the most of them. Now there are not 3 other fellows in the regiment who can ask a simple question. I can shout Caraho at a mule driver who loiters behind, and can add 2 or 3 other strong Portuguese words, but there is an end of it. Craddock would never have sent you that errand to Romana if you could not have talked enough to make yourself understood. You could never have jawed those mutineers and put them out to getting hold of the arms. If Dickie Ryan and I had been sent on that mission, we should just have been as helpless as babies, and should like enough have been murdered by that mob. There was no luck about it, you see. It was just because you had done your best to pick up the language, and nobody else had taken the trouble to learn a word of it. I see that, O'Grady, Ryan said dolefully. I don't envy Terence a bit. I know that he has quite deserved what he has got, and that if I had had his start, I should never have got any farther. Still, I wish I could go with him. I know that he has always been the one who invented our plans. Still, I have had a good idea sometimes. Certainly you have, Dickie, and if I have generally started an idea, you have always worked it up with me. Well, if you will get up Portuguese a bit, and I see a chance of asking for another English officer, say as an adjutant, I will see if I cannot get you, but I could not ask for you without being able to give a reason that you could speak Portuguese well. I will try, Terence. Upon my honour, I will try hard. I will get hold of a fellow and begin today. Quite right, Dickie, O'Grady said. Faith, I would do it myself if it wasn't in the first place I'm too old to learn, and in the second place that I never could learn anything when I was a boy. I used to get thrashed every day regularly, but devil a bit of a difference did it make. I got to read and write, and there I stuck. As for the ancients, I was always mixing them up together, and whether it was Alexander or Caesar who marched over the Alps and burnt Jerusalem, divil a bit do I know, and I don't see that if I did know, would do me a ha'porth of good. I don't think that particular piece of knowledge would, O'Grady, Terence agreed with a hearty laugh. Still, even if you did learn Portuguese, I couldn't ask for you. I don't mind Dickie, because he is only a year senior to me, but if they made me commander-in-chief of the Portuguese army, I could never have the cheek to give you an order. 3 weeks later came the startling news that Sir Arthur Wellesley had arrived at Lisbon and was to assume the command of the army. Sir John Craddock was to command at Gibraltar. There was general satisfaction at the news, for the events of the last campaign had given all who served under him an implicit confidence in Sir Arthur, but it was felt that Sir John Craddock had been very hardly treated. In the first place, he was a good way senior to Sir Arthur. In the second place, he had battled against innumerable difficulties, and the time was now approaching when he would reap the benefits of his labors. To Terence the news came almost as a blow, for he felt that it was probable he might be at once appointed to a British regiment. Personally, he would not have cared so much, but he would have regretted it greatly for the sake of the men who had followed him. It was true that they might obey Herrera as willingly as he did himself, but he knew that the native officers did not possess anything like the same influence with the Portuguese that the English did, and that there might be a rapid deterioration in their discipline and morale. He remained in a state of uncertainty for a week, at the end of which time he received a letter from Captain Nelson, and tearing it open, read as follows. My dear O'Connor, I dare say you have been feeling somewhat doubtful as to your position since you heard that Sir Arthur had superseded Sir John Craddock. I may tell you at once that he has taken over the whole of Sir John's staff, yourself of course included. I ventured to suggest to Sir John that he should mention your case to Sir Arthur, and he told me that he had intended to take the opportunity of the first informal talk he had with him to do so. The opportunity came yesterday, and Sir John went fully into your case and showed him the reports, and mentioned how he came to appoint you because of the clear and lucid description you gave of the movements of every division of Moore's army. Sir Arthur remembered your name at once, and the circumstances under which he had mentioned you in general orders for your conduct on board the transport coming out. Sir John told me that he said, There is no doubt that O'Connor is a singularly promising young officer, Sir John. The check that he gave Sultan of Minho might have completely reversed the success of the Frenchman's campaign had he had any but Spaniards and Portuguese to oppose him. The report shows that O'Connor has done wonders with these 2 regiments of his and I shall not think of removing him from their command. A trustworthy native corps of that description would be of the greatest advantage, and will act, like Trant and Wilson's commands, as the eyes of the army. I am much obliged to you for your having brought the case before my notice, for otherwise, not knowing the circumstances, I might very well have considered that the position of a lieutenant on my staff as the commander of 2 native regiments was an anomalous one. I should, no doubt, have inquired how it occurred before I thought of superseding an officer you had selected, but your explanation more than justifies his appointment. So you see, Terence, the change will make no difference in your position, and as I fancy Sir Arthur will not let the grass grow under his feet, you are likely to have a lively time of it before long. By the way, a gazette has arrived, and it contains the appointment of your 2 men to commissions. While landing at Lyria, Terence had ordered uniforms for all the officers. He had, after consultation with Harara, decided upon one approximating rather to the cavalry than to the infantry dress, as being more convenient for mounted officers. It consisted of tight-fitting green patrol jackets, breeches of the same color, and half-high boots, and a gold-embroidered belt and slings. The 2 English officers wore a yellow band round their caps, and Harara a gold one. "I am sure, Colonel O'Connor," Bull said when Terence told McWhitty and him that they had been gazetted to commissions, "we cannot thank you enough. McWhitty and I have done our best, but it has been nothing more than teach and drill to a lot of recruits." "We had 2 or 3 hard fights too, Bull, and I have very good reason for thinking most highly of you, for I should never have got the corps into an efficient state without your assistance, and indeed I doubt whether I should have ventured upon the task at all if I had not been sure that I should be well seconded by you." "It is good of you to say so, Colonel," McWhitty said, "but at any rate, it has been a rare bit of luck for us, and little did we think when we were ordered to accompany you it was going to lead to our getting commissions. Well, we will do our best to deserve them." "That I am sure you will, McWhitty. And now that the campaign is going to commence in earnest, and we may have 2 or 3 years' hard fighting, you may have opportunities of getting another step before you go home." 3 days later, an order came to Terence to march north again with his corps, and to place himself in some defensible position north of the Mondego, and to cooperate, if necessary, with Trant and Silveira, also ordered to take post beyond the river. Cuesta, the Portuguese general, had gathered a fresh army of 6,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry. The greater portion were in a position in front of Victor's outpost. Between the Tagus and the Mondego were 16,000 Portuguese troops of the line, under Lord Beresford, that had been drilled and organized to some extent by British officers. The British and German troops numbered 22,000 fighting men. Sir Arthur Wellesley at Lisbon had the choice of either falling upon Victor or Soult. The former would be the most advantageous operation, but upon the other hand, the Portuguese were most anxious to recover Oporto, their second city, with the fertile country round it. Another fact which influenced the decision was that Cuesta was alike incapable and obstinate, and was wholly indisposed to cooperate warmly with the British. The British commander therefore decided in the first place to attack Soult, and the force at Lyria was ordered to march to Coimbra. 5 British battalions and 2 regiments of cavalry, with 7,000 Portuguese troops, were ordered to Abrantes and Santarem to check Victor, should he endeavor to make a rapid march upon Lisbon. 4 Portuguese battalions were incorporated in each British brigade at Coimbra, Beresford retaining 6,000 under his personal command. On the 2nd of May, Sir Arthur reached Coimbra and reviewed the force, 25,000 strong, 9,000 being Portuguese, 3,000 Germans, and 13,000 British. Soult was badly informed of the storm that was gathering about him, or many of his officers were disaffected and were engaged in a plot to have him supplanted. Consequently, they kept back the information they received of the movements of the British. End of chapter 20. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 21 of With More at Corunna by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. with more at Corunna by G. Henty. Chapter 21. Portugal Freed. On the 9th of May, Terence was directing the movements of his men, who were practicing skirmishing among some rough ground at the bottom of the hill, upon which he had taken up his position to defend, if necessary, the road that crossed it. His men had thrown up several lines of breastworks along the face of the hill to a point where steep ravines protected the flank of his position. Presently he saw a party of horsemen riding down the hill behind him. They reined up suddenly when halfway down the hill, and paused to watch what was being done. Then they came on again. As they approached, Terence recognized the erect figure of the officer who rode at the head of the party. He cantered up and saluted. "Who are you, sir, and what troops are these?" Sir Arthur asked sharply. "My name is O'Connor, sir. These men constitute the corps that I had the honor to command." "Form them up in line," the general said briefly. Terence rode away at the gallop, and as soon as he reached the spot where his bugler was standing, for bugles had now taken the place of the horns that had before served the purpose, the latter at once blew the assembly, and then the order to form line. The men dashed down at the top of their speed, and in a very short time formed up in a long line with their officers in front. "Break them into columns of companies," the general, who had now ridden with the staff to the front, said. The maneuver was performed steadily and well. "Send out alternate companies as skirmishers, while the other companies form line and move forward in support." When this had been done, the order came, "Skirmishers, form into company squares to resist enemy's cavalry." This had been so frequently practiced that in a few seconds the 6 squares were formed up in an attitude to receive cavalry. "That is very well done, Colonel O'Connor," Sir Arthur said with more warmth than was usual with him. "Your men are well in hand and know their business. It is a very creditable display indeed. You have proved your capacity for command. I have not forgotten what I have heard of you, sir, and it will not be long before your services are utilized." So saying, he rode on. Captain Nelson lingered behind for a moment to shake hands with Terence. "You may feel proud of that, O'Connor," he said. "Sir Arthur is not given to praise, I can assure you. Goodbye. I must cast him up." And turning, he soon overtook the general's staff. That the general was well satisfied was proved by the fact that 3 days later the following appeared in general orders. The officer commanding in chief on Thursday inspected the corps under the command of Lieutenant, with the rank of colonel in the Portuguese army, O'Connor. He was much pleased with the discipline and quickness with which the corps went through certain movements ordered by him. This corps has already greatly distinguished itself, and Sir Arthur would point to it as an example to be imitated by all officers having command of Portuguese troops. Soult's position had now become very dangerous. The Spanish and Portuguese insurgents were upon the Lima, and the principal portion of his own force was south of the Douro. Francesi's cavalry, supported by infantry and artillery, and by Mermet's division, occupied the country between that river and the Vuega, and was without communication with the centre at Oporto, except by the bridge of boats. Although aware that there was a considerable force gathering at Coimbra, the French general had no idea that the whole of the British army was assembling there. Confident that success would attend his operations, Sir Arthur directed the Portuguese corps to be in readiness to harass Soult's retreat through the mountain denies and up the valley of the Tamega, and so to force him to march north instead of making for Salamanca, where he could unite with the French army there. A mounted officer brought similar orders to Terence. Half an hour after receiving them, the corps was on the march. The instructions were brief and simple. "You will endeavor to harass Soult as he retreats across the Tras os Montes, and try to head him off to the north. Act as circumstances may dictate." The service was a dangerous one, and Terence felt that it was a high honor that the general should have appointed him to undertake it, for he assuredly would not have sent the corps on such a mission had he not considered that they could be relied upon to take care of themselves. They would be wholly unsupported save by parties of peasants and Ordenancas. They would have to operate against an army broken, doubtless by defeat, but all the more determined to push on, as delay might mean total loss. He followed the line of the Vuga to the point where it emerged from the hills, crossed these, and came down upon the Douro some 10 miles above San Joa. at nearly the same spot where he had before made the passage when on his way to join Romana. He was now well beyond the district held by the French south of the Douro, and obtaining a number of boats, crossed the river, and then made for Mirandela on the river Tua, and halted some distance from the town, having made a march of over 17 miles in 2 days. Learning from the peasants that there were no French troops west of the Tamega, he marched the next day to the crest looking down into the valley, and there halted until he could learn that Soult was retreating, and what road he was following. He had not long to wait for news, for on the night of the 9th, while he was on the march by the Vuga, the British force had moved forward to Aveiro. Hill's division had there taken boats, and proceeding up the lake to Ovar, had landed at sunrise on the 10th, and placed himself on Francesi's right. In the meantime, Paget's division had marched to Albergaria, while Cotton's division and Trant's command moved to turn Francesi's position on its right. The darkness and their ignorance of the roads prevented the movement being attended with the hope for success. Had the operation been carried out without a hitch, Francesi and Merment would both have been driven off the line of retreat to the bridge of Oporto, and must have been captured or destroyed. As it was, Francesi fell back fighting, joined Mermet's division at Crijo, a day's march in the rear, and although the whole were driven on the following day from this position, they retired in good order, and that night effected their retreat across the bridge of boats, which was then destroyed. As Francesi's report informed Soult that the whole force of the Allies was now upon him, he at once sent off his heavy artillery and baggage by the road to Amate. Merment was posted at Valongo, with orders to patrol the river and to seize every boat. Those at Oporto were also secured. On the morning of the 12th, the British force was concentrated behind the hill of Villanova, and Sir Arthur took his place on the top of the Serra convent, from whence he commanded a view of the city and opposite bank. He saw that the French force was stationed for the most part below Oporto. Francesi's report had led Soult to believe that Hill's division had come by sea, and he expected that the transports would go up to the mouth of the Douro, and that the British would attempt to effect a landing there. The river took a sharp turn round the Serra convent, and Sir Arthur saw that another large convent on the opposite bank, known as the seminary, was concealed by the hill from Soult's position, and that it might be occupied without attracting the attention of the French. After much search, a little boat was found. In this a few men crossed and brought back 2 large boats from the opposite side of the river. In these, the troops at once began to cross, and 2 companies had taken possession of the convent before Soult was aware of what was going on. Then a prodigious din arose. Troops were hurried through the town. The bugles and trumpets sounded the alarm, while the populace thronged to the roofs of their houses, wildly cheering and waving handkerchiefs and scarves, and the church bells added to the clamor. 3 batteries of artillery had been brought up close to Serra convent, and now that there was no longer need of concealment, these were brought forward, and, as the French issued from the town and hurried towards the post held by the 2 companies that had crossed, opened a heavy fire upon them. The French pushed on gallantly, in spite of this fire and the musketry of the soldiers, but the wall of the convent was strong. More boats had been obtained, and every minute added to the number of the defenders. The attack was, nevertheless, obstinately continued. The French artillery endeavored to blow in the gate, and for a time the position of the defenders was serious. But the enemy's troops were now evacuating the lower part of the town, and immediately they did so, the inhabitants brought boats over, and a brigade under Sherwood crossed there. In the meantime, General Murray had been sent with the German division to effect a passage of the river 2 miles further up. Soult's orders to take possession of all the boats had been neglected, and it was not long before Murray crossed with his force. The confusion in the French line of retreat was now terrible. A battery of artillery, who brought up the rear, were smitten by the fire of Sherwood's men. Many were killed, and the rest cut their traces and galloped on to join the retreating army. Sherwood's men pressed these in the rear. The infantry on the roof of the seminary poured their fire on the retiring masses, and the guns in the Serra rock swept along the line. Had Murray now fallen upon the disordered crowd, their discomfiture would have been complete. But he held his force inactive, afraid that the French might turn upon him and drive him into the river. General Stuart and Major Harvey, furious at his inactivity, charged the French at the head of 2 squadrons of cavalry only, dashed through the enemy's column, unhorsed General Laborde, and wounded General Foy. Receiving, however, no support whatever from Murray, the gallant little band of cavalry were forced to fight their way back with loss. Thus, as Franceschi had been saved from destruction from an error as to the road, Soult was saved the loss of this army by Murray's timidity, and in both cases Sir Arthur's masterly plans failed in attaining the complete success they deserved. Terence had engaged several peasants to watch the roads leading from Oporto, and as soon as he learned that a long train of baggage and heavy guns was leaving the city by the road to Aramonte, he crossed the valley, took up a position on the Cantalina hill, flanking the road, and as the wagons came along, opened a sudden and heavy fire upon them. Although protected by a strong guard, the convoy fell into confusion, many of the horses being killed by the first volley. Some of the drivers leapt from their seats and deserted their charges. Others flogged their horses and tried to push through the struggling mass. An incessant fire was kept up, but just as Terence was about to order the whole corps to charge down and complete the work, a large body of cavalry, followed by a heavy body of infantry, appeared on the scene. This was Merlet's division, that had hastened up from Valonga on hearing the firing. The advance of the cavalry was checked by the musketry fire, but Merlet at once ordered his infantry to mount the hill and drive the Portuguese off. The latter stood their ground gallantly for some time, inflicting heavy loss upon their assailants. Terence saw, however, that he could not hope to withstand long the attack of a whole French division, and leaving 2 companies behind to check the enemy's advance, he marched along the crest of the hill until he came upon the road crossing from Amarante to the Ave River. By this time he had been joined by the rear guard, who had retired in time to make their escape before the French reached the top of the hill. Merlet posted a brigade along the crest of the ridge to prevent a repetition of the attack, and to cover Soult's line of retreat, if he were forced to fall back, while Terence took up his position near Pombriero, whence he presently saw the convoy enter Amarante. He had the satisfaction, however, of noticing that it was greatly diminished in length, a great many of the wagons having been left behind, owing to the number of horses that had been killed. His attack had had another advantage of which he was unaware, for it had so occupied Merlet's attention that he had neglected to have all the boats taken across the river, which enabled Murray's command to cross the next day, an error which, had Murray been possessed of any dash and energy, would have proved fatal to the French army. The next day Terence heard the sound of the guns on the Sierra height, but the distance was too great for the crack of the musketry to reach him, and he had no idea that the British were crossing the river until he saw the French marching across the mouth of the valley towards Amarante. Among such veteran troops, discipline was speedily recovered, and they encamped in good order in the valley. That town was, however, in the hands of the Portuguese. Loison, either from treachery or incapacity, having disobeyed Soult's orders and retired before the advance of the Portuguese force under Lord Beresford, and, evacuating Amarante, taken the road to Guimarães, passing by Pombero. He had sent no news to Soult, and the latter general was altogether ignorant that he had left Amarante. Upon receiving the news from the head of the column, he at once saw that the position had now become a desperate one. Beresford, he learned at the same time, had marched up the Tamega valley to take boats to Chavez, where Silveira had joined him. A retreat in that direction, therefore, was impossible, and he at once destroyed his baggage, spiked his guns, and at nightfall, guided by a peasant, ascended a path up the Sierra Catalina, and, marching all night, rejoined Loison at Guimarães, passing on his way through Pombero. Terence had left the place a few hours before, believing that Soult must return up the valley of the Tamega, and, ignorant that Beresford and Silveira barred the way, he marched after nightfall towards Chavez, and took up a position where he could arrest, for a time, the retreat of the French army. He had left 2 of his men at Pombero, and had halted but a short time after completing his long and arduous march, when his 2 men came up with the news that Soult had passed by the very place he had a few hours before left. As there was more than one route open to Soult, Terence was unable to decide which he had best take. His men had already performed a very long march, and it was absolutely necessary to give them a rest. He therefore allowed them to sleep during the day. Towards evening he crossed the Sierra de Cabrera and came down upon Salamende, and sent out scouts for news. Destroying the guns, ammunition, and baggage of Loycian's division, Soult reached the Carvalho on the evening of the 14th, drew up his army on the position that he had occupied 2 months before at the Battle of Brega, reorganized his forces, and ordering Loycian to lead the advance while he himself took command of the rear, continued his march. The next day, Sir Arthur Wellesley, who had been obliged to halt at Oporto until the whole army with its artillery and train had passed the river, reached Brega, having marched by a much shorter road. Terence's scouts brought news that the whole of the French army were marching toward Salamende. Wholly unsupported as he was, ignorant of the position of Beresford and Silveira, and knowing nothing of Sir Arthur's march towards Brega, he decided not to attempt with his force to bar the way to Soult's 20,000 men, but to hold Salamende for a time, and then fall back up the mountains. Before doing so, he sent a party to blow at the bridge at Ponte Nova across the Cavado, and also sent his 2nd Regiment to defend the passage at Rouvains. Thinking it likely that Soult would again cross the mountains to Chavez, he sent Herrera in command of the force at the bridge, while he himself remained at Salamende. Here he had the houses facing the road by which the enemy would approach, loopholed and the road itself barricaded. Late in the afternoon, the French cavalry were seen approaching, and a heavy fire was at once opened upon them. The rapidity of the discharges showed Francesi that the place was held by more than a mere party of peasants, and he drew off his cavalry and allowed the infantry to pass him. For half an hour the Portuguese held their ground and repulsed 3 determined assaults. Then, seeing a strong body of troops ascending the hillside to take the position in flank, Terence ordered his troops to fall back. This they did in good order, and took up a position high up on the hill. The French made a short pause. A small body of cavalry that Soult had left near Brega brought him news that the British army was entering that town. Scouts were sent forward at once, and their report that the bridge of Rouvains was destroyed, and that 1,200 Portuguese regular troops were on the opposite bank, decided him to take the road by the Ponta Nova. The night was a terrible one. The rain had for 2 days been continuous, and the troops were drenched to the skin and impatient at the hardship that they had suffered. The scouts reported that the bridge here had also been destroyed, but that one of the parapets was still unbroken, and that the force on the other side consisted only of peasants. Soult ordered Major Dulon, an officer celebrated for his courage, to take 100 grenadiers and secure the passage. A violent storm was now raging, and their footsteps being deadened by the roar of the wind, the French crept up, killed the Portuguese sentry on their side of the bridge before he could give the alarm, and then crawled across a narrow line of masonry. They then rushed up the opposite heights, shouting and firing, and the peasantry, believing that the whole French army were upon them, fled at once. The bridge was hastily repaired, and at 4 o'clock in the morning the whole of the French army had crossed. Their retreat was opposed at a bridge of a single arch over a torrent, by a party of Portuguese peasantry, but after 2 repulses, the French, led by Major Dulong, carried it. They were just in time, for in the afternoon the British came upon a strong rearguard left at Salamende. Some light troops at once turned their flank, while Sherwood attacked them in front, and they fled in confusion to the Ponta Nova. As the general imagined that Soult would take the other road, their retreat in this direction was for some time unperceived, but just as they were crossing, the British artillery opened fire upon the bridge with terrible effect, very many of the enemy being killed before they could effect a passage. Their further retreat was performed without molestation. The British troops had made very long marches in the hopes of cutting Soult's line of retreat, and as the French, unlike the British, carried no provisions for their march, there was now little hope of overtaking them, especially as their main body was far ahead. Sir Arthur halted for a day at Rouvains, where Terence's corps was now concentrated, he having marched there the night he was driven out of Salamende. As soon as the British entered the place, the general inquired what corps was holding it, and at once sent for Terence. "Let me hear what you have been doing, Colonel O'Connor." Terence had, as soon as he had heard that the army had arrived at Salamende, written out a report of his movements from the time that he had marched from Vuga. He now presented it. The general waved it aside. "Tell me yourself," he said. Terence related as briefly as possible the course he had followed, and the reason of his movements. "Good," the general said when he had finished. Your calculations were all well-founded, but of course you could not calculate on Soult's night march across the Catalina hills, and, as you knew nothing of the whereabouts of Beersford and Silvira, you had good reason to suppose that Soult would continue his march up the valley of the Tamega to Chavez. That was the only mistake you committed, and an older soldier might well have fallen into the same error. When you had found out your mistake, you acted promptly, and could not have done better than to proceed to Salamende. You did well to destroy both bridges, and to place half your force to defend the passage here, for you naturally supposed, as I supposed myself, that Soult would follow this road down to Chavez. You were again deceived, but in no way to blame. Your position was most judiciously chosen on the Catalina hills, on Soult's natural line of retreat, and I heard that the enemy's baggage train had been very severely mauled, and was only safe from destruction by Merlet deploying his whole division against the force attacking it. Again, I see you made a stout defense of Salamende. We saw a large number of French dead there as we marched in. If everyone else had done as well as you have done, young sir, Soult's army would never have escaped me. Terence bowed and retired deeply gratified, for he had been doubtful what his reception would be. He knew that he had done his best, but twice he had been mistaken, and each time the mistake had allowed Soult to pass unmolested, and he was therefore all the more pleased on learning that so skilful a general had declared that these mistakes, although unfortunate, were yet natural. Soult reached Orense on the 20th, without guns, stores, ammunition, or baggage, his men exhausted with fatigue and misery, most of them shoeless, and some without muskets. He had left Orense 76 days before with 22,000 men, and had lately been joined by 3,500 from Toy. He returned with 19,500, having lost 6,000 by sword, sickness, assassination, and capture. Of these, 3,600 were taken in the hospitals at Oporto, Chavez, Viana, and Brega. 1,000 were killed in the advance, and the remainder captured or killed within the last 8 days. A day later, the news arrived that Victor was at last advancing, and a considerable number of the troops assembled at Salamende, among them Terence's corps, were ordered to march to join the force opposed to him. Terence started 2 hours before the bulk of the force got into motion, and traversing the ground at a high rate of speed, struck the road from Lisbon a day in advance of the British troops. There was, however, no occasion for action, for Victor, who had taken Abrantes, had, on receiving news of the fall of Oporto, at once evacuated that town and fallen back, and for a time all operations ceased on that side. The British army had suffered but slight loss in battle, but the long marches, the terribly wet weather, and the effect of climate told heavily upon them, and upwards of 4,000 men were, in a short time, in hospital. Fortunately, however, a reinforcement of equal strength arrived from England, and the fighting strength of the army was therefore maintained. There was still, however, a great want of transport animals. The commissariat were, for the most part, new to their duties and ignorant of the language. Sir Arthur Wellesley was engaged in the endeavor to get Cuesta to cooperate with him, but the obstinate old man refused to do so unless his plans were adopted, and these were of so wild and impracticable a character that Sir Arthur preferred to act alone, especially as Cuesta's army had already been repeatedly beaten by the French, and the utter worthlessness of his soldiers demonstrated. The pause of operations in Spain, entailed by the concentration of the commands of Soult, Ney, Victor, and Lepez on the frontier, had given breathing time to Spain. Large armies had again been raised, and the same confident ideas, the same jealousy between generals, and the same quarrels between the juntas had been prevalent. Once again Spain was confident that she could alone, and unaided, drive the French across the frontier altogether, forgetful of the easy and crushing defeats that had before been inflicted upon her. Like More, Sir Arthur Wellesley was to some extent deceived by these boastings, and believed that he should obtain material assistance in the way of transports and provisions, and that at least valuable diversions might be made by the Spanish army. He accepted too, to some extent, the estimate of the Spaniards as to the strength of the French, and believed that their fighting force in the peninsula did not exceed 130,000 men, whereas in reality it amounted to over 250,000 men. The greatest impediment to the advance was the want of money, for while the British government continued to pour vast sums into Cadiz and Seville for the use of the Spaniards, they were unable to find money for the advance of their own army. The soldiers, consequently, were unpaid, badly fed, almost in rags, and a large proportion of them shoeless, and to meet their most urgent wants, the general was forced to raise loans at exorbitant rates at Lisbon. And yet, while a great general and a victorious army were nearly starving in Portugal, the British government had landed 12,000 troops in Italy, and had dispatched one of the finest expeditions that ever sailed from England, consisting of 40,000 troops, and as many seamen and marines of the fleet, to Walcheren, where no small proportion of them died of fever, and the rest returned home broken in health and unfit for active service, without having performed a single action worthy of merit. The Mayo Fusiliers were among the regiments stationed at Abrantes, and Terence received orders to take up a position 4 miles ahead of that town, and hold it unless Victor again advanced in overwhelming strength, and then to fall back on Abrantes. This exactly suited his own wishes. It was pleasant to him to be within a short ride of his old regiment, while at the same time his corps were not encamped with the British division, for his own position was an anomalous one, and among the officers who did not know him, he was regarded as a young staff officer. He could not explain the position he held without constantly repeating the manner in which he had gained a commission as colonel in the Portuguese service. During the month that had passed without movement, he continued his efforts to improve his corps, and borrowed a dozen non-commissioned officers from Colonel Corcoran to instruct his sergeants in their duty, and thus enable them to train others and relieve the officers of some of their work. He had, in his first report, stated that he had kept back 1,000 pounds of the money he carried to Romana for the use of his corps, and as he had never received any comment or instructions as to the portion that had not been expended, he had still some money in hand. This he spent in supplanting the scanty rations served out. Frequently he rode into Abrantes and spent the evening with the Mayo Fusiliers. The first time he did so, he requested the officers always to call him, as before, Terence O'Connor. It is absurd being addressed as colonel when I am only a lieutenant in the service. Of course, when I am with the corps, it is a different thing. I am its colonel, and must be called so, but it is really very annoying to be called so here. You must be feeling quite rusty, Colonel Corcoran said to him, sitting here doing nothing after 9 months of incessant moving about. I am not resting, Colonel. I am hard at work sharpening my blade, that is, improving my corps. Your men drill my sergeants 4 hours a day, and for the other 8, each of them is repeating the instructions that he has received to 3 others. So that by the time we are in movement again, I hope to have a sergeant who knows something of his duty to each 50 men. I can assure you that in addition to the great need for such men when the troops are out skirmishing, or otherwise detached in small parties, I felt that their appearance on parade was greatly marred by the fact that the non-commissioned officers did not know their proper places or their proper work, which neither Bull nor Wickwitty, nor indeed the company officers, could instruct them in, all being cavalrymen. Yes, I noticed that when I saw them at Leiria, the colonel said. Of course it was of no consequence at all, as far as their efficiency went, but to the eye of an English officer, naturally, something seemed wanting. I should be glad of at least 4 more officers to each company, and at one time thought of writing to Lord Beresford to ask him to supply me with some. But I came to the conclusion that we had better leave matters as they were. In the first place, young officers would know nothing of their work, and nothing of me, and in the second place, if they were men of good family, they would not like serving under officers who have been raised from the ranks. And lastly, if they became discontented, they might render the men so. We have done very fairly at present, and we had better go on as we are, and when I get a sufficient number of trained men to furnish the full supply of non-commissioned officers, I shall do better than with commissioned ones. For the men are, of course, carefully selected, and I know them to be trustworthy, whereas those they sent me might be idle or worse than useless. "You spake like King Solomon, Terence," O'Grady said. "Not that he can have known anything whatever about military matters." A roar of laughter greeted this very doubtful compliment. "Thank you, O'Grady," Terence said. "That is one of the prettiest speeches I have heard for a long time. I shall know where to come for a character." "You are right there, Terence, but you may live a good many years before you get a chance of calling the whole British army under arms as you did at Salamanca. Terence was at once assailed with a storm of questions, for with the exception of O'Grady, no one had suspected the share that he and Dickie Ryan had in that affair. Terence knew that the latter had kept the secret, for he had asked him only 2 or 3 days before, and he therefore assumed an expression of innocence. "What on earth do you mean, O'Grady?" "What do I mean? Why, that somehow or other you were at the bottom of that shindy when all the troops were turned out on a false alarm." "Really, O'Grady, that is too bad. You know that every trick that was played at Athlone was your suggestion, and as we never could find out how that alarm originated, of course you put it down to me, whereas it is just as likely to have been your own work. Colonel Corcoran knows that Dickie and I were in the mess room at the convent at the time when the alarm broke out." "That was so," the colonel agreed, "for I know that you were talking to me when Hulan ran in and told us that there was a row in the town. On what do you base your suspicions, O'Grady?" "Just upon me knowledge of the 2 lads, Colonel. Faith, there never was a piece of mischief afloat that they were not mixed up with." "If that is all you got to say, O'Grady," Terence replied, "I should advise you not to go hunting for mares' nests again. I know that you can see as far into a brick wall as most people, but you cannot see what is going on the other side." "All the same, Terence," O'Grady said doggedly, "to the end of my life I will always believe that you had a hand in the matter. There is no one else that I know of, except you and Ryan, who have had the cheek to do such a thing, and I don't believe that you can deny it yourself." "I shall not trouble myself to plead not guilty, except before a regularly constituted court," Terence laughed. "At any rate, as when the march begins we shall go on first as scouts, it may be that I shall send in news which will turn out a British army again." "I will forgive you if you do, for it is likely that we should have some diversion after turning out, instead of marching out and back again like a regiment of Umahoons." End of chapter 21. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 22 of With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. Chapter 22. News from Home. A week after arriving at Abrantes, seeing that there was no probability whatever of fighting for a time, Terence had suggested to Herrera that it would be a good opportunity for him to run down to Lisbon for a few days to see his fiancée and his friends in the town. "I don't know who you really ought to apply to for leave," he said, "but as we are sort of a half-independent corps, it seems the simplest way for me to take the responsibility. Nobody is ever likely to ask any questions about it, and now that it will simply be a matter of hard drill till the army moves again, you can very well be spared. If it is company work, it is the captain's business. If the 2 regiments are maneuvering together, they will of course be under Bull and McWhitty, and I should be acting as brigadier." "I should like to go very much," Herrera said. "I have not yet had the pleasure of introducing myself to my family and friends as a lieutenant colonel. Of course, I wrote to my people when I received the commission from Lord Beresford, but it would really be fun to surprise some of my schoolfellows and comrades. So if you think that it will not be inconvenient, I should like very much to go." "Then if I were you, I should start at once. I will give you a sort of formal letter of leave in case you are questioned as you go down. You can get to Sarantarum tonight, and to Lisbon tomorrow afternoon." "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Yes, I wish you would ask Don Jose if he will, through his friends at Oporto. Find out whether my cousin's mother was there at the time the French entered, and if she was, whether she got through that horrible business unhurt. I have been hearing about it from my friends, who were a couple of days there before the force marched to Braga. They tell me that by all accounts the business was even worse than we feared. The French came upon some of their comrades tied to posts in the great square, horribly mutilated, some of them with their eyes put out, still living, and after that they spared no one, and upon my word, I can hardly blame them, and in fact don't blame them at all, so long as they only wreak their vengeance on men. The people made it worse for themselves by keeping up a desultory fire from windows and housetops when resistance had long ceased to be of any use, and of course, seeing their comrades shot down in this way infuriated the troops still further. I don't suppose it will make the slightest difference in the world to my cousin whether her mother is dead or not, for I fancy from what Mary said that her mother never cared for her in the slightest. Possibly she was jealous that the child had the first place in the father's affections. However that may be, there was certainly no great love between them, and of course her subsequent treatment of my cousin destroyed any affection that might have existed. That either by some deed executed at the time of marriage, or by Portuguese law, Mary has a right to the estate at her mother's death, is clear from the efforts they made to get her to renounce that right. Still, there is no more chance of her inheriting it than there would be of her flying. As a nun, she would naturally have to renounce all property, and no doubt the law of this priest-ridden country would decide that she had done so. She tells me, and I am sure truly, that she refused to open her lips to say a single word when she was forced to go through the ceremony. But as, no doubt, a score of witnesses will be brought forward to swear that she answered all the usual questions, and renounced all worldly possessions, that denial will go for nothing. Besides, Herrera said, it would never do for her to set foot in Portugal. She would be seized as an escaped nun immediately, and would never be heard of again. I have no doubt that it would be so, Herrera, and as she has a nice fortune from her father, you may be sure that she will not trouble about the estates here, and her mother would be welcome to do as she likes with them, which is after all not unreasonable, as they are her property, and descended to her from her father. Still, I should be glad to learn, if it does not give any great trouble, whether if, as is almost certain, for the people from all the country round took refuge there, long before the French arrived, she was in Oporto, and if so, whether she got through the sack of the town unharmed. No doubt Mary would be glad to hear. I am sure Don Jose would be able to find out for you without any difficulty, Herrera said. Indeed, I expect he will soon be going back there himself. Now that there is a British garrison in the town, that the bishop must be utterly discredited there, and a good many of his junta must have been killed, while the rabble of the town has been thoroughly discomfited, the place will be more comfortable to live in than it has been for a long time past. Is there anything else I can do for you? Nothing whatever. A quarter of an hour later, Herrera left for Lisbon, bearing many messages of kind regards on Terence's part to Don Jose and his family. Terence's last words were, By the way, Herrera, if you should be able to find at any store in Lisbon some Irish whiskey, I wish you would get 6 dozen cases for me, or what would be more handy, a 16 or 18-gallon keg, and could get it sent on by some cart coming here. I should be very much obliged. It had better be sent to me, care of Colonel Corcoran, Mayo Fusiliers, Abrantes. I should like to be able to give a glass to my friends when they ride out to see me, but have a barrel or cases sewn up in canvas before the address is put on. I would not trust it to the escort of any British guard if they were aware of the nature of the contents. Wine would be safe with them, for they can get that anywhere, but it would be too much for the honesty of any Irishman if he were to see a cask labeled Irish whiskey. A week later, Colonel Corcoran said when Terence rode in, By the by, O'Connor, there is a cask of wine for you at my quarters. It was brought up by an ammunition train this morning. The officer said that a Portuguese colonel had begged him so earnestly to bring it up that he could not refuse. It was Herrera, no doubt, Colonel. He has gone down to Lisbon for a week. Ah, I suppose he sent you a keg of choice wine? You shall taste it the next time you come out, Colonel. I have been wishing that I had something better than the ordinary wine of the country to offer when you come over to see me. I will send over a couple of men with a cart in the morning to bring it out to me. On leaving that evening, Terence invited all the officers who could get away from duty to come over to lunch the next day. Bring your knives and forks with you, he said, and I think you had better bring your plates too. I fancy 4 are all I can muster. The next morning, Terence told Bull and McWhitty that he expected a dozen officers out to lunch with him. and I want you to lunch with me too. I know that Captain O'Grady and others have asked you several times to go in and dine at mess, and that you have not gone. I hope today you will meet them at luncheon. I can understand that you feel a little uncomfortable at this first meeting with a lot of officers, as officers yourselves, but of course you must do it sooner or later, and would be much better doing so at once. The next thing is, what can I give them to eat? I should be glad if you will send out a dozen foraging parties in different directions. There must be little villages scattered among the hills that have so far escaped French and English plunderers. Let each party take $4 or $5 with them. I want anything that can be got, but my idea is a couple of young kids, 3 or 4 ducks, or a couple of geese, as many chickens, and of course any vegetables that you can get hold of. My man Sancho is a capital cook, and he will get fires ready and 2 or 3 assistants. They will be here by 1 o'clock, so the foraging parties had better return by 10.
If there is anything to be brought, you shall have it, Colonel, Bull said. McWitty and I will both go ourselves, and we will get half a dozen of the captains to go too. Between us, it is hard if we don't manage to get enough. By 10 o'clock, the officers rode in, almost every one of them having some sort of bird or beast hanging from his saddle bow. There were 2 kids, a sucking pig, 2 hares, half a dozen chickens, 3 geese, 5 ducks, while the nets which they carried for forage for their horses were filled with vegetables. Half a dozen fires had already been lighted, and Sancho had obtained as many assistants, so that by the time the colonel and 15 officers rode up, lunch was ready. After chatting for a few minutes with them, Terence led the way to a rough table that was placed under the shade of a tree. Ammunition boxes were arranged along for seats. Although but a portion of what had been brought in had been cooked, the effect of the table was imposing. "Why, O'Connor," the colonel said, "have you got one of the genii, like Aladdin, and ordered him to bring up a banquet for you? I have not seen a winged thing since we marched from Coimbra, and here you've got all the luxuries of the season. No wonder you like independent action, if this is what comes of it. There have we been feeding on tough ration beef, and here are the contents of a whole farmyard." Almost all the officers had been out before, and Bull and McWitty had been introduced to them. They now all sat down to the meal. "I am sorry Major O'Driscoll is not here," Terence said. "He could not get away," the colonel said, from the other end of the table. "If the general had come round, and there hadn't been a field officer left to meet him there would have been a row over it. I have brought pretty nearly all the officers with me, and I dare not stretch it further." "O'Grady," Terence said, "I wish you would carve this hare for me. I have no idea how it ought to be cut. I can manage a chicken or a duck, but this is beyond me altogether." "I would do it gladly, Terence. Faith, it is a comfort to find out that there is something you can't do." And so, with much laughter and fun, the meal was eaten. "You have not told us yet where you got all these provisions, O'Connor," the colonel said. "It is too bad to keep all the good things to yourself." "It has been the work of 8 officers, Colonel. They rode off this morning in different directions among the hills, and there was not one of them who returned empty-handed." "The wine is fairly good," the colonel said as he set down his tin mug after a long draught, "but it was scarce worth sending all the way up from Lisbon." "That has to follow, Colonel. I thought you would appreciate it better after you had done eating." "I have not had such a meal since we left Athlone," O'Grady said when at last he reluctantly laid down his knife and fork. "Jabez, it would be all up with me if the French were to put in an appearance now. For faith, I don't think I could run a yard to save me life." The tin mugs were all taken away and washed when the table was cleared. "You are mighty particular, O'Connor," the colonel said. "1 mug is good enough for us. If we liquored up a dozen times, which, by the way, we never do, one of these wines is pretty well like another, and if there was a slight difference it would not matter." When the board was cleared, a large jug was placed before Terence, and some water bottles at various points of the table. "I thought, Colonel, that you might prefer spirits even to wine," Terence said. "And you are right, O'Connor. A good glass of wine after a good dinner is no bad thing, but after such a meal as we have eaten, I think that even this beastly spirit of theirs, which, after all, is not so bad when you get accustomed to it, is better than wine. It settles matters a bit."
Terence poured some of the spirit from a jug into his tin and filled it up with water. "Help yourself," he said, passing the jug to O'Grady, who sat next to him. O'Grady was about to do so when he suddenly set the jug down. "By the powers!" he exclaimed in astonishment. "But this is the real crater!" "Go on, O'Grady, go on. The others are all waiting while you are looking at it. If you feel too surprised to take it, pass the jug on." O'Grady grasped it. "I will defend it with my life," he exclaimed. In the meantime, the colonel had filled his mug. "Gentlemen," he said solemnly after raising it to his lips, "O'Grady is right. It is Irish whiskey, and good at that." "It is a cruel trick you've played on us," O'Grady said with a sigh as he replaced the empty mug upon the table. "I had almost forgotten the taste, and had come to take kindly to the stuff here. Now I shall have to go through it all again. It is like holding the cup to the lips of that old heathen Tartarus and taking it away again." "Tantalus, O'Grady." "Ach, what does it matter? When he has been dead and buried thousands of years, how he spilt his name. Where did you get it from, Terence?" "I asked Herrera to try and find some for me at Lisbon. I thought it was most likely that some English merchant there would have laid in a stock, and it seems that he has found one." "Do you hear that, Colonel? There is whiskey to be had at Lisbon, and us not know it." "Well, Captain O'Grady, all I can say is that I shall, at dinner this evening, move a vote of censure upon you as mess president for not having discovered the fact before." "Don't talk of dinner, Colonel. There is not one of us who could think of setting down to a ration beef after such a meal as we have had, and with whiskey here too. I move, Colonel, that no further mention be made of dinner. I have no doubt that Terence will give us some divil bones. There is as much left on the table as we have eaten before we start home tonight." "I will do that with pleasure. In fact, it is exactly what I reckoned upon," Terence replied. "I think, O'Grady, we must send to Lisbon for some of this." "It is only think, Colonel. Faith, I would go down for it myself if I had to walk with praise in my boots and had to carry it back on my shoulders. Can I find Herrera there?" he asked. "Yes, I can give you the address where he will be found." "Anyhow, Colonel," O'Flaherty said, "I must, and I'm sure all present will join me in the matter, protest against Captain O'Grady going down to Lisbon to fetch whiskey for the mess. You must know, sir, as well as I do, that he would never return again, and we should probably hear some day that his body's been found by the side of the road with 3 or 4 empty kegs beside him." There was a general burst of agreement. "Perhaps, Dr. O'Flaherty," O'Grady said in a tone of withering sarcasm, "it's yourself who'd like to go to be the messenger." "There might be a worse one," O'Flaherty said calmly. "But, as I believe that Captain Hall is going down on a week's leave tomorrow, I propose that he, being an Englishman, and therefore more trustworthy than any Irish member of the mess would be on such a mission, be requested to purchase some for the use of the mess, and to escort it back again. How much shall I say, Colonel?" "That is a grave matter, and not to be answered hastily, Doctor. Let me see, there are 32 officers with the regiment. Now, what would you say would be a fair allowance per day for each man?" "I should say half a bottle, Colonel. There are some of them that won't take as much, but O'Grady will square matters up." "I protest against the insinuation," O'Grady said, rising. "And, moreover, I would observe that as mighty little would be left for me after each man had taken his whack." "That is 16 bottles a day. For a continuance, I should consider that too much. But seeing that we have been out of decent liquor for a month, and may have but a fortnight after it arise to make up for lost time, we will say 16 bottles. "Make it 3 gallons," O'Grady said pervasively. "We shall be having lots of men drop in when it gets known that we got a supply." "There is something in that, O'Grady. Well, we will say 3 gallons. That is 42 gallons for a fortnight. We will commission Captain Hall to bring back that quantity." "If you say 45, Colonel, it will give us a drop in our flasks to start with, and we are as likely to be 15 days as 14 anyway." "Let it be 45 then," the colonel assented. "Will you undertake that, Captain Hall?" Willingly, Colonel. I will get the whiskey emptied into wine casks, and as I know one of the chief commissaries at Lisbon, I can get it brought up with the wine for the troops. After sitting for a couple of hours, the colonel proposed that they should all go for a walk, while all those who preferred it should take a nap in the shade. I move, O'Connor, he said, that this meeting be adjourned until sunset. I think that will be a very good plan, Colonel. The proposal was carried out. O'Grady and a few others declared that they should prefer a nap. The rest started on foot and sauntered about in the shade of the wood for a couple of hours. Then all gathered at the table again. At 8 o'clock, grilled joints of fowls and ducks were put upon the table, and at 9, all mounted and rode back to Abrantes. How many of those quart jugs have been filled, Sancho? 8, sir. That is not so bad, Terence said to McWhitty. That is 12 bottles, and as there were 16 and our 3 selves, that is only about 2 bottles between 3 men. I call that very moderate under the circumstances, Colonel, McWhitty said gravely. I have drank more myself many a time. There were a good many hours over it, too, Terence added. You may say it was 2 sittings. You will see that we shall have a great many callers from the camp for the next few days. A fortnight later, Terence received a letter from Don Jose, saying that he had heard from his friend at Oporto, and that they informed him that the Signora Johanna O'Connor had been killed at the sack of Oporto. She had left her own house and taken refuge at the bishop's. That place had been defended to the last, and when the infuriated French broke in, all within its walls had been killed. Terence was not altogether sorry to hear the news. The woman had been a party to the cruel imprisonment of Mary. No doubt his cousin would feel her death, but her grief could not be very deep, and it was, he thought, just as well for her that her connection with Portugal should be altogether severed. Her mother might have endeavored to tempt her to return there, and although he felt sure that she would not succeed in this, she might at least have caused some trouble, and it was better that there should be an end of it. As to the woman herself, she had been in agreement with the bishop, had been mixed up in his intrigues, and her death was caused by her misplaced confidence in him. Of course, she had not known that he had left the town, and thought that under his protection she would be safe in the palace. She must have been a bad lot, he said to himself. Evidently, she did not make her husband happy, and persecuted her daughter, and regret her death no more than any other of the 10,000 people who fell in Oporto. A few days later he received letters from his father and Mary. Being under 18, he opened the former first. My dear Terence, I have heard all about you and your doings from Mary, and I am proud of you. It is a grand satisfaction that you should have won your lieutenancy, and that you should be on the general's staff. As to your being a colonel, although only a Portuguese one, it is simply astounding. I don't care so much about the rank, for the Portuguese officers are poor creatures. Not 1 in 50 of them knows anything of his duty. But what I do value is your independent command, that will give you opportunities for distinguishing yourself that can never fall in the way of a subaltern of the line. And I fancy, now that you have got Wellesley at the head, there will be plenty of such opportunities. I was delighted, as you may guess, when I got Mary's letter from London. I had just settled at the old house, and mighty lonely I felt with no one to speak to, and the wind whistling in at the broken windows, and the whole place in confusion. So, putting aside Mary, I was glad enough to have some excuse for running away. I took the next coach for Dublin, found, by good luck, a packet just sailing for London, and I got there a week later. She is a nice girl and a pretty one, but I suppose I need not tell you that. I told her it was a poor place I was going to take her to, but she would be as welcome as the flowers in May. But she only laughed and said that after being shut up for a year in a single room, and having nothing but bread and water, it would not matter a pin to her what it was like. She was in a grand house, and Mrs. Nelson insisted on my putting up there. We stopped there 3 days, and then we took ship to Cork. We had to prove that the money lying there belonged to me, that is to say, that I was the person in whose name had been put out. I had all sort of botheration about it, but luckily I knew the colonel of the regiment there, and he went to the bank with me and testified. Then we came down here, and Mary hadn't been here a day before she began to spend money. I said I would not allow it, and she said I could not help it. The money was her own, and she could spend it as she liked, which was true enough. And at present the place is more topsy-turvy than ever. I won't have anything to do with giving orders, but she has got a score of masons and carpenters over from Athlone, and she is turning the old place upside down. I shan't know it myself when she is done with it. There is not a place fit to sit down in, and we are living for the time at the inn at Kinnelly, 3 miles away, and drive backwards and forwards to the house. Except that we quarrel over that, we get on first rate together. She is never tired of talking about you, and when I hinted one day that it was ridiculous your being made a colonel, she spurred up like a young bantam, and more than hinted that if you had been appointed commander-in-chief instead of Sir Arthur, it would not have been beyond your deserts. My wound hurts me a bit sometimes, but I am able to get about all right, and the surgeon says in a few months I shall be able to walk as straight as anyone. And so good-bye. I don't think I ever wrote such a long letter before, and as Mary will be telling you everything, I don't suppose I shall ever write such a long one again. Terence laughed as he put the letter down, and opened one from his cousin. Dear Cousin Terence, here I am with your father, as happy as a bird and as free. I sing about the place all day. My heart is so light, and should be perfectly happy were it not that I'm afraid that you will be fighting again soon, and then I shall be very anxious about you. Your father is just what I thought he would be from what I know of you. He is as kind as if he was my own father, and reminds me of him. You told me it was a tumble-down old place, and it is. When we came, it was only fit for owls to live in. So, of course, I set to work at once. Your father was very foolish about it, but of course I had my way. What is the use of having money and living in an owl's nest? So I have set a lot of men to work. Your father won't interfere with it one way or the other. I had a builder down. He shook his head over it and said it would be cheaper to pull it down and build a new one. But as it was an old family house, I could not do that. However, between ourselves, I don't think that there will be much of the old one left by the time we have finished. It looks awful at present. I am building a new wall against the old one, so that it will look just the same, only it will be new. The windows are going to be made bigger, and there will be a new roof put on. Inside, it will all have to come down. All the woodwork was so rotten that it was dangerous to walk upstairs. It is great fun looking after the workmen, and though your father does keep on grumbling and saying that I am destroying the old place, I don't think he really minds. As I tell him, one can live in a house without windows 9 months in the year in Portugal, but it's not so in Ireland. One wants comfort, Terence, and, as I have plenty of money, I don't see why we should not have it. You can sleep on the ground, and go from morning till night in wet clothes, when you're on campaign, but that is no reason why you should do it at other times. The weather is fine here now, at least your father says it's fine, and I want to get everything pushed on and finished before it changes to what even he will admit is wet. The people here seem all very nice and pleasant. They are delighted at having your father back again. I drive about with him a great deal, and we call upon the neighbors, who all seem very pleased that the house is going to be occupied again. The poor people seem very poor. I don't know that they are poorer than they are in Portugal, but I think they look poorer, but they don't seem to mind much. I have made great friends with most of the children already, and always go about with a large bag of sweetmeats in what your father calls the trap. I think of you very often, Terence, and your father and I generally talk about you all the evening. By what he says, you must have been a very naughty boy indeed before you became a soldier. Do take care of yourself. We shall be very, very anxious about you as soon as we hear that fighting has begun again. I hope you think very often of your very loving cousin, Mary O'Connor. She will do a world of good to my father, Terence said to himself as he put down the letters. After being so long in the regiment, he would have felt being alone in that old place horribly, especially as it has, of course, been a terrible trial to him to be laid aside, just as a big campaign is beginning. She will keep him alive, and he won't have any time to mope. Even if, for no other reason, it is a lucky thing indeed that I was able to get Mary out. I shan't feel a bit anxious about him now. End of chapter 22, and end of With More at CORUNNA by G. Henty. Recording by Charles Sapp, Bruce, South Dakota.